Yes, there is a lot of controversy and criticism that is ongoing against the government, and hence somewhere or the other the government and the administration actually at this point wants that this entire investigation should be done in a free and fair manner, and hence the noise around it should be muted, and that could be one of the reasons why the rally that was supposed to be conducted by Brij Sharan Singh with cheers who would have come out in his support, that has been taken down because any sort of statements could have been made in that rally, and again that would have made headlines, and eventually that means that would have brought more questions to the administration and to the government. So this could be one of the reasons why this entire rally has now been postponed. So yes, the government is trying to make sure that this entire investigation happens in a free and fair manner. On the other hand, sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are in the last leg of the investigation, and over the next 10 to 15 days, we could expect some action from the Delhi police where they could actually go ahead and file a charge sheet in this entire matter, or if at all the charges are not found, then a final report could also be filed in the court of law. However, status reports are continuously being filed in front of the Supreme Court at this point in time. So yes, the investigation is ongoing, but yes, the kind of noises that is being made, that could actually divert the attention from the investigation, and hence it has now been decided that the rally that was supposed to be held on the 5th of May in Ayodhya has now been postponed. So yes, it remains to be seen as to when will be the next date of rally come up, and as to how quickly will the Delhi police finally conclude in investigation and file that charge sheet or the final report, whichever they deem it's necessary.
Right. Nikhil, this was meant to be a show of strength in support of Brij Singh, isn't it? Have the wrestlers reacted when this rally was announced, and are they reacting now that the administration has decided to withdraw permission?
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1,000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. Our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them." So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister, as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation, and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well. And this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी हैं दर्शक हैं वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है। मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था। और
I have MS Rao Saab Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about this tragic train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore?
कल उड़ीसा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुंचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचत और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहाँ पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहाँ पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है।
राव साहब जी, एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 3 ट्रेन्स का एक साथ पटरी पे से डिरेल हो जाना, कोलाइड हो जाना, आपको नहीं लगता कि रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर ये किसी तरीके का सवाल खड़ा करता है?
ये देखिए, ये दुर्घटना है और डिरेल हो गई एक, तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहाँ से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम।
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले।
राव साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
नहीं, उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। वो खुद वहाँ पर जाकर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
राव साहब दानवे जी, CNN News 18 से बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। I'm going back to Dushman Bera, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast, and he's live at that spot of that tragic accident. दुश्मन, जैसा कि आप बता रहे थे और हमें दिखा रहे थे वो एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन जहां पे ट्रेन डिरेल हुई है, वो पटरी, क्या आप हमें बता सकते हैं उनके बारे में? और
देखिए, मैं पहले दिखा दिया ये ट्रेन की पटरी कहां पर इंसिडेंट हुआ था और किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ दो ट्रेन। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन क्यों डिले हो रहा है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। आशीष थोड़ा दिखाएंगे इधर। ये देखिए, ये नैरो रोड है। इसी की वजह कल रात 7 बजे से आज हो गया 8:40 हो गया है। अभी देखिए, इस रास्ते, एक ही रास्ता है, यही रास्ता है, और इस रास्ते से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन करना बहुत ही मुश्किल है। आप देख रहे हैं कितना नैरो रोड है और खेती उधर है, और इस हिसाब से हम नोटिस करेंगे तो रेस्क्यू टीम जो उनका रोड कम्युनिकेशन में पहले भी बोल चुका था कि रोड कम्युनिकेशन बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है। जो रेस्क्यू टीम आएगा, जो एनडीआरएफ है, ओड्राफ है, वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। वो पहुंचने के लिए और रेस्क्यू करने के लिए बहुत ही दिक्कत हो रहा है। देखिए, डजर आ गया है, लेकिन यहाँ पर मेन जगह जहाँ पर फोकस करना चाहिए वहाँ पर नहीं पहुँच रहा है। मैं एक अलग सी चीज दिखाना चाहता हूँ, किस तरह से ड्रोन की मदद से यहाँ पर क्या हुआ है पूरी तरह जायजा ले रहा है रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से। आशीष थोड़ा दिखाएंगे इधर। देखिए, अभी ड्रोन की मदद लिया जा रहा है। कहाँ पर कौन से लोग हैं, मैं पूरी तरह दिखाना चाहता हूँ एक्सक्लूसिवली। किस तरह से देखिए, जो अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और ड्रोन के मदद से अभी यहाँ का लोकेशन क्या है सैटेलाइट इमेज की थ्रू दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि एक 500 मीटर से ज्यादा होगा ये रेडियस है जहां पर एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। और इस एक्सीडेंट को किस तरह से एवरी लोकेशन को चूज किया जाए, कहां पर क्या हुआ है, देखना बहुत ही मुश्किल हो गया है। उधर देखिए, ड्रोन पूरी तरह रेडी हो चुका है, अब वहां से उड़ेगा, और इसी ड्रोन के मदद से पूरा एरिया को आप देखिए। मैं स्पॉट जाना चाहता हूं। आप ये देख सकते हैं, ड्रोन अभी पूरी तरह रेडी हो चुका है, और इसी ड्रोन के मदद से पूरा एरिया जो है, पूरा एरिया को लोकेट किया जाएगा, कहां पर क्या हुआ है, किस तरह से कौन सी घटना हुई है। आंखों देखिए, जो लोग बोल रहे हैं, जो अधिकारी एनडीआरएफ हो, ओड्राफ हो, वो बता रहे हैं कि एवरी लोकेशन अभी तक पहुंच नहीं पाया है। एनडीआरएफ हो, ओड्राफ हो, और रेलवे हो, और रेस्क्यू टीम हो। इसीलिए ज्यादातर वो जो ड्रोन की मदद लेने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ड्रोन की मदद से कहां पर क्या हुआ है और कितने लोग दबे हुए हैं, पहले सैटेलाइट इमेज के थ्रू दिख रहे थे। और ये सबसे बड़ी बात है, आप देखेंगे ये जो रास्ता है ये बहुत नैरो रोड है, और इसी की वजह से जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन बहुत ही देर हो रहा है। देखिए, बहुत ही नैरो रोड है, और जो कम्युनिकेशन के थ्रू जो रेस्क्यू टीम, देखिए हम पूरा विजुअल दिखाएंगे किस तरह से हुआ है। मेरे साथ आशीष, पूरे विजुअल को अच्छी तरह से दिक्कत हो रही है हम लोगों को थोड़ा लाइव कवरेज में, लेकिन हम कोशिश ज्यादा से ज्यादा कर रहे हैं किस तरह से पूरा सिचुएशन को दिखाए। आशीष, थोड़ा इधर दिखाइए किस तरह से ये हैपनिंग हुआ था। देखिए, ये जो ट्रेन है, ये जो बगी है, किस तरह से एक बगी से और एक दूसरी बगी अलग हो गया। यही वो इधर से थोड़ा आशीष हम आया कर दिखा देते हैं किस तरह से एक बग्गी से दूसरी बग्गी अलग हुआ है। देखिए, कितना भयानक था, कितना दर्दनाक था, ये विजुअल ही पता चल रहा है। ये विजुअल देखकर लग रहा है कि कल का एक्सीडेंट कितना बड़ा हादसा था। पहली बार रेलवे हिस्ट्री में ऐसा देखने को लिए मिला, ऐसा इंसिडेंट। और अश्विनी वैष्णव आ चुके हैं, और रेलवे के अधिकारी जितने भी हैं सब आ चुके हैं। अभी देखिए, ये जो ट्रेन की बग्गी है ये उलट गया है, और यही वो प्लेस था जहां पर रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, कैसे भी करके लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया जाए।
सॉरी, आई हैव टू इंटरप्ट यू। मुझे आपको वहां पे रोकना पड़ेगा बिकॉज वी हैव लाइव विजुअल्स कमिंग इन of Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav meeting Chief Minister of Odisha Naveen Patnaik, taking stock of the situation where sadly 288 people lost their life and more than 1,000 people have now been injured. Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik is there on the ground meeting Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, taking stock of the entire situation of this tragic news. Earlier, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav told us that our focus is on rescue and relief operations. Restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about and focused on investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. दुष्मंत बेहरा continues to stay with us live from the spot. दुष्मंत, वहाँ पे यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव और चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ ओडिशा नवीन पटनायक मिल के बात कर रहे हैं, सिचुएशन के बारे में जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. क्या आप हमें बता सकते हैं कि क्या हो रहा है ग्राउंड पे?
देखिए, ग्राउंड की सिचुएशन अगर होगा तो सीएम नवीन पटनायक और अश्विनी वैष्णव इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में क्या हादसा हो गया, कैसे हुआ, कैसे, पहली बात है कि घटना घट गई, दुर्घटना घट गई, अब इससे उभरा जाए कैसे, लोगों को अधिक से अधिक लोगों को कैसे मदद किया जाए, लोगों को जो लोग फंसे हुए हैं, दबे हुए हैं, उनको कैसे रेस्क्यू किया जाए, ये प्राथमिकता है. और पहले इसीलिए अभी बातचीत कर रहे हैं रेलवे मिनिस्टर के साथ, मिस्टर नवीन पटनायक चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ उड़ीसा, वो बातचीत कर रहे हैं. और बातचीत में अभी तक की क्या, जो पूरे 25 घंटा में क्या क्या हो चुका है, आगे क्या क्या करना है और किस तरह से लोगों को मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ वगैरह देना है और इस सिचुएशन से कैसे उभरा जाए. और जैसे कि अभी बहुत सी जैसे कि पॉलिटिकल व्यूज आ रहे हैं, उसको छोड़कर हम इस एक ट्रेजिक सिचुएशन में कैसे, किस तरह से लोगों को सेफ ले सकते हैं. मैं इधर से एक तरफ कैमरे में जहां पर हैपनिंग हुआ था, इंसिडेंट हुआ था, एक बग्गी के ऊपर दूसरी बग्गी चढ़ गई थी, वो दिखा रहे हैं. और दूसरी तरफ इसी इंसिडेंट के लिए अश्विनी वैष्णव रेलवे मिनिस्टर और नवीन पटनायक बातचीत कर रहे हैं. बातचीत करेंगे और इसका हल निकालने के लिए कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी इसके बाद सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर धर्मेंद्र प्रधान भी आएंगे, उनसे भी बातचीत करेंगे. सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ये जो हैपनिंग हो गया है, अब मिलके सब कैसे लोगों को यहाँ से निकाला जाए, किस तरह से हर कोई लोग जो यहाँ पर फंसे हुए हैं उन लोगों को कैसे अपने घर तक पहुँचाया जाए, लोगों को किस तरह मेडिकल फैसिलिटी दिया जाए, यहाँ पर इमरजेंसी सेवा कैसे जारी किया जाए और अधिक से अधिक लोगों को किस तरह से यहाँ पर इन्वॉल्व करके इस क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन से बाहर निकाला जाए, यही प्राथमिकता है. और रेलवे मिनिस्टर और नवीन पटनायक इसी सिलसिले में बातचीत कर रहे हैं. अब बातचीत करने के बाद विजिट करेंगे, स्पॉट वेरिफिकेशन करेंगे, स्पॉट विजिट करेंगे. कल से एनडीआरएफ, फायर और आर्मी के जो लोग हैं, एयरफोर्स के जो लोग हैं, वो सब लोग आ चुके हैं. आप देखें, मैं विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह, कितना भयानक था, एक इंजन कैसे टूटा हुआ है और इसी के अंदर बहुत से लोग दबे हुए थे. अभी भी जो सूचना है, यहाँ पर बहुत सी लोग दबे हुए हैं, बहुत सी लोग दबे हुए हैं. ये जो देख रहे हैं उनका बैग, चप्पल और कुछ सामान जो है वो उसमें से देखकर पता लग रहा है कि यहाँ पर और भी लोग दबे हुए हैं. और इधर थोड़ा मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, देखिए किस तरह से ये जो सिचुएशन दिखा रहे हैं. देखिए लोगों का जो जैसे बैग है, जो क्योंकि वो आए थे इस ट्रेन में, 2-3 ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट, और इसी ट्रेन से आप अंदाजा लगा सकता है किस तरह से हैपनिंग हुआ था. भैया थोड़ा टिक के थोड़ा इधर आएंगे, हम थोड़ा दिखा रहे हैं. हाँ. आप देखिए, हम थोड़ा इधर का रुख देखते हैं. जो मतलब जो खाने पीने का सामान भी है. सर जी थोड़ा सर जी. हाँ, खाना पीने का सामान है, बैग है वगैरह. जो लोग अपने घर को जाने के लिए इस ट्रेन में चढ़े थे, उनको पता भी नहीं था कि ये उनका आखिरी यात्रा होगा. ये बहुत ही दुखद भरी सिचुएशन है. और ये सिचुएशन से किस तरह से उभरा जाए, देखिए अभी हम जो विजुअल दिखा रहे हैं इसी विजुअल से ही पता चल रहा है. मैं इधर आर्मी के लोग जो हैं उनको भी दिखाना चाहता हूँ, और वो डटे हुए हैं. पूरे 25 घंटा से ज़्यादा समय हो गया है डटे हुए. किस तरह से अधिक लोगों को इस ट्रेजिक सिचुएशन से निकाला जाए और लोगों को किस तरह से महफूज पहुंचाया जाए. आशीष थोड़ा दिखाएंगे किस तरह से एक बग्गी के ऊपर दूसरी बग्गी, जो मालवाही ट्रेन था, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया. यही वो घटना था जिसके बदौलत ये इतना बड़ा इंसिडेंट हुआ. हम ये देखिए, जो बहुत सी लोगों की जो उतरे अंदर जो फंसे हुए थे, जो सामान है, उससे पता चल रहा है कि लोग अंदर जो फंसे हुए थे कल इसी कपड़े से नीचे आए और इसी के सहारे कैसे, और कल का सिचुएशन ये विजुअल ही बता रहा है, ये विजुअल ही बता रहा है कल का सिचुएशन क्या होगा। लोगों का सामान यहाँ पर जैसे गिरा पड़ा है, यही वो स्पॉट है जहाँ पर इंसिडेंट हुआ था। सर जी थोड़ा हमें लोगों को, आप लोग देख रहे हैं, बहुत सी लोग देखे नहीं हैं और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि न्यूज़ 18 की तरफ से, न्यूज़ 18 के माध्यम से लोग किस तरह ये घटना हुआ था पूरा देखना चाहिए। देखिए अभी भी जो लोग दबे हुए हैं, फंसे हुए हैं, उनको रेस्क्यू करने के लिए जो आर्मी के जो जवान हैं वो लगे हुए हैं। जवान, हम उनको सैल्यूट करते हैं और जितने भी लोग इस रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में, जितने भी लोग रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हुए हैं, सबको सैल्यूट है, क्योंकि कल लोकल लोग रेस्क्यू टीम पहुंचने से पहले एनडीआरएफ, ओड्राफ और फायर के, आर्मी के लोग, एयरफोर्स के लोग यहाँ पहुंचने से पहले यहाँ का जो स्थानीय लोग हैं, लोकल लोग हैं, उनका जो डेडिकेशन था इस रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में, वो देखने लायक था और उनको हम न्यूज़ 18 की तरफ से सैल्यूट करते हैं, क्योंकि इसी स्पोर्ट की यहाँ पहुंचने के लिए जो रेस्क्यू टीम को बहुत ही दिक्कत उठाना पड़ा। मैं इससे पहले दिखा रहा था किस तरह से लोकेशन पे, किस तरह से यहाँ पर रोड कम्युनिकेट नहीं है, रोड ठीक तरह से, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट ठीक तरह से ठीक नहीं है, तो बहुत ही दिक्कत हुआ जो रेस्क्यू टीम था उनको यहाँ पहुँचने के लिए। लेकिन आखिरकार पहुँचा रेस्क्यू टीम और कोशिश कर रहे हैं किस तरह से इसी घटना से लोगों को निकाला जाए, और इसी हिसाब से अभी सीएम नवीन पटनायक और रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव इसके बातचीत कर रहे हैं। और एक सूचना देना चाहता हूँ कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वो इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए वो ऑर्डर दे चुके हैं और कैसे भी करके ये जो सिचुएशन से उभरा जाए वो प्राथमिकता दिया जा रहा है। मैं और कुछ विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ, कैसे किस तरह से लोग, किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो लोग जो मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज वगैरह उनको दिया जा रहा है। और एक विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ, मेरे साथ आशीष है, वो उस सिचुएशन को दिखाना चाहता हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पर बग्गी भैया थोड़ा आशीष थोड़ा दिखाइए किस तरह से लोग यहाँ पर अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं। शायद लग रहा है लोगों का भीड़ लगा हुआ है और जैसे लग रहा है कि अभी भी इस स्थिति से उभरा हुआ नहीं है और इस हिसाब से कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम कैसे भी करके अधिक से अधिक दिखाया जाए। अब देखिए विजुअल, जैसे कि ताश की पत्ते की तरह ये डब्बा जो है ताश के पत्ते की तरह बिखरा हुआ है। और यही अब देखिए इतना हिटाची का बड़ा बड़ा मशीन आ गया है रेस्क्यू करने के लिए, लेकिन अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं क्योंकि ये इंसिडेंट इतनी बुरी तरह हुआ है और जो डब्बा इस तरह से बिखरे हुए हैं, कैसे कहां से किसको निकाला जाए ये पता नहीं चल रहा है। और अभी भी लग रहा है बहुत सी लोग अंदर दबे हुए हैं और जो आधिकारिक सूत्र से पता चल रहा है 288 लोग की जान गई है, लेकिन ये और भी बढ़ सकता है।
दुश्मन, जैसे कि आप वहाँ पे ग्राउंड पर मौजूद हैं और मैं देख सकती हूँ विजुअल के द्वारा कि बहुत सारी भीड़ वहाँ पे इकट्ठी हो चुकी है। एक हैवी डिप्लॉयमेंट भी एनडीआरएफ का है जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस कर रहे हैं। किस तरीके से ट्रेन ट्रैफिक को और रोड ट्रैफिक को कंट्रोल करने की रोड ट्रैफिक को कंट्रोल करा जा रहा है हाल फिलहाल, क्योंकि मैं देख सकती हूँ वहाँ विजुअल में कि काफ़ी भीड़ है वहाँ पे। दुश्मन, क्या आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं? I think we lost connection with Dushmant over there, but that's the crucial update that Dushmant gave us, that heavy deployment of NDRF is there. Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav met Chief Minister of Odisha Naveen Patnaik to take stock of the situation and has also ordered a high-level probe and investigation in this particular tragic accident. As we can see in the visuals as well, that Union Railway Minister and Chief Minister of Odisha, both are there at the spot to take stock of the situation. We heard a lot of political reactions also coming in, but the most crucial one is coming in from the Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong, who tweeted out a message for those who sadly lost their life in this accident. So these are all the crucial and latest developments that we have on this particular story. We'll continue to bring more and more developments on this and many more. Stay tuned.
Going together, including that of saints and seeds of Ayodhya as well. So this was the call which was given by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, and there at that particular place he was all set to put forth his point, which he has been doing since so long after the wrestlers made some of the serious allegations against him. But now this is the breaking piece of information where we have been given to understand that that particular rally which was being organized, it has been postponed for few days, and Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who is the member of parliament from the Kaisarganj seat of the Uttar Pradesh state from the Bharatiya Janata Party, he has announced it on the social media platform Facebook. He has informed that many of supporters were all set together, but because there is ongoing investigation which is currently happening from the side of the Delhi police, and the matter is also in the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, because Supreme Court is the one who is directing all these things. The matter also reached out at the apex court. So in view of the same, for few days the rally is being postponed. So if we go by the further details, on other side there is this FIR as well, which is now out in the public domain, where 7 of the complainants filed serious complaint against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh over the sexual allegation. And we have also, what we do know is that 2 of the FIRs were also filed, one in the case of POCSO Act as well. But now this is one of the big setback, and the reason for the same is being cited that the local administration did not allow the permission for the gathering of 11 lakh people, which was being claimed by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh himself. So obviously it is one of the big setback, but it also brings some of the context as well, that there is something which is cooking inside in camp of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. On one side the FIR has been released, on the other side there is this Mahachetna rally as well, which is now postponed. So we need to see as to how the further developments are going to take place. But clearly now we need to see as to what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is going to further say. On the other side, if we talk about the developments which are happening from the side of the wrestlers as well, there were 5 days time which was sought by Naresh Tikait as to what would be the further course of action as far as the wrestlers protest is concerned, after the Delhi police denied the permission for the same to carry out the ongoing protest at the site of Jantar Mantar. So yesterday as well there was this Mahapanchayat which was organized in Muzaffarnagar. Today there is this huge Mahapanchayat as well, where tickets are going to participate, and the further course of action will be decided over the course of wrestlers protest as well. So
Nikhil, hold on. Nikhil, do hold on. Let me also bring in Anshul into the conversation. Anshul, on the face of it, it looks like that Brij Bhushan Singh has decided to postpone the rally. In this Facebook post, he says because the Supreme Court is monitoring it, there's a police investigation going on. But this was the fact even when the rally was, announced. What has really changed is the fact that world bodies like the International Wrestling Federation and the Indian International Olympic Association, they have issued statements. Could that be a factor as far as Brij Bhushan's rethink is concerned?
Well, definitely there is a lot of pressure on the government at this point in time, because the manner in which the wrestlers have carried out this entire movement, this entire protest, that has made a lot of headlines, and that has actually brought a lot of embarrassment to the government, especially after the incidents that happened on the 28th of May, where all these international champions were in fact dragged by the Delhi police and were thrown inside the jail. In fact, they were detained for more than 12 hours. So yes, there is a lot of controversy and criticism that is ongoing against the government, and hence somewhere or the other the government and the administration actually at this point wants that this entire investigation should be done in a free and fair manner, and hence the noise around it should be muted, and that could be one of the reasons why the rally that was supposed to be conducted by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh with cheers who would have come out in his support, that has been taken down, because any sort of statements could have been made in that rally, and again that would have made headlines, and eventually that means that would have brought more questions to the administration and to the government. So this could be one of the reasons why this entire rally has now been postponed. So yes, the government is trying to make sure that this entire investigation happens in a free and fair manner. On the other hand, sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are in the last leg of the investigation, and over the next 10 to 15 days, we could expect some action from the Delhi police where they could actually go ahead and file a charge sheet in this entire matter, or if at all the charges are not found, then a final report could also be filed in the court of law. However, status reports are continuously being filed in front of the Supreme Court at this point in time. So yes, the investigation is ongoing, but yes, the kind of noises that is being made, that could actually divert the attention from the investigation, and hence it has now been decided that the rally that was supposed to be held on the 5th of May in Ayodhya has now been postponed. So yes, it remains to be seen as to when will be the next date of rally come up, and as to how quickly will the Delhi police finally conclude investigation and file that charge sheet or the final report, whichever they deem it's necessary.
Right. Nikhil, this was meant to be a show of strength in support of Brij Bhushan Singh, isn't it? Have the wrestlers reacted when this rally was announced, and are they reacting now that the administration has decided to withdraw?
Hello and welcome everybody. You're watching the morning news on CNN News 18. My name is Aisha Varma and this is the 9 AM bulletin. Our top focus remains on the train tragedy in Odisha. Now the three-way train accident took place specifically in Odisha's Balasore district between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train, and it has left over 288 people dead while over 1,000 others have been injured. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is at the accident site and is taking stock of the situation. He has said that the focus is on rescue operations. The main focus is on finding the survivors. Now, the Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the incident, and Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is also slated to visit the spot at 9:30 a.m. Remember, he hails from Odisha. Now, Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has also reached the accident site, and Prime Minister Modi has also taken stock of the situation and has spoken with Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, assuring all possible help. Now, Odisha's Chief Secretary Pradeep Jaina, in an interview with CNN News 18, expressed his deep regret over the unfortunate accident. A range of helpline numbers has also been issued. All private and government hospitals in nearby districts, including the state capital of Bhubaneswar, have been placed on high alert with rescue operations still underway. Take a look at some ground reports. All right, before we show you those ground reports, we're going to give you some more information about what's taking place when it comes to reactions. The president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, has tweeted, and I quote, "Praying for everyone affected by the train accident in India. I extend my heartfelt condolences to the victims and their families and hope that rescue operations can save all of those in need." Remember, the current status is that over 288 people have lost their lives and over 1,000 others are injured. Let's take a look at some ground reports.
यह है वही करमंडल ट्रेन जिसके अंदर हम हैं, जिस पर इतना बड़ा हादसा कल घट गया है, और हम ट्रेन के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। ये जो बगी पे हम खड़े हैं, ये ट्रेन ट्रैक से कम 20 फीट के दूर पर जाके उखड़ गया है और जाके पड़ा हुआ है। और जब यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए थे, पूरा खचाखच भरा हुआ था ये ट्रेन, तभी ये हादसा घटा है। और आप देख सकते हैं, लोग ने अपने जूते तो को ट्रेन के अंदर छोड़ के वो भाग गए हैं, क्योंकि सबको जान बचाना था, सबको पहले अपने परिवार की जान बचाना था, इसलिए वो भाग गए हैं। लेकिन इसी ट्रेन से आगे वाला बगी देखेंगे, आगे वाला डिब्बे पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे मौत हुई है, और अभी भी उसमें से जो डेड बॉडी है वो निकाला जा रहा है। एवं हम देखेंगे तो धीरे धीरे डेड बॉडी जो है वो भी निकाला जा रहा है। और दूसरे तरफ आप देखेंगे लोग कैसे अपने सामान को छोड़ के अपने जान बचाने के लिए भाग गए हैं। और हम बाहर की तस्वीर भी थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, बाहर की हालात कैसा है वो भी दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और ये जो डिब्बे के अंदर है, ये कितना दूर आके पड़ा हुआ है, इसका भी तस्वीर थोड़ा हम बाहर से दिखाएंगे, कैसे कितना दूर है ट्रैक से, कितना दूर यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा एक दुर्घटना है। और ये करमंडल एक्सप्रेस है, जिसका हम स्लीपर क्लास के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। और ये ट्रेन को हम बोलेंगे, ये डिब्बे को देखेंगे तो ये भी एक तरफ से झुका हुआ है, 60 डिग्री झुका हुआ है। हम भी खड़े हैं तो आपका अनुमान होगा ये पूरा सीधा खड़ा नहीं है, एक तरफ झुक के रुक गया है, पलटा नहीं है, सिर्फ रुक गया है ये ट्रेन के अंदर। और बाहर की तस्वीर हम देखेंगे, इस ट्रेन से जुड़े हुए दूसरे डिब्बे की तस्वीर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे तो ये कैसे वो उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। ये थोड़ा भी हम दिखाते हैं कैसे उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। बाहर के डिब्बे, जो इससे आगे वाला डिब्बा था वो अलग हो गया, पूरी तरह से अलग हो गया है। और वो देख सकते हैं आप, पूरा अलग हो गया है। और ये जो डब्बा है यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, और ये ट्रक नहीं है, ये ट्रक से बहुत दूर की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये ट्रक से कितने दूर पर ये घटना घटी है। और ये इससे देख के एक बात को पता चलता है जो कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना था। और सबसे बड़े बात यह है कि जब कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस आ रहा था उसका स्पीड कितना था, उसका तेज कितना था, जिससे वजह से इतने दूर तक जो डिब्बे थे वो उखड़ गया। और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, क्योंकि हम दिखेंगे, हम एक डिब्बा पे हैं, दूसरा डिब्बा यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और तीसरा डिब्बा आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। ये तस्वीर देख के आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं ये हालत एक्चुअली कैसा है और कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना घटा है। और ये रेलवे इतिहास में देखें तो बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सीडेंट है, जिसके वजह से अभी तक जो डेथ की काउंटिंग है वो बढ़ रहा है और धीरे धीरे 250 से ज्यादा हो चुका है। और लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे डेड बॉडी अभी भी फंसा हुआ है और उनको निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो बड़े बात यह है कि अभी तो इंक्वायरी होगा और किसकी गलती वजह से ये इतना बड़ा घटना घटा, ये तो अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़े बात है अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, जिसको जोरदार किया जा रहा है।
बालेश्वर हेडक्वार्टर हॉस्पिटल में है। आप देख सकते हैं जो इंजरी पर्सन है उनको अभी ट्रीटमेंट जारी रखा गया है मेडिकल तरफ से। इंजरी के बाद बालेश्वर मेडिकल में बहुत लोग को ट्रीटमेंट के लिए भेजा गया है, ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। उसके बाद सौरव मेडिकल में, भद्रक मेडिकल में और 50 से ज़्यादा लोगों को कटक एसीबी को रेफर किया है ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए। आप ये विजुअल देख सकते हैं जो ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट के बाद जो इंजरी हुआ था, जिस पर्सन जो है इंजरी हुए हैं उनको अभी बालेश्वर जो मेडिकल के जो सर्जरी वार्ड है उन्हीं वार्ड में ट्रीटमेंट जारी किया है, उनको ट्रीटमेंट जारी है। अब देख सकते हैं विजुअल जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी है और आप जो इंजरी के पर्सन है उनका नाम, एड्रेस, पता सब लिख रहे हैं। आप अभी ट्रीटमेंट जारी है।
बोलो 6:30 बजे हुआ था सर। बोलो तो चो आके सिर्फ बांध देता है और उस लाइन चढ़ाया और एक इंजेक्शन लगाया और कुछ नहीं किया है।
सब सही है, हमको अभी घर जाना है, हमारा घर वाला बहुत ये कर रहा है।
जो इंजरी पर्सन जो है उनका संख्या धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है, उनका ट्रीटमेंट जारी रहे है।
Now, what's also taking place in the backdrop is that opposition party leaders, while expressing condolences for this incident, are essentially raising questions about the signaling system and raising questions about why this incident took place, why this tragic accident took place. Now, remember, when it comes to the current status, over 288 people have lost their lives, over 1,000 people are injured. We are crossing over to News 18's दुश्मन बहेरा। दुश्मन जी, आप अभी वो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन का स्टेटस के बारे में क्या बता सकते हैं?
देखिए, अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। आप देखिए, मैं कुछ विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ। बहुत ही दुखद और कितना भयानक था, ये विजुअल ही बयान कर सकते हैं। जो रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं आप देख सकते हैं, मैं विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ। इस तरह से एक एक करके अभी एक एक करके एनडीआरएफ और ड्राफ्ट टीम जो दबे हुए थे उन लोगों को निकाला है अंदर से। अभी भी बहुत सी लोग अंदर दबे हुए हैं। हम जहां पर अभी दिखा रहे हैं ये डेड बॉडी इंसिडेंट जहां पर हुआ था, एक्सीडेंट कल हुआ था, वहीं पर है। कुछ लोग कुछ लोग से बातचीत करेंगे, वो क्या बोलना चाहते हैं। कल से थे क्या हुआ था कल? तो कल आप क्या देखे, पहले क्या देखे, क्या हुआ था?
अरे कल जैसे बिजली घड़घड़ी मारता है ना, वैसी टाइप का बहुत भयंकर टाइप का वैसी आवाज आया। हम लोग हम लोग तो बहाना का बाजार में थे। जैसे हम लोग सुनाई दिया, हम लोग 7 बजे जब इधर पहुंचे तब क्या हुआ मालूम है, 500 से 550 का डेड बॉडी हम लोग निकाले। अभी तो प्रशासन क्यों झूठ बोल रहा है कि झूठ बोल रहा है, जो 233 है डेड बॉडी। हम लोग पब्लिक भाई लोग मिल के हम लोग निकाला 5 से 600 निकाला डेड बॉडी।
कल रात को 550 का ऊपर करा लिया था। आज सुबह प्राय हरारी 400 की 500 डेड बॉडी लिया, किंतु फिर भी दो फिर आ पाए। रेलवे पूरा था भी, रेलवे हमें चाहिए सारा दीजिए, इसको चाकरी से छुटाई दो। ये और कुछ और थोड़ा दिखाना चाहता हूँ, कुछ हैपनिंग दिखाना चाहता हूँ जो किस तरह से ये हैपनिंग हुआ था, जहाँ पर इंसिडेंट हुआ था। मैं थोड़ा वो दिखाना चाहता हूँ, अंदर दिखाना चाहता हूँ। आशीष थोड़ा आइए अंदर, थोड़ा भैया छोड़िए, अंदर देखिए किस तरह से जहाँ पर पहली बार, थोड़ा भैया थोड़ा आगे जाइए। हाँ ठीक है चले। हाँ अब देखिए अंदर, यही वो जगह है जो पहली बोगी था, यही बोगी है जहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट हुआ। देखिए का तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे हैं अंदर का, किस तरह से लोग यहाँ पर दबे हुए हैं। अभी भी लोगों का जो बिखरा हुआ है, यहाँ पर गिरा हुआ है। और उधर हम पहले दिखाए किस तरह से एक्सीडेंट हुआ था लोगों का, अभी भी खून से लथपथ है। मैं थोड़ा ऊपर की इधर दिखाना चाहता हूँ। आशीष हम जाएंगे और अधिक से अधिक से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है वो दिखाना चाहते हैं। थोड़ा सा अब दिखाना चाहते हैं। देखिए ये वही स्पॉट है जहां पर ये घटना घटी थी। और देखिए मेरे साथ आशीष है, अभी भी बहुत सी लोग अंदर दबे हुए हैं। हम जो विजुअल दिखा रहे हैं, देखिए ये जो फाइटर हैं ओड्राफ, एनडीआरएफ और फायर के 25 घंटा से अधिक समय तक यही फाइटर लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर लड़ाई कर रहे हैं और लोगों को किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया जाए हम तो वो दिखा नहीं पाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी दबे हुए हैं लोग। और अंदर कितने लोग दबे हुए हैं ये बड़ा सवाल है। और जो ऑफिशियली रिकॉर्डेड बोला जा रहा है कि 288 लोग मरे हुए हैं, लेकिन अभी भी ये देखिए, मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, ये हम लोग के फाइटर हैं, ये सब अभी भी लड़ाई कर रहे हैं लोगों को किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया जाए। और अभी हम स्पॉट पर पहुंच चुके हैं जहां पर ये घटना घटी थी, जहां पर जो ट्रेन की बग्गी जो मालवाही ट्रेन के ऊपर चढ़ गई थी, यही वो प्लेस है। इसी प्लेस में हम एक्सक्लूसिवली दिखाना चाहते हैं, यही वो स्पॉट है जहां पर वो घटना घटी। और इधर देखिए लंबी पटरी पड़ी हुई है। हम उधर से जहां पर इंसिडेंट हुआ है, आशीष थोड़ा दिखाइए, उधर वाला थोड़ा विजुअल दिखाइए किस तरह से वो विजुअल है। और इधर बैठे हैं ये सब फाइटर हैं, इनको सैल्यूट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि लगातार 25 घंटा से ज्यादा हो गया ये लोग कल रात से लोगों के लिए, जैसे कि देवदूत बोला जाता है, ये लोग लड़ाई कर रहे हैं लोगों को किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया जाए, लोगों को किस तरह से सही सलामत मेडिकल पहुंचाया जाए। ये पूरे फायर और ड्राफ एनडीआरएफ के टीम जो नौजवान हैं, पुलिस हैं, सब न्यूज़ 18 उड़िया की तरफ से हम लोग उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। और अभी भी देखिए अंदर घुसे हुए हैं। मैं कुछ विजुअल दिखा रहा था कि ये वो जो बोगी है जो ऊपर चढ़ गया है मालवाही ट्रेन की बोगी, यही वो बोगी था जो पहले इसके ऊपर चढ़ गया। शायद मेरे साथ जो कल से हम विजुअल दिखा रहे थे, ये ही वो बोगी था जिस बोगी ने बोगी के ऊपर जो मालवाही ट्रेन था, ये जो मालवाही ट्रेन है इसके ऊपर चढ़ गया। आशीष थोड़ा किस तरह से वो जो बोगी है उधर से इंजन कैसे मालवाही ट्रेन के चढ़ गया। देखिए एक्सक्लूसिवली विजुअल हम दिखा रहे हैं। वो जो ट्रेन का इंजन है, डब्बा था, पहला डब्बा इंजन था, वो चढ़ गया है किस तरह से। देखिए मालवाही ट्रेन ये है और उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया है वो बग्गी। ये बहुत ही भयानक, बहुत ही भयंकर। कुछ देर पहले जैसे कि यहाँ की जो लोग कल जो देखे थे, इंसिडेंट को सुने थे, उनको लगा कि कुछ एक बड़ा सा धमाका हुआ और दौड़ के आकर देखे तो नस्तनाबूद हो गया ये पूरा एरिया। मैं एक एक करके विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ किस तरह से कल और आज के अंदर पूरे 25 से ज़्यादा घंटा हो गया है, लेकिन अभी तक कंप्लीट रेस्क्यू नहीं किया गया है और ये टाइम और भी बढ़ सकता है। मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ, इधर से हम जिस एंगल से चाहते हैं दिखाना चाहते हैं, उधर से भी दिखाना चाहते हैं। अभी भी पटरी में लोग देख रहे हैं, देखिए किस तरह से इंजन, आशीष थोड़ा दिखाइए, डब्बा किस तरह से ऊपर रेलवे जो मालवाही ट्रेन था उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया है। ये वो जगह स्पॉट है जहाँ पर जो ट्रेन ऊपर चढ़ गया। अभी भी बहुत सी लोग यहाँ पर हैं, किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया जाएगा। आशीष हम इधर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे किस तरह से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। आप आइए मेरे साथ, आशीष दास है, किस तरह से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हो रहा है पूरा विजुअल दिखा रहा है। देखिए जहाँ पर ट्रेन चढ़ गई थी मालवाही ट्रेन के ऊपर, ये ट्रैक है देखिए, और ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर चढ़ गई थी ट्रेन। आशीष इधर आइए, इधर आइए। देखिए अब
सकते कि अभी एक्सीडेंट साइट पे कौन कौन है, ऑफिशियल्स कौन है, कौन सी टीम्स रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस में है? All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection. We seem to have lost that connection with News18's Vishwant Behera. We'll try to reestablish that in a short while from now. But what we are showing you are the rescue operations which are taking place. Remember, this is one of India's worst railway accidents that is ever taking place. And again, the current status when it comes to the numbers, when it comes to those who have lost their lives in this tragic incident, is that 288 people have lost their lives and over 1,000 people have been injured in this. All state hospitals have been put on high alert. Those who are injured, those survivors who have been rescued from the accident site. And remember, it's important to remember that rescue operations are still underway at this point. Our reporter was also saying on the ground there that rescue operations are likely to continue for the next few hours. We'll have to wait and watch to see how long the rescue operations ultimately go on for. But all teams are on the ground. We have the NDRF. Earlier we had visuals of a helicopter, the IAF, the OD Rapid Action Forces, the Odisha Rapid Action Forces also on the ground. Everybody's trying their utmost best to ensure that those survivors who are still there at the accident spot are rescued. Again, 288 people have lost their lives. Condolences continue to pour in. Rescue operations are still underway. And one other aspect of this is that overnight, now this is a massive accident, a massive tragedy that has occurred. Overnight though, civilians, locals stepped in. They lined up outside of hospitals and they donated blood. Over 500 units of blood have been collected. We're going to continue to track the situation there at the accident spot. Right now we're heading into a very short break. Do stay with us for more.
Announced. What has really changed is the fact that world bodies like the International Wrestling Federation and the Indian International Olympic Association, they have issued statements. Could that be a factor as far as Brij Bhushan's rethink is concerned?
Well, definitely there is a lot of pressure on the government at this point in time, because the manner in which the wrestlers have carried out this entire movement, this entire protest, that has made a lot of headlines, and that has actually brought a lot of embarrassment to the government, especially after the incidents that happened on the 28th of May, where all these international champions were in fact dragged by the Delhi police and were thrown inside the jail. In fact, they were detained for more than 12 hours. So yes, there is a lot of controversy and criticism that is ongoing against the government, and hence somewhere or the other the government and the administration actually at this point wants that this entire investigation should be done in a free and fair manner, and hence the noise around it should be muted, and that could be one of the reasons why the rally that was supposed to be conducted by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh with cheers who would have come out in his support, that has been taken down, because any sort of statements could have been made in that rally, and again that would have made headlines, and eventually that means that would have brought more questions to the administration and to the government. So this could be one of the reasons why this entire rally has now been postponed. So yes, the government is trying to make sure that this entire investigation happens in a free and fair manner. On the other hand, sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are in the last leg of the investigation, and over the next 10 to 15 days, we could expect some action from the Delhi police where they could actually go ahead and file a charge sheet in this entire matter, or if at all the charges are not found, then a final report could also be filed in the court of law. However, status reports are continuously being filed in front of the Supreme Court at this point in time. So yes, the investigation is ongoing, but yes, the kind of noises that is being made, that could actually divert the attention from the investigation, and hence it has now been decided that the rally that was supposed to be held on the 5th of May in Ayodhya has now been postponed. So yes, it remains to be seen as to when will be the next date of rally come up, and as to how quickly will the Delhi police finally conclude investigation and file that charge sheet or the final report, whichever they deem it's necessary.
Right. Nikhil, this was meant to be a show of strength in support of Brij Bhushan Singh, isn't it? Have the wrestlers reacted when this rally was announced, and are they reacting now that the administration has decided to withdraw permission?
Well, this is the important question here, because after the incident which took place at the Har Ki Pauri Haridwar, 5 days time, as mentioned earlier as well, was sought by the Naresh Tiket as to what is going to be the further course of action from the wrestler side. But since that particular day, the wrestlers have gone incommunicative. They are not speaking to the media persons as well. In fact, we have spoken to a source who are part of that particular group. They have informed us that till the completion of the 5 days, the wrestlers are not going to be out in the public place. They are not going to appear in any of the Mahapanchayat. They are not going to speak in the public domain as well, or to any of the media persons as well. So as mentioned earlier, that today as well there is a big Mahapanchayat which is going to happen in Kurukshetra, Haryana, where the further course of action. And yesterday this was something which was announced by the farmers as well. And farmers are one such group who have extended their huge support out in the public domain to that of the wrestlers as well. And they are going to carry out the further shape of the overall protest. Yesterday as well we have heard the bite of Rakesh Tiket, where he clearly informed the public that if need be, they are going to yet again block the roads and borders of the National Capital Delhi, which they have done at the time of 3 farm laws as well. And also they also have the option to plan a protest nationwide if their demands are not met. At the same time, they are also going to hold deputation to the President and Home Ministry as well. And clearly, Rakesh Tiket also informed that there has been a communication as well that if any of the delegation of Khap Panchayat, if they want to meet any of the prominent person from the government, then it will also be managed, it will also be exercised. So there is a open communication which is happening, but in a way also we should call it a back channel support or back channel communication as well. And this is something which has been filed by Arun Dhanta as well, who tracks the ruling dispensation for CNN News 18, that one of the prominent leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is Union Minister from the Western UP, he also spoke to the wrestlers at the time when they gathered at the Har Ki Pauri side, which clearly indicates that there is some form of the communication, you call it indirectly, which is happening between the wrestlers and some of the prominent people from the ruling dispensation side as well, to come out over a consensus as to how to take this forward in a respectable manner. Back to you.
Anshul, as far as the Ayodhya administration's decision is concerned, how should one look at it? Purely from the point of view that, Ayodhya is a sensitive place, there is a temple construction going on, you would not want a crowd there, and 11 lakh plus people as the number was being thrown.
Lights.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage of what's taking place in Odisha when it comes to the train tragedy. Right now we're going to listen to what Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had to say.
விவரங்களின் அடிப்படையில் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு பாதிக்கப்பட்டவர்களுக்கும் அவர்களின் குடும்பங்களுக்கும் தேவையான உதவிகளை செய்யும் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஆகவே இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் சிலைக்கு மட்டும் விபத்தில் உயிரிழந்தவர்களுக்கு ஒரு நிமிடம் மௌன அஞ்சலியை நாங்கள் அனுசரித்தோம். இன்று ஒரு நாள் அரசு முறை துக்கம் அனுசரிக்கவும் கலைஞரின் 100வது பிறந்த நாள் இன்று நடைபெறுவதாக இருந்த அறிவிக்கப்பட்டிருந்த நிகழ்ச்சிகள் பொதுக்கூட்டங்கள் அனைத்தும் ரத்து செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது.
All the events at the plan for Kalaignar's 100th birthday have been cancelled.
இறந்து போயிருக்கக்கூடிய குடும்பங்களுக்கு PMR பிரதமர் நிதியிலிருந்து 2 லட்சம் ரூபாய் வழங்கப்படுவது அறிவிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதேபோல் ரயில்வே துறையின் சார்பில் 10 லட்சம் ரூபாய் வழங்குவதாக அறிவிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதை ஒட்டி இந்த தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் சார்பில் 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் வழங்குவதாக அறிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அது மட்டுமல்ல, காயமற்றவர்களுக்கு 1 லட்சம் ரூபாய் வழங்குவதாகவும் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதனுடைய கணக்கெடுப்பெல்லாம் முறையாக வந்ததற்கு பிறகு அது முறையாக வழங்கப்படும். அந்த தகவல் முழு தகவல் முறையான தகவல் இல்லை. அது வந்து அதுக்கான முயற்சி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். வந்ததுக்கு பிறகு நான் சொல்றேன்.
We don't have enough information on the number of passengers from Tamil Nadu. We are still waiting for more information on that.
இன்னும் முழுமையா அந்த பணி நிறைவேறல, நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு. இது இரவு நடந்ததுனால நைட்ல ஒன்றும் பணி பண்ண முடியல. பொழுது விடிஞ்சதுக்கு பிறகுதான் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. இன்னும் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. அப்படிதான் இப்ப நாங்க அங்க இருக்கிற சீஃப் செக்ரட்டரி பேசும்போது இந்த செய்தியை சொன்னார். எப்படியும் குறைந்தது ஒரு 4-5 மணி நேரம் ஆகும் என்று அவர்கள் கணக்கு போட்டு சொல்றாங்க.
Officials from Odisha say that it will take another 4-5 hours for them to complete the rescue operation. Only then we will get data.
சிஎஸ்டி கேட்டோம். அந்த அளவுக்கு அவசியம் இல்லை, நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிறோம், தேவைப்பட்டா சொல்றோம். இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் தயாரா இருக்கிறோம், எந்த நேரத்திலும் தயாரா இருக்கிறோம் சொல்லியிருக்கிறோம். இங்கேருந்து அமைச்சர்கள் போயிருக்காங்க, அதிகாரிகள் போயிருக்கிறாங்க. அவங்களும் போய் என்ன சூழ்நிலை பார்த்துட்டு
Tamil Nadu have already left for Odisha.
All right, we're crossing over to CNN News 18's Purnima Murli, who's translating for us there. Purnima, could you take us through the key highlights of what the MK Stalin had to say?
Well, the Chennai was heading to the train was heading to Chennai, and therefore the Chief Minister had visited the disaster management office to get more details. The data on how many passengers are injured or are from Chennai or Tamil Nadu is still not known, is what Chief Minister says, and they are waiting for more official data from the teams in Odisha. Meanwhile, ministers have been sent to Odisha, and all the events that were planned today on Karunanidhi's 100th anniversary have also been cancelled in view of the accident. And the Tamil Nadu government has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees for the deceased. These are the announcements that came in from Chief Minister MK Stalin just a short while ago.
All right, Purnima, thank you so much for telling us more about the key takeaways of what the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister had to say. We're going to be crossing over to News 18's Dushman Behera, who, remember, is live from the accident spot. Dushman ji, आप बता सकते हैं कि accident spot पे कौन-कौन है अभी? कितना number of teams है? कितने लोग हैं वहाँ पर अभी?
देखिए, मैं कुछ आंकड़ा देना चाहता हूं। अभी जो हाल ही में जो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, रेलवे की तरफ से बोला गया है, 288 अभी डेथ हुआ है, जैसे कि हुआ है, और 1200 से ज़्यादा लोग घायल हो चुके हैं। अभी देखिए, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। एक एक करके हम जिस बोगी को दिखा रहे हैं, यही वो बोगी है जहां पर अभी भी लोग दबे हुए हैं, और एक एक करके निकाला जा रहा है। यहाँ पर जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, आप देखिए वो विजुअल हम दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से। यही वो प्लेस थे जहाँ पर एक बग्गी दूसरी जो एक पटरी से दूसरी पटरी तक जहाँ पर मालवाही ट्रेन थी, वो इसके ऊपर चढ़ गई, और अभी एक एक करके जो अंदर ट्रेन के बग्गी में फंसे हुए हैं, एक एक करके लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है। मैं पूरा रेस्क्यू लाइव एक्सक्लूसिव दिखाना चाहता हूँ किस तरह से अभी रेस्क्यू चल रहा है। देखिए, ये जो रेस्क्यू चल रहा है, देखिए ये ऑपरेशन अभी भी चल रहा है। कटर वगैरह लगाया गया है, कैसे कटिंग करके अंदर घुस रहे हैं। जो ओड्राफ एनडीआरएफ के नौजवान अभी घुस रहे हैं, और एक एक करके जो निकाला जा रहा है। और अभी तक ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा तैयारी किया जा रहा है कि कैसे जल्द से जल्द रेस्क्यू की तरह किस तरह से जल्द रेस्क्यू करना चाहता।
जी दुश्मन जी, अभी भी तो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस हो रहे हैं, वो अभी कुछ ही घंटों के लिए भी होंगे। उसके बाद जो ट्रेन बोगीज के साथ वो क्या हो गए? All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection, but right now what we're showing you is an aerial view of the accident site in Balasore. Remember, this is rescue operations continue and they're underway right now. Multiple teams of the IAF, the NDRF, the Odisha Rapid Action Force as well, they're on the ground trying to find as many survivors as possible. The current status is that 288 people have been killed, have tragically lost their lives. Now, multiple states have also been sending teams. Bengal has sent a team as well. Beyond that, Tamil Nadu has also sent a team, essentially because they also want to help when it comes to coordinating the rescue operations that are taking place. Compensation has been announced by the Prime Minister, by the Railway Minister, by different state leaders as well. We'll have to wait to see essentially whether there are more survivors that can be rescued from the accident site. But we're showing you all the different visuals that we've managed to get. Again, 288 people have been killed and more than 1,000 people have been injured. Right now, we're going to be heading into a very short break, but do stay with us for more.
Happen in Kurukshetra, Haryana, where the further course of action. And yesterday this was something which was announced by the farmers as well. And farmers are one such group who have extended their huge support out in the public domain to that of the wrestlers as well. And they are going to carry out the further shape of the overall protest. Yesterday as well, we have heard the bite of Rakesh Tiket, where he clearly informed the public that if need be, they are going to yet again block the roads and borders of the national capital Delhi, which they have done at the time of 3 farm laws as well. And also they also have the option to plan a protest nationwide if their demands are not met. At the same time, they are also going to hold deputation to the President and Home Ministry as well. And clearly, Rakesh Tiket also informed that there has been a communication as well that if any of the delegation of Khap Panchayat, if they want to meet any of the prominent person from the government, then it will also be managed, it will also be exercised. So there is a open communication which is happening, but in a way also we should call it a back channel support, a back channel communication as well. And this is something which has been filed by Arun Dhante as well, who tracks the ruling dispensation for CNN News 18, that one of the prominent leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is Union Minister from the Western UP, he also spoke to the wrestlers at the time when they gathered at the Harki Pauri site, which clearly indicates that there is some form of the communication, you call it indirectly, which is happening between the wrestlers and some of the prominent people from the ruling dispensation side as well to come out over a consensus as to how to take this forward in a respectable manner. Back to you.
Anshul, as far as the Ayodhya administration's decision is concerned, how should one look at it? Purely from the point of view that, Ayodhya is a sensitive place, there is a temple construction going on, you would not want a crowd there, and 11 lakh plus people as the number was being thrown could create an administration issue. Should we look at it from that point of view, or are you also seeing political signals being given as far as this denial of permission is concerned?
So definitely the significance is much higher, but yes, on record, the records that have come out is that the administration has said that 11 lakh people gathering at a place in Ayodhya can actually be a very big law and order issue, and hence the permission has not been granted. But the significance, as you rightly mentioned, is way higher than this, because this rally was the show of strength of Brijbhushan Sharan Singh, where for the first time he would have gone out on public along with Shias who would have come out and extended their support towards Brijbhushan Sharan Singh, because since day one we have heard that several allegations have been leveled against Brijbhushan Sharan Singh. On the other hand, he since day one has been defending himself alone and has been saying that all these allegations are baseless and he's ready to hang himself if any of these allegations are proven true.
Brijbhushan Singh now appears to be on the back foot, and that's the news that we are breaking at the top of the hour. Amidst heat on Brijbhushan Singh, the Uttar Pradesh administration has denied permission to Bhushan to hold a rally in Ayodhya. This rally was scheduled for June 5th. But now we are told that the local administration there has refused to give permission for this rally. Brijbhushan himself has put up a Facebook post in which he has confirmed that he's...
Welcome back. The three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train has left over 288 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is at the accident site and has said that the focus is on rescue operations. The Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the accident, and Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is slated to visit the spot in a short while from now. Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has also reached the accident site and is taking stock of the situation. Prime Minister Modi has taken stock of the situation already and has spoken with Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, assuring all possible help. Now, Odisha's Chief Secretary Pradeep Jaina, in an interview with CNN News 18, had expressed his deep regret over the unfortunate accident. There was also a short briefing earlier this morning about the latest update when it comes to the rescue operations. Now, a range of helpline numbers has also been issued. All private and government hospitals in nearby districts, including the state capital Bhubaneswar, have been placed on high alert, with rescue operations still underway. And Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has set up a panel led by the state IT minister to visit the accident site and help when it comes to relief and rescue operations. Additionally, hospitals in Vizag and Shirakulam are also making arrangements to treat the injured. Grievance and emergency control rooms have also been set up with helpline numbers. We are crossing over CNN News 18's Arunima to get us more details. Arunima, over to you.
So, like you just pointed out, thankfully all agencies, all state governments, they're putting their hands up and getting counted. This is an immensely grave tragedy that has struck, and so far all agencies are trying their best. As time is ticking away, chances of finding survivors are also dimming. We have put out visuals of how the National Disaster Relief Force, which sent a team immediately yesterday and three more reached later. So total 4 teams of NDRF are there on the ground. Having them is a bonus because they have the equipment. When this kind of a train accident happened, everything is mangled, and we are told at least one compartment has crushed another. So to try and remove the compartment on top and get out people from the compartment below, or even bodies, requires manpower, requires equipment. So the NDRF teams on the ground there are some pictures which show that they're even managed to enter a few bogies and trying to look below the mangled sleepers or mangled bunks. It's a tough task. The casualty rate is rising with every passing hour, but they're trying their best, and miracles do happen, so they're not letting go of hope yet.
Isn't there also equipment that can be used to cut the bogies in half in case there are survivors underneath the bogies?
Yes, but there's also a risk. Now, while you're cutting into half, what if you cut through somebody who's still breathing? So there are multiple steps that you have to take before you decide on the best course of action. NDRF has trained canine squad which help in such situations. Their personnel are trained to handle such situations. So professionally, I think the best men and women are on duty. But the magnitude of the tragedy is such, and like I said, with every passing hour, with every passing minute, hopes of finding survivors are dimming. There are body parts strewn across, some bodies which can't even be identified. So it's a tough task, but like I said, all agencies are contributing in whatever way they can. Medical teams are also there with NDRF, the first aid team, which can provide immediate assistance and then push them off if they require critical care. So we're just keeping our fingers crossed. Perhaps in another 3-4 hours, we'll have another round of update.
Absolutely. Arunima, a few follow-up questions. Now, opposition leaders are, again, they're expressing their condolences, but they're also raising questions about this being a signalling issue. Now, the Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the incident, but what do we know about what the cause was behind this tragic accident?
I think it's too early for anybody to come down and tell us exactly what happened. I think the entire focus right now is on rescue and relief. The numbers, it began in 10s and 20s and went up to hundreds. So we don't really know because the speed at which one of the trains was operating was so high. We just don't know how many people have ultimately lost their lives. So entire focus of the machinery right now is relief and rescue to ensure that whoever can get immediate medical attention and can survive, that medical attention is given to that person. And once that is over, once rescue and relief is over, that inquiry will start taking shape. I think the people who are investigating will then reach ground zero and we'll know for sure. But at this stage, the entire focus is more to know how to survive, how to make people survive, how to help survivors, get over their injuries rather than look for immediate cause. But you're right, there are some political questions that are being asked of the government.
Absolutely. Would you also be able to tell us about the number of rescue personnel that are on the ground right now responding to this emergency situation?
So, like I said, there are 4 teams of the NDRF which are there. The SDRF, which is the State Disaster Relief Force, they are on ground. The local fire units, the local medical corps, they're all there. If required, the defense forces will also be asked to step up. So as far as resources are concerned, and even from neighboring states, not just Odisha, but Andhra Pradesh, also West Bengal, they're also sending whatever help is required. Hospitals in the nearby areas have been asked to keep their beds empty for critical care and be on standby because the hospitals in this area in Odisha are overflowing. So it is a situation where all agencies have their hands on the deck. They're trying their best to ensure that if critical care is needed, nobody dies just because medical attention was not made available at that point.
Absolutely. And another very important aspect that's also coming to light is how locals and civilians, they've completely stepped up, done their part. There are long lines outside of medical colleges, outside of hospitals, so that they can donate blood. And I believe overnight, over 500 units of blood has been collected.
Yes, so heartening, isn't it? And civilians in this country have always shown a large heart. Every time an accident happens, they are the first responder, be it air accidents or be it train accidents. And in this case, too, people of Odisha have showed that they have a large heart. They tried to with their bare hands, pull out whoever they could. And even now at hospitals, the civilians and the local police have lined up to donate blood. Like I said, the magnitude is huge. We don't really know how overwhelmed the medical facilities in Odisha are at the moment. But the help from the civilians would definitely give the nurses, the doctors, the paramedics more hope to just fight on.
Absolutely. Arnima, thank you so much for those details. Please do stay with us. We're also going to be crossing over to CNN News 18's Akash Sharma to bring us more on this. Akash, good morning. Tell us more about what you know when it comes to the rescue operations that are taking place.
So the latest information is that Indian Army has in fact been deployed in the rescue operation, and Air Force was on standby. In fact, it was mentioned by Rail Minister last night, and the whole focus is on rescue operation, Aisha, because you see 12 hours have already been passed. In fact, more than 12 hours have passed, and we know that how it was a side-in collision, in fact, because first train got derailed, and after that the second train rammed into those derailed coaches. So it was a sort of side collision. And whenever such incident happens, so, the priority shifts to, get the men out of the particular coach. And this is the reason why, in fact, from after, 12 to 13 hours, in fact, we are unable to get everyone out of those coaches because of the intensity of this particular accident. But as of now, we are learning that Indian Army has been deployed to assist the evacuation and also the treatment. In fact, the medical team and the engineers team with ambulances and support services have been sent to the particular spot. This is what we have been learning from our sources. And you see, Aisha, Rail Minister was there on the spot, and he has categorically mentioned that an inquiry has been initiated in this particular matter. We'll get to know as to what went wrong, but it seems like it can be a human error as well, because you see a number of things work simultaneously as far as rail network is concerned. We have the automatic signaling system, we have the manual intervention of station master, then we have the whole control panel. So there can be anything that was at fault. There can be a technical failure as well. So we'll get to know after the inquiry, but as of now, the whole focus is on rescue. We are learning that more than 250 people, more than 250 dead bodies, I should say, have been recovered so far. These numbers are going up and up. State authorities are confirming these numbers. Railways is categorically saying that they are putting out these emergency numbers. In fact, several help desks have been created at several stations, and not just help desks, but special train is being operated for the stranded passengers, because other than these passengers who were injured or the passengers who have lost their lives, we have several other passengers who were traveling in these trains, and these passengers have been, were basically going to some sort of, specific destinations, and that's why Railway has arranged vehicles, buses late at night, and now we're learning about a special train that has been, operated by Railways to get these people, in fact, to let them reach to their destination. But rescue operation is on. Several teams, in fact, Arunima was mentioning about the efforts by NDRF. State agencies are also there, local police, railway protection force, railway officers, and, in fact, local people have gathered on site and are basically assisting in this particular operation.
Absolutely. Akash, now, considering what you were saying about how, again, a probe has been ordered into the incident, a committee will also be formed to essentially conduct that probe. What do we know about what's taking place when it comes to, let's say, today? Now, multiple trains have been cancelled. They've been put on hold. They've been delayed. What exactly is the Railway Ministry doing right now to ensure, let's say that this is a technical fault. Now, we don't know the reason right now, but what is being done to ensure that a similar incident doesn't occur today?
Two separate things. First one is the inquiry, because we still don't know as to what was the reason. But yes, Railway has clarified that it was not a head-on collision, because several parties are commenting on cover system of Indian Railways. But Railways has somewhere, categorically mentioned that it was just a derailment. It can be a side collision. In fact, a spokesperson of Indian Railways last night to CNN News18 confirmed that it was first derailment, and after that, the second derailment happened because of the first one, because of the coaches that were on the track, and the second train rammed into those coaches. So it can be considered as a side collision, but it was not a head-on collision. Secondly, talking about the efforts that have been made, yes, several trains have been cancelled, so the whole focus is on first the rescue operation and then clearing the track, because we have to see the particular traffic management as well, and we have to resume the particular traffic on that track. So that's why the whole focus is on clearing the track, and after that the operation will be resumed, because thousands of passengers are affected in a way that several trains have been cancelled, have been short terminated, and have been diverted as well. So Railways, as of now, is putting all the efforts in helping those who are in need, and also in clearing the track as well.
All right, Akash, thank you for those details, and Arnima, thank you as well. But I'd like to request that our reporters stay with us. We are going to continue our coverage of what's taking place in Odisha when it comes to the train tragedy. Right now, though, we're heading into a very short break. Do stay with us.
Which was organized in Muzaffarnagar. Today there is this huge Mahapanchayat as well, where tickets are going to participate, and the further course of action will be decided over the course of restless protest as well. So
Nikhil, hold on. Nikhil, do hold on. Let me also bring in Anshul into the conversation. Anshul, on the face of it, it looks like that Brijbhushan Singh has decided to postpone the rally. In this Facebook post, he says because the Supreme Court is monitoring it, there's a police investigation going on. But this was the fact even when the rally was, announced. What has really changed is the fact that world bodies like the International Wrestling Federation and the Indian International Olympic Association, they have issued statements. Could that be a factor as far as Brijbhushan's rethink is concerned?
Well, definitely there is a lot of pressure on the government at this point in time, because the manner in which the wrestlers have carried out this entire movement, this entire protest, that has made a lot of headlines, and that has actually brought a lot of embarrassment to the government, especially after the incidents that happened on the 28th of May, where all these international champions were in fact dragged by the Delhi police and were thrown inside the jail. In fact, they were detained for more than 12 hours. So yes, there is a lot of controversy and criticism that is ongoing against the government, and hence somewhere or the other the government and the administration actually at this point wants that this entire investigation should be done in a free and fair manner, and hence the noise around it should be muted, and that could be one of the reasons why the rally that was supposed to be conducted by Brijbhushan Sharan Singh with cheers who would have come out in his support, that has been taken down, because any sort of statements could have been made in that rally, and again that would have made headlines, and eventually that means that would have brought more questions to the administration and to the government. So this could be one of the reasons why this entire rally has now been postponed. So yes, the government is trying to make sure that this entire investigation happens in a free and fair manner. On the other hand, sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are in the last leg of the investigation, and over the next 10 to 15 days, we could expect some action from the Delhi police, where they could actually go ahead and file a charge sheet in this entire matter, or if at all the charges are not found, then a final report could also be filed in the court of law. However, status reports are continuously being filed in front of the Supreme Court at this point in time. So yes, the investigation is ongoing, but yes, the kind of noises that is being made, that could actually divert the attention from the investigation, and hence it has now been decided that the rally that was supposed to be held on the 5th.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage of the Odisha train tragedy where over 288 people have lost their lives while over 1,000 others have been injured. Rescue operations are still underway. Now, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is at the accident site and has said that the focus is on rescue operations and rescuing survivors. Now, the Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the incident, while State Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has also reached the accident site. Prime Minister Modi has taken stock of the situation as well and has spoken with Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, assuring all possible help. Now, a range of helpline numbers have also been issued. We continue to flash those numbers for you on our screens. And all private and government hospitals in nearby districts, including the state capital Bhubaneswar, have been placed on high alert, with rescue operations still underway. Now, one-day state mourning has been declared in Odisha and Tamil Nadu. Remember, this is one of the worst railway accidents that India has ever witnessed.
बहुत ही बड़ी ट्रैजिक एक्सीडेंट है ये और सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं के साथ हमारी प्रार्थना है। कल रात से कंटिन्यूअसली रेलवे, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और राज्य सरकार सभी मिलके रेस्क्यू का ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की बड़ी ट्रेजेडी में जितना एफर्ट लगाया जाए उतना कम होता है। कहीं पर भी जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हेल्थ फैसिलिटी होगी वो दी जाएगी और इस प्रॉब्लम के, इस एक्सीडेंट के रूट कॉज में जाएंगे। किस कारण से ये प्रॉब्लम हुई वो पूरा का पूरा टेक्निकल से और किस भी कारण से हुई हो वो समझा जाएगा।
So far around 900 passengers have been injured and are being treated in various hospitals in Balasore, Mayurbhanj, Bhadrak, Jajpur and Cuttack districts, including in the two medical colleges of Cuttack and Balasore. And so far we have got reports of 233 deaths. This operation is getting little difficult in the sense it has been so badly damaged that possibly railway crane might also be required.
हमारी 6 टीम लगी हुई है यहाँ पर और हमारे डॉग्स भी लगे हुए हैं और हमारी मेडिकल टीम भी लगी हुई है और लगातार हम काम कर रहे हैं। जितना बन सके हम लोग सभी मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। जितने थे लाइव विक्टिम लगभग हम लोग निकाल लिए हैं और अभी जो भी डेड बॉडीज है उनको हम लोग निकाल रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए अपने आप का सेफ्टी को देखते हुए हमको काम करना है, हो जाएगा जल्दी।
हम 4 आईएएस ऑफिसर, मिनिस्टर, भद्रक, बालेश्वर का सब एमएलए, एमपी यहाँ पे हैं। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। वो जो अफेक्टेड है वो उनके हेल्थ सर्विस के लिए बालेश्वर हॉस्पिटल, भद्रक हॉस्पिटल के शिफ्ट कर जाए। सब कुछ समझ व्यवस्था मुख्यमंत्री जी ने किया।
वही करमंडल ट्रेन जिसके अंदर हम हैं, जिस पर इतना बड़ा हादसा कल घट गया है और हम ट्रेन के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। ये जो बगी पे हम खड़े हैं ये ट्रेन ट्रैक से कम 20 फीट के दूर पर जाके उखड़ गया है और जाके पड़ा हुआ है। और जब यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए थे, पूरा खचाखच भरा हुआ था ये ट्रेन, तभी ये हादसा घटा है। और आप देख सकते हैं लोग ने अपने जूते तो को ट्रेन के अंदर छोड़ के वो भाग गए हैं, क्योंकि सबको जान बचाना था, सबको पहले अपने परिवार की जान बचाना था, इसलिए वो भाग गए हैं। लेकिन इसी ट्रेन से आगे वाला बगी देखेंगे, आगे वाला डिब्बे पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे मौत हुई है और अभी भी उसमें से जो डेड बॉडी है वो निकाला रहा है एवं हम देखेंगे तो धीरे धीरे डेड बॉडी जो है वो भी निकाला जा रहा है। और दूसरे तरफ आप देखेंगे लोग कैसे अपने सामान को छोड़ के अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भाग गए हैं। और हम बाहर की तस्वीर भी थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, बाहर की हालात कैसा है वो भी दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और ये जो डिब्बे के अंदर है ये कितना दूर आके पड़ा हुआ है इसका भी तस्वीर थोड़ा हम बाहर से दिखाएंगे, जो कैसे कितना दूर है ट्रक से, कितना दूर यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा एक दुर्घटना है। और ये करमंडल एक्सप्रेस है जिसका हम स्लीपर क्लास का जो स्लीपर क्लास के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। और ये ट्रेन को हम बोलेंगे, ये डिब्बे को देखेंगे तो ये भी एक तरफ से झुका हुआ है, 60 डिग्री झुका हुआ है। हम भी खड़े हैं तो आपका अनुमान होगा ये पूरा सीधा खड़ा नहीं है, एक तरफ झुक के रुक गया है, पलटा नहीं है, सिर्फ रुक गया है ये ट्रेन के अंदर। और बाहर की तस्वीर हम देखेंगे, इस ट्रेन से जुड़े हुए दूसरे डिब्बे की तस्वीर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे तो ये कैसे वो उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। ये थोड़ा अभी हम दिखाते हैं कैसे उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। बाहर के डिब्बे जो इससे आगे वाला डिब्बा था वो अलग हो गया, पूरी तरह से अलग हो गया है। और वो देख सकते हैं आप, पूरा अलग हो गया है। और ये जो डब्बा है यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। और ये ट्रक नहीं है, ये ट्रक से बहुत दूर की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्रक से कितने दूर पर ये घटना घटी है। और ये इससे देख के एक बात को पता चलता है जो कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना था। और सबसे बड़े बात यह है कि जब करमंडल एक्सप्रेस आ रहा था उसका स्पीड कितना था, उसका तेज कितना था, जिससे वजह से इतने दूर तक जो डिब्बे थे वो उखड़ गया। और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, क्योंकि हम दिखेंगे, हम एक डिब्बा पे हैं, दूसरा डिब्बा यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और तीसरा डिब्बा आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। ये तस्वीर देख के आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं ये हालत एक्चुअली कैसा है और कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना घटा है। और ये रेलवे इतिहास में देखें तो बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सीडेंट है, जिसके वजह से अभी तक जो डेथ की काउंटिंग है वो बढ़ रहा है और धीरे धीरे 250 से ज्यादा हो चुका है। और लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे डेड बॉडी अभी भी फंसा हुआ है और उनको निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो बड़े बात यह है कि अभी तो इंक्वायरी होगा और किसकी गलती वजह से ये इतना बड़ा घटना घटा ये तो अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़े बात है अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जिसको जोरदार किया जा रहा है।
Announced, what has really changed is the fact that world bodies like the International Wrestling Federation and the Indian International Olympic Association, they have issued statements. Could that be a factor as far as Brij Bhushan's rethink is concerned?
Well, definitely there is a lot of pressure on the government at this point in time, because the manner in which the wrestlers have carried out this entire movement, this entire protest, that has made a lot of headlines and that has actually brought a lot of embarrassment to the government, especially after the incidents that happened on the 28th of May, where all these international champions were in fact dragged by the Delhi police and were thrown inside the jail. In fact, they were detained for more than 12 hours. So yes, there is a lot of controversy and criticism that is ongoing against the government, and hence somewhere or the other the government and the administration actually at this point wants that this entire investigation should be done in a free and fair manner, and hence the noise around it should be muted, and that could be one of the reasons why the rally that was supposed to be conducted by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh with cheers who would have come out in his support, that has been taken down, because any sort of statements could have been made in that rally, and again that would have made headlines, and eventually that means that would have brought more questions to the administration and to the government. So this could be one of the reasons why this entire rally has now been postponed. So yes, the government is trying to make sure that this entire investigation happens in a free and fair manner. On the other hand, sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are in the last leg of the investigation, and over the next 10 to 15 days we could expect some action from the Delhi police, where they could actually go ahead and file a charge sheet in this entire matter, or if at all the charges are not found, then a final report could also be filed in the court of law. However, status reports are continuously being filed in front of the Supreme Court at this point in time. So yes, the investigation is ongoing, but yes, the kind of noises that is being made, that could actually divert the attention from the investigation, and hence it has now been decided that the rally that was supposed to be held on the 5th of May in Ayodhya has now been postponed. So yes, it remains to be seen as to when will be the next date of rally come up, and as to how quickly will the Delhi police finally conclude investigation and file that charge sheet or the final report, whichever they deem it's necessary.
Right. Nikhil, this was meant to be a show of strength in support of Brijbhushan Singh, isn't it? Have the wrestlers reacted when this rally was announced, and are they reacting now that the administration has decided to withdraw permission?
Well, this is the important question here, because after the incident which took place at the Har Ki Pauri
Hello and welcome everybody. You are watching Breaking on News 18. My name is Aisha Varma and this is the 10 a.m. bulletin. Now our top focus remains on the three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore district between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train. It has left over 288 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is at the accident site and is taking stock of the situation. He has said that the main focus is on rescue operations and getting the survivors out. Now, the Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the matter, and Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik is also at the accident site taking stock of the situation. Now, Prime Minister Modi has spoken about the accident with Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, assuring all possible help. A range of helpline numbers has also been issued, and all state hospitals have been placed on high alert. Now, a one-day state mourning has been declared in two states, Odisha and Tamil Nadu. This is one of the worst railway accidents that India has ever witnessed. Now, when it comes to some updates that we have on this story, the Indian Army has been deployed to assist in evacuation ops and the treatment of injured citizens as well. The Army's medical and engineering teams, along with ambulances and support services, have also been deployed from the Eastern Command. Now, the teams have been routed from multiple bases so as to reach the place of incident as early as possible. Remember, this is in Balasore district. Now, 200 ambulances have also been deployed. 45 mobile health teams have been deployed. 50 additional doctors have been mobilized, and 25 teams of doctors from the SCB have also been mobilized. Forensic medicine specialists beyond this have also been mobilized, and those are the current updates that we have. What we're showing you again are visuals of the accident site. But when it comes to those teams that have been deployed, essentially it's multiple teams of the NDRF, the IAF. As we mentioned, the Indian Army is deploying more personnel to help with the rescue operations that are taking place. There are 25 teams of doctors from the SCB which has been mobilized. Let's listen in to some statements that have come in.
बहुत ही बड़ी ट्रैजिक एक्सीडेंट है ये, और सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं के साथ हमारी प्रार्थना है। कल रात से कंटिन्यूअसली रेलवे, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और राज्य सरकार सभी मिलके रेस्क्यू का ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की बड़ी ट्रेजेडी में जितना एफर्ट लगाया जाए उतना कम होता है। कहीं पर भी जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हेल्थ फैसिलिटी होगी वो दी जाएगी, और इस प्रॉब्लम के, इस एक्सीडेंट के रूट कॉज में जाएंगे। किस कारण से ये प्रॉब्लम हुई वो पूरा का पूरा टेक्निकल से और किस भी कारण से हुई हो वो समझा जाएगा।
So far, around 900 passengers have been injured and are being treated in various hospitals in Balasore, Mayurbhanj, Bhadrak, Jashpur and Cuttack districts, including in the two medical colleges of Cuttack and Balasore. This operation is getting little difficult in the sense it has been so badly damaged that possibly railway crane might also be required.
हमारी 6 टीम लगी हुई है यहाँ पर, और हमारे डॉग्स भी लगे हुए हैं, और हमारी मेडिकल टीम भी लगी हुई है, और लगातार हम काम कर रहे हैं। जितना बन सके हम लोग सभी मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। जितने थे लाइव विक्टिम लगभग हम लोग निकाल लिए हैं, और अभी जो भी डेड बॉडीज है उनको हम लोग निकाल रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए अपने आप का सेफ्टी को देखते हुए हमको काम करना है, हो जाएगा जल्दी।
हम 4 IAS ऑफिसर, मिनिस्टर, भद्रक, बालेश्वर का सब एमएलए एमपी यहाँ पे हैं। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। वो जो अफेक्टेड है वो उनके हेल्थ सर्विस के लिए बालेश्वर हॉस्पिटल, भद्रक हॉस्पिटल के शिफ्ट कर जाए। सब कुछ समझ व्यवस्था मुख्यमंत्री जी ने किया।
ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहां खुद पहुंचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहां बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचाव और राहत कार्य पर वहां पर चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहां पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहां पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है। तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहां से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहां पर पहुंचे हैं और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम। नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहां पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहां पर की जा रही है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहां पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहां पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है। अभी हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
Whether we require blood or not, people say we are giving blood, please collect blood from us. So that's a very good sign. And not only in Balasore, in Bhadrak we have seen, in Cuttack also we have seen. Now I am getting lot of Twitter messages requesting that we would like to donate blood in Berhampur, in this place, that place. So we are telling right now we don't need, but when we need, we will certainly ask for volunteers. So this is a good sign. And not only that, yesterday even since the accident till now, local people, local volunteers are rendering a lot of support to our rescue professionals, both in rescue as well as lifting the injured persons, the dead bodies, so local, and also arranging drinking water, somewhere somebody is distributing food. So they are doing a lot of good work in the field.
यह है वही करमंडल ट्रेन जिसके अंदर हम हैं, जिस पर इतना बड़ा हादसा कल घट गया है और हम ट्रेन के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। ये जो बगी पे हम खड़े हैं, ये ट्रेन ट्रैक से कम 20 फीट के दूर पर जाके उखड़ गया है और जाके पड़ा हुआ है। और जब यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए थे, पूरा खचाखच भरा हुआ था ये ट्रेन, तभी ये हादसा घटा है। और आप देख सकते हैं लोग ने अपने जूते तो को ट्रेन के अंदर छोड़ के वो भाग गए हैं, क्योंकि सबको जान बचाना था, सबको पहले अपने परिवार की जान बचाना था, इसलिए वो भाग गए हैं। लेकिन इसी ट्रेन से आगे वाला बगी देखेंगे, आगे वाला डिब्बे पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे मौत हुई है। और अभी भी उसमें से जो डेड बॉडी है वो निकाला जा रहा है, एवं हम देखेंगे तो धीरे धीरे डेड बॉडी जो है वो भी निकाला जा रहा है। और दूसरे तरफ आप देखेंगे लोग कैसे अपने सामान को छोड़ के अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भाग गए हैं। और हम बाहर की तस्वीर भी थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, बाहर की हालात कैसा है वो भी दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और ये जो डिब्बे के अंदर है ये कितना दूर आके पड़ा हुआ है, इसका भी तस्वीर थोड़ा हम बाहर से दिखाएंगे, कैसे कितना दूर है ट्रक से, कितना दूर यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा एक दुर्घटना है। और ये करमंडल एक्सप्रेस है जिसका हम स्लीपर क्लास का स्लीपर क्लास के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। और ये ट्रेन को हम बोलेंगे, ये डिब्बे को देखेंगे तो ये भी एक तरफ से झुका हुआ है, 60 डिग्री झुका हुआ है। हम भी खड़े हैं तो आपका अनुमान होगा ये पूरा सीधा खड़ा नहीं है, एक तरफ झुक के रुक गया है, पलटा नहीं है, सिर्फ रुक गया है ये ट्रेन के अंदर। और बाहर की तस्वीर हम देखेंगे, इस ट्रेन से जुड़े हुए दूसरे डिब्बे की तस्वीर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे तो ये कैसे वो उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। ये थोड़ा भी हम दिखाते हैं कैसे उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। बाहर के डिब्बे जो इससे आगे वाला डिब्बा था वो अलग हो गया, पूरी तरह से अलग हो गया है। और वो देख सकते हैं आप, पूरा अलग हो गया है। और ये जो डब्बा है यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, और ये ट्रक नहीं है, ये ट्रक से बहुत दूर की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्रक से कितने दूर पर ये घटना घटी है। और ये इससे देख के एक बात को पता चलता है जो कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना था। और सबसे बड़े बात यह है कि जब करमंडल एक्सप्रेस आ रहा था उसका स्पीड कितना था, उसका तेज कितना था, जिससे वजह से इतने दूर तक जो डिब्बे थे वो उखड़ गया। और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, क्योंकि हम दिखेंगे, हम एक डिब्बा पे हैं, दूसरा डिब्बा यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और तीसरा डिब्बा आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। ये तस्वीर देख के आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं ये हालात एक्चुअली कैसा है और कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना घटा है। और ये रेलवे इतिहास में देखें तो बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सीडेंट है, जिसके वजह से अभी तक जो डेथ की काउंटिंग है वो बढ़ रहा है और धीरे धीरे 250 से ज्यादा हो चुका है। और लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे डेड बॉडी अभी भी फंसा हुआ है और उनको निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो बड़े बात यह है कि अभी तो इंक्वायरी होगा और किसकी गलती वजह से ये इतना बड़ा घटना घटा, ये तो अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़े बात है अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, जिसको जोरदार किया जा रहा है।
Now, there's breaking news coming in. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has set up a panel led by the state IT minister to visit the accident site and help when it comes to relief and rescue operations. Now, additionally, multiple hospitals in Vizag, Vizianagaram and Srikakulam are making arrangements to treat the injured. Now, a grievance and emergency control room has also been set up along with helpline numbers. Now, remember, Odisha is not the only state which is conducting rescue and relief operations. Of course, they are the main state conducting it and helming it, but multiple states, including Tamil Nadu and Bengal, are also sending teams. And the information that we just brought to you is also that the state of Andhra is also preparing their own hospitals, because this accident, over 288 people have died. Over 288 people have lost their lives, and over 1,000 people have been injured in this accident. Now, this is essentially overwhelming the hospitals in Odisha as well, which is why other hospitals in other states are essentially being prepared. So the specific situation when it comes to what's taking place right now in Odisha, in Balasore district, is that rescue and relief operations are still underway. Now, beyond Andhra Pradesh as well, the state of Bengal has also sent a team. The Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is also monitoring the situation. Just a short while ago, we'd even cut across to Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. Essentially, he had also declared a one-day state mourning, which is also taking place in Odisha as well today. And what he had also said is that all celebrations, of course, since the state is in mourning, all celebrations, and this includes Karunanidhi's birthday celebrations have been cancelled. So multiple states are getting together to ensure that rescue and relief operations are being conducted in as smooth a manner as possible, with as many personnel on ground to respond to the emergency situation. Remember, there are multiple teams of the NDRF, the IAF, the Odisha Rapid Action Force as well, who are on the ground rescuing survivors. The current status, again, is that 288 people have lost their lives, while over 1,000 others have been injured. We are crossing over to CNN News 18, Swastika Das, to tell us more about what's taking place, how Andhra Pradesh is essentially also helping when it comes to the rescue and relief operations. Swastika, over to you.
Aisha, yes, in the wake of this catastrophic tragedy, which has claimed over 288 lives and counting, Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has constituted a high-level panel, which is being led by State IT Minister Gudivada Amarnath, which they've already reached the accident site, is what they're given to understand, to ascertain the scale and magnitude of the damages that needs to be done. So from Andhra's side, the help that they're extending is with regards to the relief and rescue operations. They've also set up remand cells and control rooms across the state so that those who are injured, those whose family members have not been traced yet, can control and contact, so that subsequently the information can be reached out to the first responders teams on the ground. The other aspect is that in areas like Srikakulam, Vizianagaram and Vizag and other districts also, border districts specifically near Odisha, ambulances have been kept ready, and even hospitals are making arrangements. To make sure that those who are injured are taken good care of, provided if there is any scarcity that Odisha could be facing at the moment. So all of these decisions will be taken based on the assessment that is carried out by 3 IAS officers and the minister who are at the spot right now.
Absolutely. Swastika, you were telling us more details about the hospitals which have been put on standby, where they're also going to be preparing in case there's an influx of injured when it comes to the Odisha train tragedy. Could you tell us more about whether any message has been sent to civilians? Because what we've also learned about what took place overnight in Odisha is that 500 units of blood has been collected from locals and civilians. Has a request been sent out to civilians in Andhra Pradesh to also line up to send out to essentially donate blood as well?
Possibly, Aisha, because see, looking at the magnitude of the tragedy, what essentially Jagan Mohan Reddy is intending to do is he's alerting all the district borders, across the borders, Srikakulam, Vizianagaram and Vizag, and other districts which are near to the borders of Odisha. Ambulances have to be kept ready. That is priority number one, so that those who are injured, they can be taken to hospitals within Andhra Pradesh itself, so that the treatment can start as soon as possible. With regards to the number of passengers, injured passengers, that is something that I will have to get back on, and we're waiting for an official version from this panel, which is currently in Odisha at that very accident site, to get back to with a detailed report. But as far as the preparations are concerned, what
absolutely, Swastika, do stay with us. We're going to be crossing over to News 18's Dhruv to get us more exclusive visuals. I believe we've been able to access the signal console of the station, a simulation of it. Dhruv, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. Could you take us through the visuals that you've been able to get us?
Yeah, can you please, repeat the question again?
Absolutely. I believe that you are showing us a simulation of the signal console of the station. Is that correct?
Yeah, not really. First of all, we have the aerial shots with us, and I will try to explain how the accident did happen. And then later on, I think we will have the signal console, but not in this bulletin.
All right, could you take us through
I will explain through the signal console. Is it okay?
Absolutely. Please do continue. Tell us more about the aerial shots. All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection with our reporter there. But essentially, what we've been telling you about this tragic incident, again, is this accident took place yesterday at around 7 in the evening. Rescue operations, it's been 14 hours and counting. Rescue operations are still underway. When it comes to the current status, 288 people have lost their lives. That is the last death toll that we've received as per the last briefing. And over 1,000 people have been injured. We are going to try to reestablish that connection with News 18's Dhrubajot. Dhrubajot, over to you.
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Yes, could you continue showing us the visuals that you were telling us more about?
Yeah, so I will try to explain how did this accident happen. Now we have aerial shots with us, and you can see through these aerial shots, this is the exact spot of the accident site. So now we can see all the coaches of the two Superfast Express trains are, scattered, like, it's mangled, scattered, like this. Now let me try to explain how did this accident happen. Now please take a look. Here we can see there are 4 lines where here we can see there are 4 lines, 4 tracks passing through this particular station called Bahanaga Bazar in Kharagpur division in Southeast Railway zonal jurisdiction. Now what happened yesterday at about 7 p.m. Now there are 4 tracks you can see. So there are 2 tracks, one is up main track and one is down main track. And on the other side, both sides, there are 2 loop lines. So 2 goods trains, they were stationary on those loop lines on the other side of the up main line and down main line. Now what happened at about 7 p.m. This Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express, it was passing through this particular station through the second down line. So one down line was occupied with a stationary goods train, and the Yashwantpur Howrah was passing through the second down line. And at the same time, we can see that another goods train, it was stationary on the 4th track or the right hand side loop line. Now Coromandel Express was coming through the up main line. The Coromandel Express that was Chennai bound was coming from Howrah just after passing Balasore. It was heading towards Bhadrak. Now in between Bhadrak and Balasore, this particular train, Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express that was bound to Howrah, after passing this particular station, got derailed. 4 rear coaches of this Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express got derailed just after crossing this particular station and on a level crossing. Now these 4 coaches, after getting derailed, infringed into the up main line. Now it happened within a couple of minutes. This is very important, and that is probably one of the main reasons why the collision in between Coromandel Express and this Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express could not be averted. Now it happened within couple of minutes. Now through this up main line, Coromandel Express was coming through, and it was running at its highest permissible speed limit at the rate of 130 kilometers per hour. Now at this particular site, Coromandel Express rammed onto those 4 derailed and displaced coaches of Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express. Now the impact was so much that the engine of the Coromandel Express and subsequently 3
so much for showing us those visuals and telling us more about how the accident took place. Remember, an inquiry has been ordered, a probe has been ordered. With this, we're going to head into a very short break, but do stay with us for more.
informed that many of supporters were all set together, but because there is ongoing investigation which is currently happening from the side of the Delhi police, and the matter is also in the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, because Supreme Court is the one who is directing all these things. The matter also reached out at the apex court. So in view of the same, for a few days the rally is being postponed. So if we go by the further details, on other side there is this FIR as well, which is now out in the public domain, where 7 of the complainants filed serious complaint against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh over the sexual allegation, and we have also what we do know is that 2 of the FIRs were also filed, one in the case of POXO Act as well. But now this is one of the big setback, and the reason for the same is being cited that the local administration did not allow the permission for the gathering of 11 lakh people, which was being claimed by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh himself. So obviously it is one of the big setback, but it also brings some of the context as well, that there is something which is cooking inside in camp of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. On one side the FIR has been released, on the other side there is this Mahachetna rally as well, which is now postponed. So we need to see as to how the further developments are going to take place. But clearly now we need to see as to what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is going to further say. On the other side, if we talk about the developments which are happening from the side of the wrestlers as well, there were 5 days time which was sought by Naresh Tiket as to what would be the further course of action as far as the wrestlers protest is concerned, after the Delhi police denied the permission for the same to carry out the ongoing protest at the site of Jantar Mantar. So yesterday as well there was this Mahapanchayat which was organized in Muzaffarnagar. Today there is this huge Mahapanchayat as well, where tickets are going to participate, and the further course of action will be decided over the course of restless protest as well. So
Nikhil, hold on. Nikhil, do hold on. Let me also bring in Anshul into the conversation. Anshul, on the face of it looks like that Brij Bhushan Singh has decided to postpone the rally. In his Facebook post, he says because the Supreme Court is monitoring it, there's a police investigation going on. But this was the fact even when the rally was, announced. What has really changed is the fact that world bodies like the International Wrestling Federation and the Indian International Olympic Association, they have issued statements. Could that be a factor as far as Brij Bhushan's rethink is concerned?
Well, definitely there is a lot of pressure on the government at this point in time, because the manner in which the wrestlers have carried out this entire movement, this entire protest, that has made a lot of headlines, and that has actually brought a lot of embarrassment to the government, especially after the incidents that happened on the 28th of May, where all these international champions were in fact dragged by the Delhi police and were thrown inside the jail. In fact, they were detained for more than 12 hours. So yes, there is a lot of controversy and criticism that is ongoing against the government, and hence somewhere or the other the government and the administration actually at this point wants that this entire investigation should be done in a free and fair manner, and hence the noise around it should be muted, and that could be one of the reasons why the rally that was supposed to be conducted by Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh with cheers who would have come out in his support, that has been taken down, because any sort of statements could have been made in that rally, and again that would have made headlines, and eventually that means that would have brought more questions to the administration and to the government. So this could be one of the reasons why this entire rally has now been postponed. So yes, the government is trying to make sure that this entire investigation happens in a free and fair manner. On the other hand, sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are in the last leg of the investigation, and over the next 10 to 15 days we could expect some action from the Delhi police, where they could actually go ahead and file a charge sheet in this entire matter, or if at all the charges are not found, then a final report could also be filed in the court of law. However, status reports are continuously being filed in front of the Supreme Court at this point in time. So yes, the investigation is ongoing, but yes, the kind of noises that is being made, that could actually divert the attention from the investigation, and hence it has now been decided that the rally that was supposed to be held on the 5th of May in Ayodhya has now been postponed. So yes, it remains to be seen as to when will be the next date of rally come up, and as to how quickly will the Delhi police finally conclude in investigation and file that charge sheet or the final report, whichever they deem it's necessary.
Right. Nikhil, this was meant to be a show of strength in support of Brij Bhushan Singh, isn't it? Have the wrestlers reacted when this rally was announced, and are they reacting now that the administration has decided to withdraw permission?
Well, this is the important question here, because after the incident which took place at the Har Ki Pauri Haridwar, 5 days time, as mentioned earlier as well, was sought by the Naresh Tiket as to what is going to be the further course of action from the wrestler side. But since that particular day, the wrestlers have gone incommunicative. They are not speaking to the media persons as well. In fact, we have spoken to a source who are part of that particular group. They have informed us that till the completion of the 5 days, the wrestlers are not going to be out in the public place. They are not going to appear in any of the Mahapanchayat. They are not going to speak in the public domain as well, or to any of the media persons as well. So as mentioned earlier, that today as well there is a big Mahapanchayat which is going to happen in Kurukshetra, Haryana, where the further course of action. And yesterday this was something which was announced by the farmers as well. And farmers are one such group who have extended their huge support out in the public domain to that of the wrestlers as well. And they are going to carry out the further shape of the overall protest. Yesterday as well we have heard the bite of Rakesh Tiket, where he clearly informed the public that if need be, they are going to yet again block the roads and borders of the national capital Delhi, which they have done at the time of 3 farm laws as well. And also they also have the option to plan a protest nationwide if their demands are not met at this.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage of the Odisha train tragedy. On that note, we have some breaking news coming in. We're going to be shifting focus to that. This is what government sources have been able to tell CNN News 18. We're learning that the Prime Minister has convened a meeting to review the situation in relation to the rail accident that has taken place. To get us more details on this, we're crossing over to our political editor, Maya Shakil.
So the Prime Minister has convened a high-level meeting to review the situation in relation to the rail accident. Remember, the accident happened last evening, but the rescue operation is still on. You know, because if you look at the images that have come in, these are of mangled bodies. And because of the nature of this collision, it has made it even more difficult to carry out the rescue operation, in which several bodies are still trapped inside the rail coaches and underneath those seats. And this is one of those trains in which there are extra passengers, not just one that are listed in the chart which is prepared, but there are a number of extra passengers. And that is the reason why the correct assessment of how many people have lost their lives, how many people were present in those bogies when the accident took place is a huge task. That's why Army, NDRF, SDRF, all of them have been roped in to ensure that the rescue operation is completed at the earliest, and then only the relief work can begin. All the neighboring district hospitals have been alerted, and those injured have been admitted there. But now the situation certainly is not as what the government would have wanted. That's why we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi have a word with Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav last evening as soon as the tragedy, he came to know about the tragedy. He has taken stock of the situation. The rescue operation is underway, what he had tweeted then. And, the need was to immediately share the numbers of the helpline numbers in various districts, because this is a path in which this train moves through various states. So because of its interstate movement, that is the reason why we are seeing cooperation in rescue coming in from Tamil Nadu, from the state of Odisha, and also Bengal. There are concerns also that has been shared by the Jharkhand Chief Minister. So the Prime Minister will be reviewing the situation because Mr. Vaishnav, Railways Minister, has already taken stock of the situation on ground. He has been on ground. He will be able to give a right picture of what he has seen. Prima facie, it looks like that the real cause of the accident is still not known, whether it was signaling error or some kind of human error in this particular case. But the high-level inquiry has been ordered. But the real challenge right now is to rescue people who are still trapped. And that is the reason why this meeting that is going to be chaired by the Prime Minister, which will be attended by members of the Railway Board, the Chairman of the Railway Board, the member traffic, all of them will be present in this meeting. Top officials of the Railways Ministry, NDRF, and other rescue teams, officials will be attending this meeting, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister shortly.
All right, Maria, thank you so much for joining us and for giving us those details. Now, remember, the three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train has left over 288 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured. Now, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is at the accident site and has said that the focus is on rescue operations and on rescuing survivors. The Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the incident as well. Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has also reached the accident site, and Prime Minister Modi has already taken stock of the situation. He's going to be convening a meeting where top railway officials will be taking part. Beyond the railway officials taking part in this, you'll also have NDRF officials taking part. Now, a range of helpline numbers has also been issued, and all state hospitals have been placed on high alert. Now, a one-day state mourning has been declared in Odisha and Tamil Nadu. Remember, this is one of the worst railway accidents that India has ever witnessed. Let's listen into some statements.
बहुत ही बड़ी ट्रैजिक एक्सीडेंट है ये और सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं के साथ हमारी प्रार्थना है। कल रात से कंटिन्यूअसली रेलवे, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और राज्य सरकार सभी मिलके रेस्क्यू का ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की बड़ी ट्रेजेडी में जितना एफर्ट लगाया जाए उतना कम होता है। कहीं पर भी जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हेल्थ फैसिलिटी होगी वो दी जाएगी और इस प्रॉब्लम के, इस एक्सीडेंट के रूट कॉज में जाएंगे। किस कारण से ये प्रॉब्लम हुई वो पूरा का पूरा टेक्निकल से और किस भी कारण से हुई हो वो समझा जाएगा।
So far, around 900 passengers have been injured and are being treated in various hospitals in Balasore, Mayurbhanj, Bhadrak, Jashpur and Cuttack districts, including in the two medical colleges of Cuttack and Balasore. This operation is getting little difficult in the sense it has been so badly damaged that
successive टाइम में सब्सिक्वेंट में पहुंचते रहे। अब वहां पर ये इशू है कि जो बॉडीज हैं या कुछ इंजर्ड लोग हैं जो मैंगल्ड है बॉगीज हैं उसमें फंसे हुए, तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन वी आर एक्सट्रिकेटिंग देम, बिकॉज उनका कोई लिम्ब है या बॉडी में कोई आयरन रॉड्स ऊपर इस तरीके से हो जाती हैं डिफरेंट सिनेरियो में, तो हम वी आर कटिंग एंड टेकिंग देम आउट। सो फाइनल सर्च अभी हम हर बॉगी का कर रहे हैं और उसमें कुछ बॉगीज ऐसी हैं जो टिल्ट हो रखी है, उनको हम लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं देखने के लिए टू इंश्योर दैट देयर इज नो इंजर्ड पर्सन और डेड बॉडीज देयर।
सर, परसेंटेज की अगर बात की जाए रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस की, कल रात से ही आप लोग ने रिस्पांस सिस्टम तुरंत पहुंचा दिया था, कितना लंबा और चल सकता है, कितना परसेंटेज आप मानेंगे कि वर्क कंप्लीटेड है अभी आपके एंड से?
देखिए, ये तो सर्च पे डिपेंड करेगा, बट मैं ये कह सकता हूँ जिस हिसाब से हमारी रेस्क्यू टीम्स हैं और स्टेट का भी कंपोनेंट वहां पर है और बाकी रेलवे अथॉरिटीज सभी एक साथ कंबाइंड एफर्ट में हम लोग कर रहे हैं, तो बॉगी सर्च होने मुझे लगता है कि आज बाय इवनिंग वी विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीट दिस ऑपरेशन।
सर, बाय इवनिंग की आप बात कर रहे हैं, सर्च ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें तो मैनुअली ही चल रहा है या कैनाइन ऑपरेशन भी है जैसे सोशल मीडिया पे एनडीआरएफ जानकारी दे रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये कंबाइंड एक हमारे जो भी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं और हमारे कैनाइंस हैं, इन सबका हम साथ में एक साथ ही यूज करते हैं, इसको अलग अलग नहीं करते हैं। तो अलग अलग तरीके से सर्च का है, अगर कोई आइडेंटिफाई हो जाता है तो हमारी टीम जो है सर्च वाली फिर आगे चली जाती है लोकेट करने वाली, एंड देन उसको जो एक्सट्रिकेट करने की टीम है वो उस जॉब पे आ जाती है।
सर, मुश्किल जॉब प्रतीत होती है फर्स्ट हैंड पे, किस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स आप लोग यूज कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हैवी मटेरियल्स यहाँ पे यूज होने की बात की जा रही है?
देखिए, इस तरह के में क्योंकि हैवी स्टील यूज होती है ट्रेन बॉगीज में, तो हमारे पास में हाई एंड इक्विपमेंट्स हैं जिसमें कि प्लाज्मा कटर है जो कि काफी मोटी स्टील को जो है उसको कट कर सकता है। उसके अलावा और भी कटर्स हैं, कुछ लिफ्टिंग इक्विपमेंट्स हैं जिससे कि इस तरीके की जो हैवी बॉगीज हैं उनको लिफ्टिंग करना या कटिंग करना, वो सारे टूल्स हमारे पास में अवेलेबल हैं।
आखिरी सवाल सर बस आपसे लेंगे, क्योंकि आपकी टीम ग्राउंड जीरो पे है, किस तरीके की फैटेलिटीज और ज्यादा हो सकती है? आपको लगता है सिचुएशन और ज्यादा, क्योंकि अभी जो डेथ्स हैं वो 300 के आसपास रिपोर्ट की जा रही हैं, पहुंच सकती है, आपके हिसाब से आंकड़ा और बढ़ सकता है क्योंकि आपकी टीम ही है जो ग्राउंड जीरो पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कर रही है?
इसमें कहना मुश्किल है। जैसे मैंने बताया, कुछ बॉगीज रह गई हैं जिनको लिफ्ट करके हम लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि उसके नीचे तो कहीं कोई इंजर्ड या डेड बॉडी नहीं है, तो वो नंबर एग्जैक्टली बताना अभी ठीक नहीं होगा।
So thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. So this was Manoj Yadav, who is the DIG of NDRF, closely monitoring the situation. And currently also we are reporting from inside the headquarters, and this is the command center. This is the center from where the control is being observed here. And as you can see in the pictures as well, there is this big screen where the movement, actual movement, so to say, is being organized. This is the point where the accident has taken place. So this is the control room which has been made in particular, and the real-time update is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. And if we move beyond a particular point, there is map location as well, which is also being observed. Not just the map side, but also the social media platforms are also being thoroughly checked by the team of NDRF. So this is the currently command center from where we are reporting from, and in a short while from now, as far as the updates are concerned, Prime Minister is also going to hold this high-level meeting where the DG of NDRF, Atul Karwal, is also going to be a part of the same. With camera person Narinder Singh, Nikhil Lakhwani for CNN News 18.
हमारी 6 टीम लगी हुई है यहाँ पर, और हमारे डॉग्स भी लगे हुए हैं, और हमारी मेडिकल टीम भी लगी हुई है, और लगातार हम काम कर रहे हैं। जितना बन सके हम लोग सभी मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। जितने थे लाइव विक्टिम लगभग हम लोग निकाल लिए हैं, और अभी जो भी डेड बॉडीज है उनको हम लोग निकाल रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए अपने आप का सेफ्टी को देखते हुए हमको काम करना है, हो जाएगा जल्दी।
हम 4 IAS ऑफिसर, मिनिस्टर, भद्रक, बालेश्वर का सब MLA, MP यहाँ पे हैं। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। वो जो अफेक्टेड है वो उनके हेल्थ सर्विस के लिए बालेश्वर हॉस्पिटल, भद्रक हॉस्पिटल के शिफ्ट कर जाए। सब कुछ समझ व्यवस्था मुख्यमंत्री जी ने किया।
ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुंचे हैं, और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है, और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचत और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। NDRF के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहाँ पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहाँ पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है। तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहाँ से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम। नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, NDRF के ऑफिसर भी है, और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है। अभी हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे, लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
यह है वही करमंडल ट्रेन जिसके अंदर हम हैं, जिस पर इतना बड़ा हादसा कल घट गया है और हम ट्रेन के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। ये जो बगी पे हम खड़े हैं, ये ट्रेन ट्रैक से कम 20 फीट के दूर पर जाके उखड़ गया है और जाके पड़ा हुआ है। और जब यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए थे, पूरा खचाखच भरा हुआ था ये ट्रेन, तभी ये हादसा घटा है। और आप देख सकते हैं लोग ने अपने जूते तो को ट्रेन के अंदर छोड़ के वो भाग गए हैं, क्योंकि सबको जान बचाना था, सबको पहले अपने परिवार की जान बचाना था, इसलिए वो भाग गए हैं। लेकिन इसी ट्रेन से आगे वाला बगी देखेंगे, आगे वाला डिब्बे पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे मौत हुई है और अभी भी उसमें से जो डेड बॉडी है वो निकाला जा रहा है। एवं हम देखेंगे तो धीरे धीरे डेड बॉडी जो है वो भी निकाला जा रहा है। और दूसरे तरफ आप देखेंगे लोग कैसे अपने सामान को छोड़ के अपने जान बचाने के लिए भाग गए हैं। और हम बाहर की तस्वीर भी थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, बाहर की हालात कैसा है वो भी दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और ये जो डिब्बे के अंदर है ये कितना दूर आके पड़ा हुआ है, इसका भी तस्वीर थोड़ा हम बाहर से दिखाएंगे, कैसे कितना दूर है ट्रैक से, कितना दूर यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा एक दुर्घटना है। और ये करमंडल एक्सप्रेस है जिसका हम स्लीपर क्लास के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। और ये ट्रेन को हम बोलेंगे, ये डिब्बे को देखेंगे तो ये भी एक तरफ से झुका हुआ है, 60 डिग्री झुका हुआ है। हम भी खड़े हैं तो आपका अनुमान होगा ये पूरा सीधा खड़ा नहीं है, एक तरफ झुक के रुक गया है, पलटा नहीं है, सिर्फ रुक गया है ये ट्रेन के अंदर। और बाहर की तस्वीर हम देखेंगे, इस ट्रेन से जुड़े हुए दूसरे डिब्बे की तस्वीर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे तो ये कैसे वो उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। ये थोड़ा भी हम दिखाते हैं कैसे उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। बाहर के डिब्बे जो इससे आगे वाला डिब्बा था वो अलग हो गया, पूरी तरह से अलग हो गया है। और वो देख सकते हैं आप, पूरा अलग हो गया है। और ये जो डब्बा है यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और ये ट्रक नहीं है, ये ट्रक से बहुत दूर की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्रक से कितने दूर पर ये घटना घटी है। और ये इससे देख के एक बात को पता चलता है जो कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना था। और सबसे बड़े बात यह है कि जब करमंडल एक्सप्रेस आ रहा था उसका स्पीड कितना था, उसका तेज कितना था, जिससे वजह से इतने दूर तक जो डिब्बे थे वो उखड़ गया। और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, क्योंकि हम दिखेंगे, हम एक डिब्बा पे हैं, दूसरा डिब्बा यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और तीसरा डिब्बा आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। ये तस्वीर देख के आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं ये हालत एक्चुअली कैसा है और कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना घटा है। और ये रेलवे इतिहास में देखें तो बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सीडेंट है, जिसके वजह से अभी तक जो डेथ की काउंटिंग है वो बढ़ रहा है और धीरे धीरे 250 से ज्यादा हो चुका है। और लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे डेड बॉडी अभी भी फंसा हुआ है और उनको निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो बड़े बात यह है कि अभी तो इंक्वायरी होगा और किसकी गलती वजह से ये इतना बड़ा घटना घटा, ये तो अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़े बात है अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, जिसको जोरदार किया जा रहा है।
Now, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is taking stock of the situation. She has already expressed condolences and sent a team. Now she is slated to go to Balasore district. Now remember, this accident took place on the Howrah-Chennai main line in the Kharagpur division of the Southeastern Railway, specifically in Balasore district. And that's where Mamata is going to be going to take stock. We're crossing over to CNN News 18's Kamalka Sengupta to get us more details on this. Kamalka, so we're learning that Mamata Banerjee is going to be heading to Balasore.
Yeah, absolutely. Mamata Banerjee from some time heading towards Balasore. She will reach people who are dead or who are missing. They are from Bengal. That's what we are getting it from the railway sources, because it was a Coromandel, Shalimar Coromandel train and express, and also the Yeshwadpur. So a lot of people were from Bengal who are migrant laborers. Most of them where migrant levels. That's what we are getting sources from the railways. So that's why Mamata Banerjee herself has decided that she will go. Yesterday at the night, immediately she made the Chief Secretary do a press conference. All types of helplines are opened. A lot of representatives from Bengal, the senior bureaucrats and also leaders, ministers have already reached there. But now Mamata Banerjee herself has decided that she will reach the spot and she will take the stock of situation and she will look after the people of Bengal and also the people of Odisha. So she will be heading towards Odisha in a short time from now.
Who is going to be accompanying her to Balasore?
Obviously, some of the Mimo, that's what we are getting it from the sources. But Mamata Banerjee, because lots of people are from, has crossed 200, a lot of people are missing. So Mamata Banerjee, she herself wants to go there and take a stock of the situation and coordinate things. She was awake all through the night. That's what we are getting it from the sources. And now she herself has decided that she will go because from Bengal. It's a devastating accident that has taken place. And also, Mamata Banerjee herself was a railway minister. So she knows a lot of things about this aspect. But most importantly, her people, the people of Bengal, most of the people are from Bengal. And they are very poor people, because the unpreserved that was beneath. So most of the people, the laborers, the poor people, extremely economically weak people are the most affected in this horrific accident, devastation that has taken place in Balasore. So Mamata Banerjee, from some time from now, will be heading towards Balasore.
Absolutely. Kamalika, now we know about how other states, all right, change of plans. We're going to listen in to some reactions right now.
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने डेटा जो बताया है उसमें 238 का इन्होंने अभी डेथ टोल बताया हुआ है और 600 से ज़्यादा इंजर्ड लोग हैं। सेकेंड प्रायोरिटी हमारी ये रहेगी कि जो लोग अब इस दुनिया में नहीं हैं उनकी बॉडीज़ जो है उनके परिजनों को उनसे मिला दिया जाए। जो भी फॉर्मेलिटीज़ करानी है उसके लिए हम लोग स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेशन कर रहे हैं। उनका एक्स ग्रेशिया पेमेंट वगैरह तुरंत हो जाए। करीब 100 से ज़्यादा व्यक्तियों ने एक्स ग्रेशिया पेमेंट क्लेम कर लिया है। 3 काउंटर बनाए गए हैं, 3 जगहों पे अलग अलग चल रहे हैं, बालासोर में, सुरू में और बहानगर बाजार में। तीनों जगह पे पेमेंट कराई जा रही है।
सर क्या उसका स्टेटस है, उसके बारे में कोई अपडेट देना चाहिए?
देखिए, कमिश्नर ऑफ रेलवे सेफ्टी साउथ ईस्टर्न रेलवे ये साइट पर उनकी कमेटी उनके द्वारा वो उसके हेड हैं और साइट पर ये किसी भी समय पहुंच सकते हैं। अपना इंक्वायरी की शुरुआत करने के लिए साइट इंस्पेक्शन सबसे पहला कदम होता है। वो कुछ ही क्षणों में पहुंच जाएंगे तो इंक्वायरी की फॉर्मल शुरुआत हो जाएगी।
कितनी ट्रेन?
देखिए 48 ट्रेन्स देखिए कैंसिल्ड हैं अभी, 39 डाइवर्टेड हैं और शॉर्ट टर्मिनेटेड हैं 10। लेकिन ये फिगर अभी अगले कुछ समय में चेंज भी हो सकता है क्योंकि स्थिति पल पल बदलती जा रही है। इसके साथ ही साथ रेलवे का यह हम लोग की प्राथमिकता है कि जो पैसेंजर्स स्ट्रैंडेड हैं, जो कल ट्रेनें जगह जगह रुक गई थी, उन यात्रियों को अपने गंतव्य स्थल पर जल्दी से जल्दी पहुंचाया जा सके। तो सबसे पहले जो बेसिक पैसेंजर एमिनिटीज़ है उनको खाने का पैकेट मुहैया कराना, उनको पानी मुहैया कराना और जगह जगह अलग अलग मंडलों में डीआरएम्स ने टीम गठित कर दी है जो हर डीआरएम अपने अपने एरिया में इसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं ताकि पैसेंजर्स को कोई दिक्कत ना हो। स्पेशल ट्रेन चला करके कल जो ये 2 ट्रेन इन्वॉल्व थी घटना में, पैसेंजर ट्रेन, तो हावड़ा की तरफ 2 ट्रेन चली हैं जिसमें एक में 1000 की कैपेसिटी के लोग गए हैं, दूसरे में 200 लोग टूवर्ड्स हावड़ा गए हैं। साथ ही साथ भद्रक से एक ट्रेन अप की तरफ चली है चेन्नई की तरफ, उसमें 250 लोग गए हैं। तो ये स्थिति है।
सर ये लाइन कब तक नॉर्मलाइज हो जाएगा, क्योंकि एक एस्टिमेट जो रेलवे लगा रहा है?
देखिए, हमारे रेल मंत्री साहब खुद ही साइट पे मौजूद हैं, तो जितना जल्दी से जल्दी रेल प्रशासन काम कर सकता है वो कर रहा है। अभी इस स्थिति में कोई फोरकास्ट देना साइट रेडीनेस का थोड़ा सा जल्दीबाजी होगी, लेकिन जल्दी से जल्दी प्रयास यही है।
The tragic train accident. I have to thank the local people, the local teams and others who have worked overnight to save people from the wreckage.
Sir, don't you think this railway, the safety should be given preference instead of speed?
Railway safety should always be given the first preference. The people have been taken to hospitals here in Balasore, also in Cuttack, so that they recover as fast as possible.
You must be very upset now, sir.
So I will try to explain how did this accident happen. Now we have aerial shots with us, and you can see through these aerial shots, this is the exact spot of the accident site. So now we can see all the coaches of the two Superfast Express trains are scattered, like it's mangled, scattered, like this. Now let me try to explain how did this accident happen. Now please take a look here.
তাকে ঘিরে কিন্তু যথেষ্টভাবে নিরাপত্তা এবং কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই এখান থেকে তিনি রওনা দেবেন এবং প্রায় 50 মিনিটের মধ্যে
Visuals of Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister. Remember, she's already sent a 3-member team to assess the situation at Odisha's Balasore district, where the accident took place yesterday at 7 p.m. Now, remember, she's on her way to Balasore district. She's going to specifically, personally, be taking stock of the situation there. Remember, the 3-way train accident took place in Odisha's Balasore, and it was between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express. There were multiple people who hailed from Bengal who were on the trains that were involved in this accident. These are the visuals that we're showing you. She's expected to go to Balasore. We are crossing over to CNN News 18's Kamalika Senkupta to get us more details. Kamalika, we're getting visuals of Mamata Banerjee. She's going to be heading to Balasore shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. As we reported that she's on her way to Balasore. And because the incident that has taken place in Balasore is a horrific incident, and more than 200 people have died. So what we are getting it from the railway sources, and more than 150 people are from Bengal. Because a lot of people generally goes for work in Chennai, and a lot of people, this is the route which is a very common route for Bengalis in terms of tourism, in terms of work and other things. So this Shalimar Coromandel Express and the Yeshwanthpur Express, in both the cases, in both the trains, there were a lot of people who were from various parts of Bengal, specifically people from Murshidabad, the workers, and worst affected are the economically poor people who generally go through unreserved sleeper classes. So they have been affected. That's why Mamata Banerjee already yesterday evening, she has started up the helpline number. Around 9 p.m. yesterday night, Chief Secretary himself did a press conference. She already sent a team of ministers, already senior bureaucrats are there in Balasore, but now she herself is going and she will monitor the situation there. And what we are getting it from sources, that Mamata Banerjee is going to sit and coordinate things out there. It's not that she will only do a visit and come. All the control rooms have been opened in every place. She herself was a rail minister, so she knows this aspect very well. But she's going to stand by, she's going to bring her own people back, the people of Bengal back, and that's why she herself is going there to monitor the situation, to coordinate the situation, and to help people come back to Bengal. That's the motto for which she's going.
Now, we know about how emergency control rooms have been set up in multiple states. Is there an emergency control room that's been set up from Bengal as well?
Yeah, definitely. As we have been reporting since yesterday night, the Secretariat has opened up special helpline numbers. In different railways, the special helpline numbers have come up. So, in everywhere, from the railways to the Secretariat to every district, helpline numbers have been given so that people who are worried, people who want to know about this, they get right information. Senior bureaucrats are there. Senior ministers like Manoj Bhuiya, Dola Sen, MP, they are all there in Balasore. Now Mamata Banerjee herself will be going there. She will take a stock of the situation, and she will monitor and coordinate things out there.
Tell us more about the compensation that's been announced.
See, the railways have already announced compensation of 10 lakhs. It's expected that when Mamata Banerjee goes, she might declare a compensation. That's what we are getting it from the sources. But right now, the focus is how to, as fast as possible, how to rescue people, how to, find out the missing people, how to, it's all dead bodies around there. So how to identify that and how to be solace for their family.
Now, beyond this, do we know whether Mamata is also going to be taking along any medical equipment, any aid? Is she going to be offering any other financial aid to assist with the rescue and relief operations as well? Do we have any specific details?
Now, obviously, there's going to be something which she's going to declare, but she has already sent more than 50 ambulances, medical teams, and all the hospitals which are in the bordering areas in Bengal. All those hospitals are taking in patients of Odisha. So yesterday in the evening, it was declared by the Bengal government that Bengal will stand by Odisha in this distress. And here, all the central government, state government, they will work together and they will stand by people. That's what the message from Bengal is.
In which districts have hospitals been asked to stand by?
See, it's in East Midnapur district, which is very close to Odisha. So in both the Midnapurs, all the hospitals, they have been put on high alert. Already, as we are getting it news from our reporters there, that people who are injured, a lot of people are being brought in these hospitals.
And could you also give us more details about the team that's already been sent?
Can you please repeat the question?
So a team has already been sent from Bengal to assess the situation. Could you give us more details about who's in that team?
Yesterday itself, Manoj Bhuya, who is a minister, Dola Sen MP, they were all sent, they were directed, and they have all reached the spot today in the morning. Along with that, senior bureaucrats teams have been sent. Along with that, a lot of ambulances and health support staff have been sent.
All right. Now, considering that the Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik was at the accident spot, can we expect an interaction between the two Chief Ministers?
See, if Naveen Patnaik is there already, what we are getting it from our sources, that Mamata Banerjee has spoken, is in touch with Naveen Patnaik. Obviously, if Naveen Patnaik is also there and Mamata Banerjee also reaches there, both will definitely have a talk on this.
All right, Kamalika, would you be able to bring us any more details that we know about how Mamata Banerjee is going to be going to Balasore? Tell us more about what essentially she plans to do once she reaches Balasore.
She is going to coordinate the relief operation. She had already started off in the chopper. So in another half an hour, she'll be reaching the spot. She'll also go to the hospital. She will see that how many numbers of these stranded passengers are and how many number of people have died. So, all this process should take place very fast. That's what the message from Mamata Banerjee is, and she's going to look after that.
Absolutely. Would you once more be able to go over how Bengal as a state has been helping Odisha when it comes to the rescue and relief operations?
Bengal has given full set of support. Already more than 100 ambulances have been sent. The disaster management team has been sent. Ministers have been sent. Senior bureaucrats have been sent. Bengal is giving all types of support.
Absolutely. Now, she'd already given her condolences. Could you take us through the statement that she was able to make? All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection. Remember, the most recent input is that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is going to be taking stock. She's going to be heading specifically, personally, to Balasore district, where the train accident took place yesterday at 7 p.m. We were just getting more details from our correspondent, Kamalika Sengupta. We'd like to thank her, and we will try to reestablish that connection in a short while from now. But remember, in this train accident, many people, a large number of people from West Bengal were involved. The three-way train accident took place in Odisha's Balasore. That is where Mamata Banerjee is going to be heading to right now. We're going to listen in to some statements that have come in.
रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में दिखाऊंगा। पहले दिखा दे रहा हूं अभी का माहौल क्या है, यहाँ का सिचुएशन क्या है। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से जो पूरी तरह बोगी, किस तरह से कल का जो सिचुएशन था, किस तरह से अभी का सिचुएशन है। हम ये एक्सक्लूसिवली दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से सिचुएशन है। अभी देखिए 2 ट्रेन कैसे धक्का हुआ और किस तरह से ट्रैक से पटरी से इधर उधर हो गया, और देख रहे हैं कि जो रेल पटरी है किस तरह से बिखरा हुआ है, और ये कितने दर्दनाक है, कितना भयंकर हुआ है, ये विजुअल ही बता रहा है किस तरह से हुआ है। और हम दिखाना चाहते हैं किस तरह से ये सामने वाला एसी कोच है, और एसी कोच में जो अब देख रहे हैं किस तरह से जो ट्रेन है उलट गया है। लग रहा था कि लगेगा 5-6 घंटा ऐसा लगेगा, लेकिन ये पूरे कल 7 बजे से, शाम 7 बजे से अभी तक अगर 24 घंटा हो गया, 25 घंटा से ज़्यादा हो गया, लेकिन अभी तक ये कंप्लीट रेस्क्यू नहीं हो पा रहा है। लग रहा है और 48 पर लगेगा। हम पूरा है किस तरह से इंसिडेंट हुआ था, पूरा स्पॉट को लेके अभी यहाँ पर तैनात हो चुके हैं, और कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि कैसे भी करके लोगों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कैसे किया जाए।
अभी हम बालेश्वर हेडक्वार्टर हॉस्पिटल में हैं। आप देख सकते हैं जो इंजरी पर्सन है उनको अभी ट्रीटमेंट जारी रखा गया है मेडिकल तरफ से। इंजरी के बाद बालेश्वर मेडिकल में बहुत लोग को ट्रीटमेंट के लिए भेजा गया है, ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। उसके बाद सौरव मेडिकल में, भद्रक मेडिकल में, और 50 से ज़्यादा लोगों को कटक एसीबी को रेफर किया है ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए। आप ये विजुअल देख सकते हैं जो ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट के बाद जो इंजरी हुआ था, जिस पर्सन जो है इंजरी हुए हैं उनको अभी बालेश्वर जो मेडिकल के जो सर्जरी वार्ड है उन्हीं वार्ड में ट्रीटमेंट जारी किया है, उनको ट्रीटमेंट जारी है। अब देख सकते हैं विजुअल जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी है और आप जो इंजरी के पर्सन है उनका नाम, एड्रेस, पता सब लिख रहे हैं। आप अभी ट्रीटमेंट जारी है।
बोलो 6:30 बजे हुआ था सर। बोलो तो चो आके सिर्फ बांध देता है और वो सिलाइन चढ़ाया और एक इंजेक्शन लगाया और वो कुछ नहीं किया है।
सब सही है, हमको अभी घर जाना है। हमारा घर वाला बहुत ये कर रहा है।
जो इंजरी पर्सन जो है उनका संख्या धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है, उनका ट्रीटमेंट जारी है।
Hello and welcome everybody. You're watching Breaking on News 18. My name is Aisha Varma and this is the 11 a.m. bulletin. Our top focus remains on the train tragedy in Odisha. The three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore district between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train has left over 288 people dead while over 1,000 others have been injured. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has taken stock of the situation and has said that the main focus is on rescue operations which are still underway. The Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the incident and Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has also reached the accident site. He is also taking stock of the situation. Now, Prime Minister Modi has already taken stock of the situation and has spoken with Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, showing all possible support. Now, according to government sources, the Prime Minister has also called for a review meeting to assess the situation. Top NDRF officials and top railway officials will be at this meeting, which is going to be taking place in a short while from now. Now, a range of helpline numbers has also been issued, and all state hospitals have been placed on high alert. A one-day state mourning has been declared in Odisha and Tamil Nadu, and this is one of the worst railway accidents that India has ever witnessed. Now, when it comes to updates, we're learning that Union Minister Coromandel Pradhan has arrived at the Balasore Medical College and Hospital. We'll be connecting with a reporter shortly to get you more details of what the current situation is. But when it comes to the numbers, again, 288 people have lost their lives, while over 1,000 others have been injured. And this is a multi-state operation which is taking place where essentially you have Andhra Pradesh. They already have an emergency control room set up. They also have a grievance and control room set up as well. Now, they're also keeping their hospitals in Vizag and a few other areas on standby in case Odisha hospitals are overwhelmed. Beyond this, you also have, when it comes to Bengal, in the state of Bengal, the West Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, she has already sent a team to the accident site in Balasore to assess the situation. She is personally going to be going to Balasore district. Just a short while ago, we had crossed into visuals of her leaving West Bengal. Now she's going to be heading specifically to Balasore district, which is where the accident happened. Now remember, rescue operations are continuing beyond this when it comes to Tamil Nadu. Now the Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, he has also sent a team across, I believe a 3-member team, to assess the situation and to aid when it comes to rescue and relief operations that are taking place in Odisha's Balasore district. And those are essentially, that's the multi-state operation that's taking place. Now, a one-day state mourning has been declared in 2 states, in Odisha and in Tamil Nadu. A short while ago, we also crossed into the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, who had essentially said that because of the state mourning, there will be multiple events that will be cancelled across the state. That includes the celebrations, the birthday celebrations of Karunanidhi. Now, remember, when it comes to everybody that has taken stock of the situation, that is taking stock of one of the worst railway accidents that India has witnessed in history, you have the Prime Minister who is now going to be convening a meeting in a short while. We're crossing over to CNN News 18's Nikhil Lakwani, who had actually spoken to the DIG NDRF a short while ago. Nikhil, tell us more about what you were able to learn in that conversation.
So, Aisha, we are currently reporting from inside the headquarters, which is also a command center, a control center, where all the close watch is being done about the overall rescue operation. And this is the particular first window which we are now reporting on the screen of the CNN News 18 for the very first time. This is one such mapping which is now being traced as to what is the exact location where the accident has taken place. If we move on a little bit further, this is another screen. This is also one of the real map location which is telling as to what are the affected area, where exactly the accident have taken place, and how the rescue operation could be further moved, very swiftly. So they have to also make sure that all the movement as far as the overall, positioning or the logistic of NDRF is concerned. So this is the reason why a close watch to this particular window is now being done. But also, if we move beyond a particular point, this is the another window that is now being seen on the screen of CNN News 18, where the social media monitoring is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. So not just the mapping work, but also the social media post, the NDRF post is currently now being observed. And as you can see in the trending list as well, which is now seen, the train accident continues to be on the top trend, which is now also being observed in this particular window. But moving on to to further things, there are other things as well, other social media handles as well, which are also being checked out at this particular place. But also there is this mapping, another real-time mapping, which is being seen by the officials who are currently present here at the NDRF headquarters. But if we talk about the further details as to what the rescue operations are, as far as the details are concerned, when the news broke in that the accident has taken place at that particular point, one of the team of the NDRF was dispatched. But as of now, as we speak, 9 of the teams of NDRF, they are currently deployed at the ground zero, and the rescue operation, not just the manual operation, Aisha, but also the canine search operation is also taking place. There are different uses of the equipments as well, materials as well, which are being used in the overall rescue operation. Close to 238 is the official number of deaths which has been reported. But also, if we talk about the overall NDRF, the situation is closely being monitored from the headquarters, and this is the command center where all the details, all the nitty-gritties of the accident are also being closely monitored and closely checked as well. But also speaking more about the overall details, Prime Minister is currently undertaking the high-level meeting in which the DG, NDRF, Atul Karwal is also part of the same. So now we need to wait for a few more time to check as to how long the operations are going to last in this particular train accident incident.
Absolutely. So Nikhil, when it comes to, you were just talking about the meeting that's taking place where the Prime Minister is convening the meeting. Can you tell us more about the top NDRF officials who are going to be taking part in that meeting?
Well, as far as the NDRF side is concerned, as mentioned earlier as well, the DG, he is the highest office holding authority when it comes to the National Disaster Relief Force. And also, there are a few other officials as well from the concerned department of the Home Ministry as well. They are also going to become a part of the same. So this is the particular place which is, as mentioned earlier as well, the headquarter of the NDRF. And DG Atul Karwal, we have spoken to him earlier as well. And this is what you are currently seeing is the screen, which also shows a map. And as you can see, I would urge my camera person, Narendra Singh, to zoom in, over this particular point. This is the spot which now shows is the affected area. This is the Bahanga train accident site, which is now being seen on this particular map. So there are multiple screens which are deployed here, multiple windows as well which are being observed, and not just the Google Maps or the real-time updating is being seen, but also the social media handles.
Nikhil, do stay with us. We have some breaking news coming in right now. This is what government sources are telling CNN News 18. We're learning that the Prime Minister will also be heading to Odisha today. First, he will be visiting the site of the accident in Balasore, and then he will be visiting hospitals. Specifically, what we know is that he's going to be visiting a hospital in Cuttack. Now, we are crossing over to our senior editor, Pallavi Ghosh, for more. Pallavi, over to you.
Yeah, so there was a meeting, as we all know, the Prime Minister convened, and basically he got inputs on what are the rescue operations. That becomes very critical now, and also to retrieve all the bodies, and that's an area of concern. So the Prime Minister has decided that he's going to leave for Balasore anytime now. He's going to first go to the accident site. He's going to see the kind of work and the rescue operations, how bad is the damage, which are pretty gruesome pictures coming out. Also meet up with the NDRF team who are carrying on the rescue operations. And after that, the Prime Minister is going to go to Cuttack, where he's going to visit the hospital where the injured have been admitted, and essentially going to look into kind of medical facilities which are going to be provided. And there's also a possibility that he's going to announce some more relief measures for those who are the family of those who unfortunately died in this rail accident. Also new norms once more going to be reiterated. I think there's going to be a cross-check also on the kind of safety precautions which needs to be taken. Overcrowding of trains, because most of them were migrant laborers. These are the issues the Prime Minister is believed to have discussed at the meeting he called.
Absolutely. Pallavi, do stay with us. We also want to cross over to our political editor, Maria Shakil, to get us more on this. Maria, so government sources are telling us that the Prime Minister is going to be going to Odisha today.
Yes, that's right. And he'll be visiting hospital as well. Remember, last night, the Prime Minister's office had tweeted the amount of ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees from the Prime Minister's relief fund. And that was for the next of the kin of the deceased, and also a compensation of 50,000 rupees for those who have been injured. The Prime Minister earlier today chaired a high-level meeting in which concerns were expressed as to what the government could have done in the context of prevention of these accidents, because this has happened after a very long time. What has gone wrong in terms of was there a signaling error? Was there a man-made error? All these is a subject of investigation, which the Railways Minister has already ordered an inquiry into. The Prime Minister will be visiting the hospital in Cuttack. He will also be visiting the site of accident in Balasore. So perhaps in the next couple of hours, we can see perhaps the Prime Minister on site, because he will be leaving shortly, is what we are being told. Aisha, the bigger concern is that as in the last 9 to 10 years, India has really, gone ahead and changed the railway lines, the tracks. Track recoupling has also happened, which has actually led to ensuring that the movement of the trains is not only smooth, but is also accident-free. An accident of this nature happening after a very long time has raised questions of the overall safety mechanism in railways, and if there are enough safety, precautions in place, and could this have been avoided, particularly what prima facie appears to be a human error. So having, looked into the entire thing, the Prime Minister, who chaired a meeting just some time back, had NDRF officials, the chairman of the railway board, the member traffic, and other officials of the railways ministry present in that meeting. Now the concern is that although the rescue operation has just ended, the relief will take a little more time. Although, again, those who have been injured, serious injured with bones having broken, they have been taken to the ICUs in the nearest hospital. But is Cuttack Hospital really the best hospital in terms of providing the kind of relief or medical emergency those who have been injured need? So all these concerns have to be addressed, and with the presence of the Prime Minister, the sense of urgency which we see in the system has been brought in. The death toll is rising, and those who are being injured, there is a huge percentage of those who are in ICU and need critical care.
Absolutely. Maria, do stay with us. We want to listen to a press conference. We're crossing over to the IG of the NDRF, Narinder Singh Bundela.
इस केस में चूंकि ये रेलवे स्टेशन में हुआ था इंसिडेंट, तो एक्सेसिबिलिटी की उतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती. कई बार होता है कोई इंसिडेंट होता है और रिमोट एरिया में हुआ तो एक्सेसिबिलिटी की भी दिक्कत होती है. तो जैसे इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली थी, पहली टीम पास में ही थी, 30 किलोमीटर की लोकेशन पे थी, तो जल्दी पहुंच गई थी. लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी काफ़ी जल्दी आया है वहाँ पर, उनके भी रिसोर्सेज, उड़ीसा स्टेट डिज़ास्टर रिस्पांस फोर्स की भी टीम बहुत जल्दी पहुँच गई थी. और फिर बाद में बाकी टीम जो बाहर से आई है, ऑब्वियसली ट्रैवलिंग टाइम जो लगा है उतनी थी. लेकिन जो मेन दिक्कत होती है इस तरह की में, चूँकि हैवी कंटेनर्स हैं, मेटेलिक बॉडीज़ है, तो इनको कट करके निकालने में जो मेहनत और स्ट्रेटजी बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि सबसे पहले लाइव विक्टिम को निकालना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, फिर सेकेंडरी डेड बॉडीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई करके निकालने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रहती है.
सर, कितनी टीमें स्टैंड बाई पे हैं, कितनी टीमें वहाँ पे हैं?
तो जैसा कि मैंने बताया, 9 टीम ऑलरेडी है वहाँ पर और वो काम कर रही है स्पॉट पर.
इस ऑपरेशन ट्रेन इंसिडेंट का सीक्वेंस क्या रहा है, क्योंकि आपकी टीम सर ऑन स्पॉट है, कहा जा रहा है कि पहले कोरोमंडल टकराई या पहले वो टकराई, क्या सीक्वेंस?
इस पे देखिए मैं नहीं कमेंट कर सकता हूँ. फाइनली ये सीरियस इंसिडेंट है, रेलवे अथॉरिटीज़ ने, गवर्नमेंट ने इंक्वायरी का ऑर्डर किया है, तो वो कॉम्पिटेंट होंगे शेयर करने के लिए.
सर, परसेंटेज की अगर बात की जाए तो कितना वर्क परसेंटेज में अगर आप बताना चाहें कंप्लीटेड है, और किस टाइप का सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, मैनुअली है, कैनाइन है, क्या क्या है उस टाइप?
हमारे पास कैनाइन टीम रहती है, कैनाइन टीम्स ऑलरेडी है वहाँ पर. जो कैनाइन टीम ट्रेंड होती है, कोई लिविंग पर्सन अगर ट्रैप्ड है उसको सर्च करने के लिए वो ट्रेंड होते हैं, तो वो तो यूज़ कर ही रहे हैं हम. और परसेंटेज वाइज मोस्टली जो लिविंग पर्सनस का हमने तो सर्च कंप्लीट कर लिया. कुछ जगह जहाँ डाउट है अभी उसका वेट कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद हम फाइनल कॉल ले सकते हैं. This century for India, as far as I know, yes, it is one of the serious accident.
सर, इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान क्या क्या दिक्कतें आई और कब तक ये ऑपरेशन खत्म हो जाएगा एनडीआरएफ की तरफ से?
देखिए, ऑपरेशन एग्जैक्ट टाइम मुझे कहना बहुत मुश्किल होगा, क्योंकि टीम ऑलरेडी काम कर रही है. एक हर कोच को हम क्लियर करते जाएंगे, लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ भी है उनके साथ मिलके क्लोज करते जाएंगे, उसके बाद ही बोल पाएंगे. लेकिन
कितना बोगी है वो पड़ा हुआ है?
17 बोगी का 17 कोचेस की जानकारी है जो डिरेल हुई है और सीवियरली डैमेज हुई है.
कितना खत्म होगा इसके ऑपरेशन में?
ऑलमोस्ट हमने सब चेक कर लिया है, और जो इतने लिविंग पर्सन्स निकाल सकते थे निकाल लिए. अभी जो कुछ में है जो बिल्कुल एक दूसरे के ऊपर चढ़ गई है, बिल्कुल दबे हुए हैं, जहाँ नीचे के एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहे, जिसमें हम अभी कह नहीं सकते हैं, वो 1-2 कोच और हो सकते हैं. बाकी हमने सर्च कर लिया है.
मतलब ऑपरेशन सर आज चलेगा पूरा?
जो कुछ दम है
1-2 के आसपास.
सर, ऑपरेशन कब तक चलेगा?
ये कब तक चलेगा? आज चलेगा, कल तक चलेगा सर?
उसमें मैं आज मेरे ख्याल से कंप्लीट हो जाना चाहिए.
Sir, if you can just clarify as far as the Coromandel Express and Havra Express, were these two trains running on the same track which collided?
जैसी मेरी जानकारी है सेम ट्रैक पे नहीं थे, ये अलग अलग ट्रैक पे थे. थैंक यू.
Again, the key takeaways from that press conference were essentially about how 9 teams of the NDRF were present at the spot. One significant statement that's been made is that the NDRF is saying that rescue and relief operations are likely to conclude by this evening. Now, another statement that's been made is that this is, of course, one of the worst accidents that's taken place in India's railway history. And again, another statement that's been said is that all living persons have been evacuated. What we do know is that there is a large number of ambulances on the spot, multiple teams from multiple agencies such as the NDRF, the Odisha Rapid Action Force, the IAF. They're all still on the ground where a large number of people are there. When it comes to the important official visits that we're going to be seeing, essentially Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, is on her way to Balasore district and is likely to reach any moment now. Though we don't have a confirmation on when she will specifically be reaching, but we will continue to track the details of that visit. Beyond this, the Prime Minister, who had earlier convened a meeting with top railway officials and top NDRF officials, he is also going to be going to Odisha. That is what government sources have been able to tell CNN News 18. And when it comes to the specific details of that visit, what he's going to be doing is he's first going to be going to the accident site. Remember, this tragic accident in which over 280 people have lost their lives and over 1,000 people have been injured. Essentially, that took place yesterday at 7 p.m. And that took place in Balasore district, which is again where he's going to be visiting that accident site. Then afterwards, he's going to be heading to hospitals in Cuttack. Now, on that note, there are multiple hospitals in different states, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal. They have been put on standby as well. We're also showing you in animation graphics of what likely happened. Now remember, this incident took place at 7 p.m. yesterday, and over 288 people have lost their lives in this accident. Again, we are going to be taking a look at a ground report from CNN News 18's Kamalika Sengupta.
This is the way to Balasore from Bengal, and you can see that almost number of ambulances are going on their way to Balasore from Bengal. Almost we have seen more than 20 ambulances at a straight away going to Balasore to give support there, to bringing injured people from there. Full entourage of ambulances on their way to Balasore because there is a horrific incident there. More than 200 people dead, more than 600 injured. Mamata Banerjee is on her way. She'll be reaching any moment. Prime Minister is visiting there. So a horrific incident has taken place, and we can see that n number of ambulances are on their way to Balasore.
Now with this, we're heading into a very short break, but do stay with us for more.
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहां पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहां पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहां पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहां पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पे हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले।
राव साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
उम्मीद हमारे वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, वो खुद वहाँ पर जाकर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे, लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1,000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. Our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them." So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News 18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक हैं वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है, मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था।
IFMS Rao Saab Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about
Lights.
Welcome back. We continue to cover what's taking place in Odisha's train tragedy when it comes to the rescue and relief operations. Right now, what we're going to show you essentially is an animation of what likely happened when this accident, horrific accident, took place at 7 p.m. yesterday. Now remember, this was a three-way train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and goods train. That goods train was already stationed there, and this is one of the trains that essentially was involved in this accident. That was coming from one end. You see another train coming from the other end, and essentially there seemed to be a bit of a collision. But to get you more detailed reports of essentially what the sequence of events was, we will be connecting shortly with a reporter. But remember, this horrific tragedy which took place in Balasore district, this essentially has all hands on deck. The Prime Minister, what government sources have been able to tell us is that the Prime Minister is going to be heading specifically to Balasore district. Beyond that, you also have the West Bengal Chief Minister who's going to be heading to Balasore district where the accident took place. Beyond this, the Odisha Chief Minister, Naveen Patnaik, he has already taken stock of the situation. You also have the Railway Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, who has also already taken stock of the situation. Now, this accident has left over 288 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured. Now, as we mentioned, the Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has taken stock of the situation, and the main focus is on the rescue and relief operations. Now, we're going to listen in to some statements that have come in.
By this extremely tragic train accident, I have to thank the local people, the local teams and others who have worked overnight to save people from the wreckage. Railway safety should always be given the first preference. The people have been taken to hospitals here in Balasore, also in Cuttack, so that they recover as fast as possible.
बहुत ही बड़ी ट्रैजिक एक्सीडेंट है ये, और सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं के साथ हमारी प्रार्थना है। कल रात से कंटिन्यूअसली रेलवे, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और राज्य सरकार सभी मिलके रेस्क्यू का ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की बड़ी ट्रेजेडी में जितना एफर्ट लगाया जाए उतना कम होता है। कहीं पर भी जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हेल्थ फैसिलिटी होगी वो दी जाएगी, और इस प्रॉब्लम के, इस एक्सीडेंट के रूट कॉज में जाएंगे। किस कारण से ये प्रॉब्लम हुई वो पूरा का पूरा टेक्निकल से और किस भी कारण से हुई हो वो समझा जाएगा।
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने डेटा जो बताया है उसमें 238 का इन्होंने अभी डेथ टोल बताया हुआ है, और 600 से ज़्यादा इंजर्ड लोग हैं। सेकेंड प्रायोरिटी हमारी ये रहेगी कि जो लोग अब इस दुनिया में नहीं हैं उनकी बॉडीज़ जो है उनके परिजनों को उनसे मिला दिया जाए। जो भी फॉर्मेलिटीज़ करानी है उसके लिए हम लोग स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेशन कर रहे हैं। उनका एक्स ग्रेशिया पेमेंट वगैरह तुरंत हो जाए। इसके साथ ही साथ रेलवे का यह हम लोग की प्राथमिकता है कि जो पैसेंजर्स स्ट्रैंडेड हैं, जो कल ट्रेनें जगह जगह रुक गई थी, उन यात्रियों को अपने गंतव्य स्थल पर जल्दी से जल्दी पहुंचाया जा सके। तो सबसे पहले जो बेसिक पैसेंजर एमिनिटीज़ है उनको खाने का पैकेट मुहैया कराना, उनको पानी मुहैया कराना।
As far as the accident is concerned, the prime focus is of the rescue. What is the current update as far as your teams are concerned, sir?
हमारी वहाँ पर लगभग 9 टीम्स हैं, और वो कंटिन्यूसली जब से ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है काम कर रही है। सब्सिक्वेंटली वो सक्सेसिव टाइम में सब्सिक्वेंट में पहुँचते रहे। अब वहाँ पर ये इशू है कि जो बॉडीज हैं या कुछ इंजर्ड लोग हैं जो मैंगल्ड है, बॉगीज हैं, उसमें फंसे हुए, तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन वी आर एक्सट्रिकेटिंग देम, बिकॉज उनका कोई लिम है या बॉडी में कोई आयरन रॉड्स ऊपर इस तरीके से हो जाती हैं डिफरेंट सिनेरियो में, तो हम वी आर कटिंग इट एंड टेकिंग देम आउट। सो फाइनल सर्च अभी हम हर बॉगी का कर रहे हैं, और उसमें कुछ बॉगीज ऐसी हैं जो टिल्ट हो रखी है, उनको हम लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं देखने के लिए, टू इंश्योर दैट देयर इज नो इंजर्ड पर्सन और डेड बॉडीज देयर।
This is CNN News 18 exclusive news break. CNN News 18 has been able to access preliminary investigation details. The initial probe indicates the derailment of the Coromandel Express first after ramming into the stationary goods train. Now, is the cause of the accident a complete signaling system failure? The initial investigation is indicating that a wrong signal was given to the Coromandel Express. But how exactly did the express enter into the up loop line? These are all big questions that are being raised. Now, the goods train, as we had earlier mentioned, was already stationary at that point. So one of the other big questions is this a signal failure, which is what opposition parties have also said, or is this also a cause by human failure? We're crossing over to CNN News 18's Jyoti Pramanik, who's joining us live from the newsroom to get us more details on this exclusive news break. Jyoti, over to you.
Yeah, so Aisha, let me tell you firstly, this is absolutely preliminary investigation report that we have access somehow, and let me tell you, let me make you understand through these signal panel board of of that particular station where the terrific accident took place yesterday at around 7 p.m. in the evening. Now, if you please take a look, this is the station signal panel board where we can see, as I was telling you in our earlier chat, that there were 4 lines, 4 tracks. You can see here there are 4 tracks, and one is up main line, one is down main line, and one is down loop line, and one is up loop line. Now, the preliminary investigation report indicates to a complete signal failure either, or maybe it could be a human error. Now, why? Now, the preliminary investigation report says that probably this is the line through which the Coromandel Express was coming through, and we have also accessed to the data recorder of the 2 engines, 2 locomotives that were pulling. One was pulling the Coromandel Express, and one was pulling the Howrah-bound Bangalore Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express. Now, the data we have accessed, it shows clearly that at the time of the accident, Coromandel Express was at a speed of 128 kilometers per hour. Let me tell you, Aisha, it's almost the highest permissible limit of a superfast train in Indian railway ecosystem. That is 130 kilometers per hour. Here, we can see that it was 128 kilometers per hour, and at the same time, the Howrah-bound Yashwantpur Bangalore Superfast Express, it was running at the speed of 126 kilometers per hour. So now, Coromandel Express was coming through this main loop, the up main line, and it was about to pass through this station, as it was not supposed to stop at this particular halt station. So it was supposed to pass through this line number 2, or the up main line. And similar, at the same time, the Howrah-bound Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express was passing through this main down line. This is the main down line, this is the down loop line, this is the up loop line. Now, there were 2 goods train, they were stationary, one on the up loop line and one on the down loop line. Now, preliminary investigation says that here you can see there are so many signals. This signal was green, it was the home signal. The home signal means if the home signal is green, then it is for the locomotive, it is the indication for the...
Absolutely, Dhruv. Thank you so much for giving us those details and taking us through the sequence of events. With this, we're going to be heading into a very short break, but do stay with us for more.
ये भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम।
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है, और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे हैं पहले।
राय साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
नहीं, उम्मीद हमारे वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। वो खुद वहाँ पर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1,000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. Our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them." So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News 18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो
Welcome back. We continue to cover the Odisha train tragedy. Essentially, we've also been able to access preliminary investigation details. To get us more on that, we're crossing back over to CNN News 18's Dhruv Jyoti.
Okay, so as I was telling you that this Coromandel Express was about to pass through this main line, but the preliminary report indicates to a massive signal failure at this point. At this point, please take a look at this point. Here there is a point here, and the point, if it is set to reverse, then it allows to pass a train through this loop line. Now the point was set in the reverse direction, so that before Coromandel Express enters into and the passes through the station, one goods train was taken at this is up loop line. It was stationary. But instead of passing through, so Coromandel was about to pass through, it was supposed to pass through this up main line, but instead of that, because of probable either human error or complete RRI, route relay interlocking system, the signaling system of Indian Railway, the modern signaling system of Indian Railway could have been, failed, absolutely failed. And Coromandel Express, instead of passing through this AAP main line, entered into the AAP loop line and then rammed onto the stationary goods train. And the impact was so huge that the 15 coaches of Coromandel Express got derailed. 7 of them completely capsized, toppled, and 4 jumped off the rail. And then by the time it was also passing through the down main line, the Yashwantpur Howrah bound Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express, and as the Coromandel Express by the time got derailed, so the Yashwantpur Howrah Express also got derailed. 4 coaches, the rear 4 coaches of the Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express got derailed, and that caused this massive, terrific accident. Probably it is going to be the second biggest terrific train disaster in India's Indian Railways history. Aisha?
So whether or not this was a signal failure or a case of human error, where is that clarity going to come in? How is that clarity going to come in?
Yeah, so everything is now dependent on the inquiry which is already initiated by the Indian Railways, which is called the inquiry by the Commissioner of Railway Safety. He is the Commissioner of Railway Safety of the South Eastern Railway Zone. He has already reached the spot. He has already started his inquiry. So we will have to really wait for the final outcome of the report of the Commissioner of Railway Safety. Aisha?
All right, Dubjyoti, thank you for those important details. We're going to be heading to a very short break right now, but do stay with us as we continue our coverage.
इंसिडेंट में तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और जरूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहां पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहां पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहां पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहां पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले।
राव साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। वो खुद वहाँ पर जाकर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1,000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left.
What do you make of this matchup? Obviously, Gujarat Titans have had the more superior season. They've looked the more superior side.
So it's going to be a close game. Shubman has been fantastic.
Biren Singh has blamed
Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक है वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है, मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था।
I have MS Rao Saab Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about this tragic train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore?
कल ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्द।
Hello and welcome everybody. You're watching Breaking on News 18. My name is Aisha Varma and this is the 12 p.m. bulletin. Our top focus remains on the Odisha train tragedy. The three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train has left over 288 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has taken stock of the situation and has said that the focus remains on rescue operations. The Railway Ministry has ordered a probe into the incident. Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik is also at the accident site and has ordered state mourning for a day today in view of the tragic rail accident in Balasore district. Now, Prime Minister Modi is slated to visit the accident site as well. That's what government sources have told CNN News 18. He had earlier convened a meeting with top railway officials and top NDRF officials to take stock of the situation. Now, meanwhile, a range of helpline numbers has also been issued. All state hospitals have been placed on high alert. Remember, this is one of the worst railway accidents that India has ever witnessed. Now, there's some breaking news coming in about the accident. What we're learning is that a signal was reportedly given and then taken off from the main line, and then it also entered into the loop line. Remember when we were giving you visuals earlier of what the likely sequence of events was? Essentially, we had CNN News 18's Subjyoti giving us more details about that. There were two goods trains that were stationed, one on the up line, one on the below loop line. The latest information that we're getting you is that a signal was reportedly given to the Coromandel Express and was then given off from the main line, and then it entered into the loop line. We'll try to bring you more specific details of this latest breaking input. We're crossing over to CNN News 18's Akash Sharma to tell us more about this. Akash, can you just clarify for us, was the signal given to the Coromandel Express, or are we talking about the other train that was on the loop line?
Yes. So, Aisha, first of all, I want to clarify that an investigation is already in place. And, the safety commissioner will tell us as to what went wrong. But this is on the basis of the information that we are getting from our sources within the railways. That there are total 4 lines on that particular section. 2 are up and down lines, that are the main lines where train operates, and 2 are the loop lines. On one loop line, which is the up loop line, a goods train was standing already, and a signal was given for Coromandel Express on the up line. The signal was for up line, but the train entered in the loop line. In fact, it has been mentioned by our sources that signal was given and then taken off. But by that time, the train entered in the loop line and dashed into the goods train. Now, we are not, we have no confirmation from Indian Railways, no official confirmation, but this is on the basis of our sources, that the Coromandel Express dashed into the goods train that was actually standing on the up loop line. And after that, it got derailed. Now, after that, the another train that was actually coming on down line, means that was going into the opposite direction, came and rammed into those coaches that were derailed. And these derailed coaches were there on the down line as well. And this is how this accident has happened. Now, you see, within 2 to 3 days, we'll get confirmation as to who was at fault. But someone should be held responsible for it because, surely it was not a technical failure. Because you see, whenever you talk about the signaling system or the manual intervention in a train system, so, signals are given on the basis of the panel and the indication. Many things are automated and many things need manual intervention, and that is the reason for trains in Indian Railways. But in this case, what we are learning that initially the signal was given on up line and was taken off.
All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection with CNN News 18's Akash Sharma. He was giving us more details about this latest breaking input where a signal was given and taken off from the main line, and that's how the train then entered the loop line. Now, remember, there were 2 goods trains that were... So, essentially, this was a 3-way accident that took place between the Coromandel Express, the Bengaluru-Howrah Express, Superfast Express, and a stationary goods train. All right, we've been able to reestablish that connection with Akash. Akash, please continue with what you were saying.
So I was telling that signal was given and then was taken off, but by that time the Coromandel Express entered into the loop line where we had this Malgadi standing already, and that Coromandel Express dashed into the particular goods train. Also, it is important to mention that initial inquiry that was conducted by the officers of that zone, in fact, the station officers, in fact, a panel of officers, so they have somewhere indicated that when they went on the site, the locomotive.
All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection with CNN News 18's Akash Sharma, who's telling us more about that breaking input. But we're showing you more visuals of essentially this is the meeting that took place a short while ago between the Prime Minister and multiple top railway officials and top NDRF officials. To tell us more about that important meeting, we're crossing over to our political editor, Maya Shakil.
Yes.
Maya, so we're showing our viewers visuals of the meeting that took place where the Prime Minister convened the meeting between top railway officials and top NDRF officials.
Yes, that's right. So the visuals that you can see on your television screens now are of the meeting that was chaired by the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister will be now heading to the accident site, and he'll also be visiting the hospital in Cuttack, is what sources are saying. Remember, if you look at those visuals, you can see top officials of Government of India are all present in that meeting. There has been a great degree of concern, particularly. You can see also the Home Minister present in that meeting. So the railway official members have explained to the Prime Minister as to what appears to be the preliminary cause of this rail tragedy, as to what really happened at that moment. In that meeting is also the chairman of the Railway Board who was in attendance. Officials of the NDRF are present, and the Prime Minister has been briefed about what went wrong first. In the rescue and relief measures that are being taken, rescue operation being over and relief measures have been taken in terms of providing, medical support to all those who are injured. So now that the Prime Minister will be visiting the ground around 2:30 is what we are being told. He'll be arriving in Bhubaneswar, being received by the Chief Minister and the Chief Secretary of the State, and thereafter he'll be heading to the accident site and also to Cuttack. He'll get a fair idea of what has been the situation on ground. As we have been saying, this is the worst railway tragedy that has happened in over a decade. And the death toll at present stands over 230. It could rise is the sense that we are getting because of the nature of injuries particularly. Then there are over 800 passengers who are presently undergoing treatment in the hospital in Cuttack. So now the situation that has been briefed to the Prime Minister in the presence of Home Minister as well gives us a fair idea of what went wrong. Signaling error prima facie is what sources are indicating, and also a mix of a human error. So signaling error and a human error is what is being told as the prima facie reason for this accident.
Absolutely. Maria, do stay with us. We also want to get a word in from our senior editor, Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, again, what we're showing our viewers are visuals of the meeting that took place a short while ago, and it was chaired by the Prime Minister.
Yes, so there's a sense of promptness, and it's not that the Prime Minister has convened the meeting today and he's not had a hands-on approach. In fact, the news which poured in late last night of that deadly accident which took place in Balasore is something the Prime Minister's office swung into action, and he's been getting minute-by-minute updates. And in fact, that's one of the main reasons why the Rail Minister and all the top-notch officials were also rushed to the spot. And the priority at that point of time was, one, to rescue as many people as possible. Second, immediate, quick medical help will have to be given. We also have to understand that in areas like Balasore, Cuttack, the medical facilities are still kind of mushrooming. They are not perhaps equipped to deal with the mammoth tragedy which took place over there, which is why you're going to see, and we are seeing, a united hands-on approach. Neighboring states also pitching their help. From the center also, all kind of facilities is being provided for. And in fact, at a meeting in which the Prime Minister got minute-to-minute updates, this was also the simple diktat, was that the quick medical priority will have to be provided to them. The reason why the Prime Minister is going to go there is also the simple reason why even the Rail Minister was also rushed to the spot, and we saw his pictures during the rescue operations. Interestingly, he has been the district collector of that Balasore area before he joined active politics, so he knows that area very well. So when the Prime Minister goes there, I think that's a very strong messaging to the people also that in times of tragedy, we are going to be there from the top and every hands on deck. So he's going to be there, and more importantly, going to a hospital to personally ensure that the best medical facilities are provided for. At this point of time, we need medical experts also to ensure that there is no spread of illness, disease, and you have all basic equipment. For example, oxygen supply, blood supply, enough of blood units being provided for. So all those facilities are going to be provided for.
Absolutely. Pallavi, a few follow-up questions. Now, what are we looking at next when it comes to what the Railway Ministry is going to be doing? Because we know that approximately 48 trains have already been cancelled. Considering that the probe is still underway and it is likely to be underway for a while now, what has still not been ascertained is whether this is a human failure, human error, or a signal failure.
Frankly speaking, and at this point of time, I think we really need to go in for the official word, because this is something which doesn't get decided in a hurry. It could be signaling error, it could be human error, but I don't think it's fair to at this point of time even kind of speculate on that. We really, in these times of crisis, need to exercise a little bit of caution and wait for what the official word comes in from the Railway Ministry. But naturally, investigation ordered, and they will going to find out. As I said, the first priority, which is very clear from the pictures, is when the Rail Minister and all the officials are going there, is to ensure that medical facilities are immediately provided for. If there are more dead bodies, they need to be retrieved. If there are people who are still alive and they may be caught under that, under the dismantled, disfigured rail tracks, and the coaches, they need to be retrieved. So there is a hope till the last person is actually extracted. So that's going to be essentially the priority.
Absolutely. Pallavi, do stay with us. We also want to cross back over to our political editor, Maya Shakil. Maya, so what can we expect now? Because we know that 48 trains have been cancelled. Are we likely to see more cancellations throughout the day while this probe is underway?
Yes, may not be. Because the railway would want that the entire site is cleared for the smooth movement of trains. But certainly, as I've been saying, the bigger challenge right now is to ensure that all those who have been rescued are provided immediate medical care. They would really, we certainly hope that the overall number of this tragedy doesn't increase anymore. So that certainly is a big concern, even as we look at the visuals of Prime Minister chairing that meeting. Also in that meeting is Home Minister Amit Shah, P.K. Mishra, who is the Principal Secretary, and other top officials of the Government of India are all present in that meeting. The concern is that how did a tragedy of this scale happen? Could it have been averted? Remember, in the last 7-8 years, we haven't seen any large-scale tragedy which has led to, this scale of death. Death toll is the 280 plus. The overall number of coaches that got derailed, and then there was another train moving from another track which ran into it. So could it have been avoided is the primary concern. If you look at it, the Prime Minister is seeing the visuals of a presentation that is being done by an official of the Railways Ministry, and she's explaining as to what went wrong in terms of the prima facie information that has come in to the government and the officials in the Railways Board. The challenge certainly, if you look at the aerial view of the image, is to ensure that the tracks are cleared now at the earliest, perhaps in the next 24 hours. In the next 24 hours, we can expect some cancellation, but after that, not many, because there have been several Good Samaritans who have also, come in, who have rescued a lot of people. We have often seen in tragedies, whenever it happens in India, before the NDRF or the state disaster relief groups arrive, it is the ordinary people who come in. They extend that helping hand, and then they actually ensure that they are able to rescue as many people as they can. It's a horrific, of course, tragedy, train accident which has happened. We have seen how in the past there have been train accidents, but there was a significant cut or reduction in the train accidents in the last 8-9 years. And what appears is now the big challenge of rescue and relief. Rescue operation, as per the railways, is more or less over. They are hoping that all those mangled coaches will be now taken away from there, and that is the reason why big cranes and NDRF and Army is being used to clear the entire track so that the train movement can begin in the next 24 hours.
Could you also explain how different states have also been involved in the rescue and relief operations?
Yes. So, Aisha, this is the train that we are looking at, which moves through 4 states, which includes Tamil Nadu, Odisha, of course, the state of Bengal and Jharkhand as well. And because of the nature of this train, because unlike, say a Rajdhani or a Vande Bharat, where you need a berth, then only you can enter a train coach. These are the trains where there are a lot of passengers who are unregistered or who can just enter the train and they can sit there. So that is the reason why the number of passengers remain unaccounted for. What is the official number may not be the real number because of the number of passengers who are there usually in these trains. That is why there are concerns, particularly of migrant laborers, workers who could be on these trains moving from one state to another. And because they are unaccounted for, because of the nature of these trains, sleeper berths are more, and there are more sitting arrangements in these trains. That is why we are looking at the scale of the tragedy, which is very, very high, 280 at the moment, and concerns are that this number could increase. But overall, if you look at it, we have not seen a tragedy of this nature. As someone who has covered the Railways Ministry, Aisha, I can say that, there has been a lot of changes in the railways in the last few years, ensuring passenger safety in particular. Safety of passengers has been a big priority. There have been no accidents whatsoever, ensuring that the signaling system is improvised, ensuring that the rail tracks and that the movement of the rail overall is smooth. It's not just the beautification, but the nuts and bolts or the basic idea of the railway functioning has also improved a lot in the last 7-8 years. But yes, a tragedy of this nature will make railways go back to the books and try and understand what could have gone wrong. Prime Officer, as the reports are suggesting, it is the signaling error. But was there a man-made signaling error? It appears certainly that could be the case at the moment.
Absolutely, Maya. Thank you for those very important details as we cover this horrific tragedy that's taken place in Odisha's Balasore district. We also want to cross back over to CNN News 18 senior editor Pallavi Ghosh for more on this. Pallavi, can you give us an update when it comes to the rescue and relief operations? I believe that what has been said previously is that they are close to concluding. We'll try to reestablish that connection, but remember, when it comes to specific details that have been given by the NDRF, remember, there are multiple forces on the ground. That is the NDRF, the IAF, the Odisha Rapid Action Force as well. Essentially, 17 coaches were derailed and severely damaged in this train accident. But what's also been officially said is that the sequence of events will be clear after the inquiry. But CNN News 18 has been able to access preliminary details, which essentially show that the big question is, of course, whether this is a human error or a signaling failure. We're crossing over to, so we're going to listen to some statements that have come in on the story.
By this extremely tragic train accident, I have to thank the local people, the local teams and others who have worked overnight to save people from the wreckage. Railway safety should always be given the first preference. The people have been taken to hospitals here in Balasore, also in Cuttack, so that they recover as fast as possible.
बहुत ही बड़ी ट्रैजिक एक्सीडेंट है ये और सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं के साथ हमारी प्रार्थना है। कल रात से कंटिन्यूअसली रेलवे, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और राज्य सरकार सभी मिलके रेस्क्यू का ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की बड़ी ट्रेजेडी में जितना एफर्ट लगाया जाए उतना कम होता है। कहीं पर भी जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हेल्थ फैसिलिटी होगी वो दी जाएगी और इस प्रॉब्लम के, इस एक्सीडेंट के रूट कॉज में जाएंगे। किस कारण से ये प्रॉब्लम हुई वो पूरा का पूरा टेक्निकल से और किस भी कारण से हुई हो वो समझा जाएगा।
First of all, we know about the tragic incident that has happened in Odisha. Want to know the status as of now. What is the current status as far as rescue work is concerned?
देखिए, साइट पे अभी तक हम लोग रेस्क्यू में जुटे हुए थे। रेलवे बोर्ड के शीर्षस्थ अधिकारी और उनके साथ ही साथ मंत्री जी खुद साइट का चार्ज लिए हुए थे। रेस्क्यू वर्क अभी जस्ट पता चला है कि रेस्क्यू वर्क कंप्लीट हो चुका है और अब रेस्टोरेशन की तरफ हम लोग स्टार्ट कर दिए हैं।
सर, क्या रीजन था, क्या कुछ हुआ था, उसके विषय में आप हमको जरा बताएं।
ऐसा मतलब अप ट्रैक पर, डाउन ट्रैक पे अलग अलग दिशा से मेल एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन आ रही थी और लूप लाइन में एक मालगाड़ी खड़ी थी। कुछ ऐसा घटनाक्रम हुआ है जिससे कि तीनों ट्रेन आपस में इन्वॉल्व हो गई हैं और ये अब जांच का विषय है। जो कमिश्नर ऑफ रेलवे सेफ्टी हैं वो साइट पर पहुंच चुके हैं, साइट इंस्पेक्शन शुरू कर दिए हैं और जांच प्रारंभ हो गई है। अब डिटेल्ड रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही कुछ कारण बताया जा सके।
सर, मालगाड़ी का आपने बताया कि मालगाड़ी का जिक्र किया, लेकिन मौजूदा समय में कवच सिस्टम पर सवाल हो रहे हैं। उस सिस्टम के बारे में हमें बताएं, क्या इस सिस्टम फेलियर था या कवच की मौजूदगी नहीं थी वहाँ पर?
देखिए, कवच अभी जो दिल्ली हावड़ा और दिल्ली मुंबई रूट पे ही लग रहा है। ये जो रूट था खड़गपुर से लेकर के पुरी तक वाला रूट, इस पे कवच इंस्टॉल नहीं है।
इस पे कवच इंस्टॉल नहीं है। सर, कॉम्पेंसेशन की बात भी करी जा रही है, कॉम्पेंसेशन अनाउंस किया गया है, क्या कुछ उस दिशा में है? साथ में रेलवे की तरफ से जो फंसे हुए यात्री हैं उनको उनके गंतव्य तक पहुंचाने के लिए क्या कुछ कदम उठाए गए हैं?
देखिए, कॉम्पेंसेशन एक्स ग्रेशिया तो कल ही अनाउंस कर दिया गया था और तुरंत ही तत्काल रेलवे ने उसके लिए डिसबर्सल के इंतजाम कर दिए थे। 3 पॉइंट्स पे बालासोर में, सुरू में और साइट पर ये एक्स ग्रेशिया बांटे जा रहे हैं। करीब 100 से अधिक लोगों ने कॉम्पेंसेशन जो है वो क्लेम कर लिया है।
As of now, as far as the accident is concerned, the prime focus is of the rescue. What is the current update as far as your teams are concerned, sir?
हमारी वहाँ पर लगभग 9 टीम्स हैं और वो कंटिन्यूसली जब से ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है काम कर रही है। सब्सिक्वेंटली वो सक्सेसिव टाइम में सब्सिक्वेंट में पहुँचते रहे। अब वहाँ पर ये इशू है कि जो बॉडीज हैं या कुछ इंजर्ड लोग हैं जो मैंगल्ड है, बॉगीज हैं, उसमें फंसे हुए, तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन वी आर एक्सट्रिकेटिंग देम, बिकॉज उनका कोई लिम्ब है या बॉडी में कोई आयरन रॉड्स ऊपर इस तरीके से हो जाती हैं डिफरेंट सिनेरियो में, तो हम वी आर कटिंग इट एंड टेकिंग देम आउट। सो फाइनल सर्च अभी हम हर बॉगी का कर रहे हैं और उसमें कुछ बॉगीज ऐसी हैं जो टिल्ट हो रखी है, उनको हम लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं देखने के लिए, टू इंश्योर दैट देयर इज नो इंजर्ड पर्सन और डेड बॉडीज भी। ये तो सर्च पे डिपेंड करेगा, बट मैं ये कह सकता हूँ जिस हिसाब से हमारी रेस्क्यू टीम्स हैं और स्टेट का भी कंपोनेंट वहाँ पर है और बाकी रेलवे अथॉरिटीज, सभी एक साथ कंबाइंड एफर्ट में हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तो बॉगी सर्च होने मुझे लगता है कि आज बाय इवनिंग वी विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीट दिस ऑपरेशन।
सर, बाय इवनिंग की आप बात कर रहे हैं, सर्च ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें तो मैनुअली ही चल रहा है या कैनाइन ऑपरेशन भी है, जैसे सोशल मीडिया पे एनडीआरएफ जानकारी दे रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये कंबाइंड एक हमारे जो भी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं और हमारे कैनाइंस हैं, इन सबका हम साथ में एक साथ ही यूज करते हैं, इसको अलग अलग नहीं करते हैं। तो अलग अलग तरीके से सर्च का है, अगर कोई आइडेंटिफाई हो जाता है तो हमारी टीम जो है सर्च वाली फिर आगे चली जाती है लोकेट करने वाली, एंड देन उसको जो एक्सट्रिकेट करने की टीम है वो उस जॉब पे आ जाती है।
ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुंचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचाव और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहाँ पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहाँ पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है। तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहाँ से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम। नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है। अभी हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे, लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
Now, with that, we're heading into a very short break, but do stay with us for more.
In India's eastern Odisha state, our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them. So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister, as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News 18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक हैं वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है, मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था।
I have MS Rao Saab Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about this tragic train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore?
कल ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुँचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचत और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहाँ पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहाँ पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है।
राव साहब जी, एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 3 ट्रेन्स का एक साथ पटरी पे से डिरेल हो जाना, कोलाइड हो जाना, आपको नहीं लगता कि रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर ये किसी तरीके का सवाल खड़ा करता है?
ये देखिए, ये दुर्घटना है और डिरेल हो गई एक, तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहाँ से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे सेफ्टी कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम।
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है।
Welcome back. The three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore district between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and a goods train has left over 288 people dead while over 1,000 others have been injured. Prime Minister Modi is slated to visit the accident site. He also chaired a high-level meeting with the railway officials to review the situation of the Odisha train accident. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah was also part of this emergency meeting that took place. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also took stock of the situation and has ordered a probe into the incident. Now, we have CNN News 18's Akash Sharma joining us to get us more. Akash, over to you.
So, Aisha, first of all, this is a very unfortunate incident. In fact, in the last decade, I don't remember any incident of such an intensity. But this is the panel, the signal panel, in fact, on the basis of which the whole signaling system works. And we have been told that there are two lines, basically up and down line. These are the two operational lines on which normally train operates. And other than the up and down line, we have these loop lines as well. So loop lines are used to give some sort of rest to a train. A goods train can be, it can be a goods train as well. Now we are learning on the up loop line, we had a goods train already standing. And after that, when Coromandel Express, came to this particular spot, a signal was given. A signal was given for the up line, but rather than going to the up line, in fact, the signal was first given and was taken off, and the train entered into the loop line and dashed to the goods train that was already standing. Now, it is on the basis of sources. We have no confirmation, but experts say that it is not technically possible. So, it is not possible that you are giving a signal for up line and train can go to loop line. It has to be a human error or the technical fault. So it's a matter of inquiry, and in fact, in some days from now, we'll be getting as to what actually happened. But as of now, we are getting a number of developments, and Ashwini Vaishnav was very much there on the spot. In fact, we are learning that several other leaders are visiting the particular site. Rescue operation, as far as railways is concerned, so railways is categorically mentioning that rescue work is almost done. In fact, those who were stranded have been sent to their respective places, because other than the passengers who were actually traveling, who are actually injured, there are several other passengers who were stranded because of the train accident. And now these passengers, in fact, several vehicles have been arranged for these passengers, and these passengers have been sent to their respective destinations. Also, compensation has been announced by Rail Minister, but as of now, the whole focus is, yes, of course, the rescue work, and second, the cause of this particular incident as to what actually happened. Rail Ministry has clarified that we did not have coverage system on this particular line. Coverage system is basically a system
that prevents head-on collision. In fact, a system that prevents the signal failure. So in a case where if a driver has overshotted the particular signal, then covered system can actually prevent any sort of accident. But this line, in fact, the cover system was not there on this particular line. Amitabh Sharma of Rail Ministry has clarified and has categorically mentioned that we are basically implementing the particular system on railway lines in phased manner, and this was not the case for this particular line. As of now, the whole focus on, of course, the rescue work, but Safety Commissioner is also leading an investigation in this particular matter, and in 2 days we are expecting that we'll get some sort of clarity as to if it was a signal failure, if there was a fracture in the rail, if it was a human error, and if human error, then it was an error from loco pilot or from the station master, Aisha.
Akash, let's also talk more about the covered system that you were just touching upon. It's essentially technology to prevent head-on collisions. You're saying that it was not on this specific route and that it is only on selected routes. Why is that?
So Kavach has recently been introduced in Indian Railways, and as far as this system is concerned, so it works on the basis of radio frequencies. In Kavach system, you have to install the devices in the train, and other than train, you have to install those devices in the track as well. It works on radio frequency and as well as the 4G signals. We have been told that Rail Ministry is actually implementing the system in the Indian Railways in phase-wise manner, and talking about this phase-wise manner, so this particular section has not been covered in that particular system. In fact, Rail Ministry is saying that there is a broad plan to implement the particular system throughout the Indian Railways, but yes, covered system was not there. And in fact, opposition parties, we know that how Congress is attacking the government, saying that you talk about cover system, you talk about anti-collision system for your trains, but look what has happened. In fact, they are asking for the resignation of Rail Minister Ashwini Vaishnav as well, Aisha.
Now, considering that this is 16 hours and counting, rescue and relief operations are going to be concluding this evening. That's what the NDRF had said. Could you take us through what's been taking place when it comes to the rescue and relief operations throughout the entire day today?
So you see, whenever we talk about accidents like such, in fact, we have been told that, first train got derailed, and after that, second train rammed into those derailed coaches. And this is the reason why, in fact, there were several sort of challenges in front of the authorities and, in fact, in front of the agencies, because they had to get people out of those coaches. As of now, Railways is saying that from their side, the rescue work is almost complete. But yes, NDRF is somewhere mentioning that by this evening, they'll be wrapping up the whole, focus is also on clearing the track, because we know that how several trains have been affected because of it. Several trains have been diverted. We are learning that 40 trains have been diverted from this particular route. An alternate route has been taken. Several trains have been cancelled as well and short terminated as well. So thousands of passengers across Indian Railways are affected because of this particular accident. Yes, Aisha, helpline numbers have been established, and on several stations we have help desks where rail officers are constantly working, and in fact are informing the relatives of those passengers who were traveling in these trains. But this is very unfortunate. In fact, we are getting several sort of figures. More than 900 people are injured, and as far as the deaths are concerned, so this figure is getting changed on a constant basis. We'll get to know as to what is the final figure from the state authority, but as of now, more than 200 people is what we have been told have lost their life, and in fact, more than 900 are injured. Several, nearby hospitals, they have been, in fact, injured. People have been transferred to the nearby hospitals, and we are getting images from those hospitals as well. And, all people, including the ministers, including the rail officers, and also the local people have gathered there and are trying to help these affected people.
Absolutely. Akash, one more follow-up question. Now, when it comes to what's happening at Balasore, that accident site over there, essentially rescue and relief operations are still underway. But from the railway side, as you mentioned, it is also concluding. And from the NDRF side, it's also going to be concluding this evening. When it comes to, once the rescue and relief operations are done, what's going to happen with the train bogies that have been damaged?
So, it is an operational question, because, a panel will be formed, and this panel will be deciding on the status of these bogies, because as far as I know, 19 bogies, in fact, 19 coaches were there initially that got derailed, and I'm learning that, because of that side-on collision, because of the second derailment, these bogies are not in condition to be operational once again, and this is the reason why this panel will be deciding on these bogies. But as of now, 19 bogies bogies is what we have been told, that 19 bogies initially got derailed. In fact, the initial report that we have on the basis of our sources, these sources are telling that 19 bogies in total were affected. Some of them got derailed, some of them were were very much there on the track but were not in condition because the second train rammed into the first derailed train. So we'll get to know the final status in some time from now, Aisha.
All right, Akash, thank you so much for giving us that comprehensive look at essentially the visuals that you're showing us and for giving us those details as well, those very important details when it comes to the Odisha train tragedy. We also have News 18's Tabir Samal on the line with us. Tabir, what update do you have for us?
Yeah, so far as the right information is concerned, yet the evacuation process is on, and on the spot, Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik and two union ministers, both Railway and Education, Dharmendra Pradhan, also present there. And a few moments back, we have spoke to SRC Special Relief Commissioner, who is monitoring from government part of Odisha part of side, that the rescue will take another 1 hour probably. And the situation is that what we got. Around 285 people on the death toll is may hike also, and more than 1,000 have injured. The important thing is around 2:30, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is arriving Bhubaneswar, and from Bhubaneswar on special flight he will move to spot where the incident took place yesterday. And after that, the visit also that Cuttack he will visit to meet the injured person in hospital. And another part is very important that the state government, Odisha government has declared a mourning day observed today, and no other function will be held across the state. And a senior officer like SRC, Police DGP, Chief Secretary also closely monitoring the issue. And the first and foremost duty of the from government of Odisha side is to evacuate and to provide the treatment facilities. And another major factor is that to identify the dead bodies, those who have lost their lives. The post-mortem, the paraphernalia, it is a more challenging job right now for the administrative work is concerned. And the concerned district collector SP also, we have talked a few moments back, that they are also telling that they are keeping coordination with West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Chennai, and also Odisha. The injured person, those who have lost their life, it is difficult to identify. That is the primary job. And the health number, toll-free number also provided by the district administration. And another part is important is Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Railway Minister, is informed once again to local media, also regional media, that to identify the root cause is the primary job, but the primary in the time being is concerned, it is how the evacuation will end and the treatment should be provided to the injured person. And another important thing is around 48 trains has been cancelled and 39 trains the route diverted so far as the East Coast Railway information is concerned. And in periphery districts like Kendrapada, Jagatsinghpur, Mayurbhanj, Jajpur and Puri, nearby also Khurda. Many states, the transportation of railway point of view affected. Thousands of passengers are waiting in the railway station. They are suffering their common life because there is no facilities to move from one place to another place. And in Road and Transport Department point of view, Odisha government Chief Secretary has instructed strictly there is no possible to hike any fare so far as the bus transportation is concerned. And Odisha government also monitoring a high-level committee to keep close work with the neighboring states and also evacuation, treatment and coordination with the relatives, those who were suffering and those who are injured.
Mr. Samal, so one other aspect that we've been also trying to bring to light, and if you could also shed some more light on this, is that civilians and locals really stepped up when it came to this accident that took place yesterday. Overnight, about 500 units of blood were collected.
Yeah, that is also very important and very good human thing is also came that Chief Secretary also informed that the volunteers, the young people, the local dwellers, city dwellers also, they have devoted to come and voluntarily to donate the blood. And another important is just we got the information also, special arrangements for West Bengal passengers from Puri also it has been decided, and especially the Jagatsinghpur district, Kendrapada district and Mayurbhanj district and Jajpur district also, district administration also playing a vital role to provide health services. And the AIMS Hospital Bhubaneswar is concerned also, we are getting information that they are rushing to the SCB Medical to provide the treatment facility. So special team of doctors also working on it, and the volunteers the district administrations and the top bureaucracy of Odisha government and keeping close word with the railway authority. And the reason is why the incident took place, tragic incident happened. That is also several discussion is going on, but we have to wait for the latest information. But it may be human error, it may be technical problem, it may be lack of coordination between station masters to another station master. This is going on. But the first and foremost duty of Odisha government and the neighboring state government also keeping close watch, keeping close coordination, and the first and foremost duty is to evacuate immediately and order fire brigade, NDRF team and the local volunteers, district administration and police personnel also engaging in evacuation process. Almost all 1 hour, 2 hour, maybe the operation process will wind up.
Absolutely, Mr. Samal, thank you so much for joining us and for giving us those details. Now we're going to listen in to what the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had to say.
अतिशय दुर्दैवी अशा प्रकारचा अपघात झाला आहे. त्यामध्ये जे लोक मृत्युमुखी पडले त्यांच्या परिवारासोबत आमच्या संवेदना आहेत. ही घटना अतिशय दुःखद आहे आणि हा जो काही आघात आहे तो सहन करण्याची शक्ती ईश्वराने त्या परिवारांना द्यावी अशी ईश्वरचरणी प्रार्थना आहे. जे लोक जखमी आहेत त्यांना लवकर आरोग्य लाभ व्हावा.
Now condolences continue to pour in. Right now though we're going to be heading into a very short break. Do stay with us for more.
इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे सेफ्टी कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहां पर पहुंचे हैं और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम.
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं. डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है. मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में. तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है. मैंने आपको बताया कि वहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहां पर मदद कर रहे हैं. रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहां पर की जा रही है.
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए. आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहां पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहां पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी.
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे. सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है ना कुछ है. हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है. हम ये देख रहे पहले.
राव साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं. धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे. क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं. वो खुद वहाँ पर जाकर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है. और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे, लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है.
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them. So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister, as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक है वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है।
Welcome back. We're going to be crossing over to Mamata Banerjee, essentially the West Bengal Chief Minister, who is speaking right now. We'll try to listen in. Remember, she is at Balasore district. That is where the three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore took place. Remember, it was between the Bengaluru-Howrah Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express, and a goods train. And essentially, it's left over 288 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured. Prime Minister Modi is slated to visit the accident site. We're also learning that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is there. Now, the Prime Minister had also chaired a high-level meeting with the railway officials to review the situation. Home Minister Amit Shah was also part of this emergency meeting that took place. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav had also visited the accident site and has ordered a probe into the incident. Now, Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has ordered a one-day of state mourning, which is also being observed by Tamil Nadu state. Now, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, as we mentioned, has reached Balasore district to take stock of the situation. Remember, a lot of people who hail from Bengal were on the trains that essentially were part of this accident. Meanwhile, a range of helpline numbers has also been issued, and over 200 ambulances have been deployed. All state hospitals have been placed on high alert as well. We're going to listen into some statements that have come in.
What is the current update? Because you were the one who is currently, focusing on the rescue operations in particular, sir. Update as far as it.
So far the state government has declared 238 have been declared dead, and figure is being updated again. And NDRF has 9 teams there, and we have saved 44 lives so far, apart from other agencies who are saving lives and working round the clock there after the accident. Out of 17 affected coaches, most of them have been checked. 1 or 2 coaches, because they are so intermingled, we need cranes to lift them and to assess. So most of the job has been done, but by today evening we should be able to finalize the operation.
Also, sir, the type of the search operation, because there are reports that not just the manual, but the canines are also being used, the animals are also being used for the combing operation.
Our canines are trained to detect live victims in the debris. So canines are also being used, but since it was a coach, most of the things could be done visually, but canines are also helping us.
Can we also say that all the alive people who were trapped have been evacuated by the NDRF?
So physically where we could check it, it has already been completed. So all the alive victims have been removed. 1 or 2 coaches, I said, so before I confirm, we need to get the report from the field. Today evening, we should be able to finalize it. So our team is there, our commanding officers are there, they are working on it, and we should be able to close or finalize it by today evening.
And currently also we are reporting from inside the headquarters, and this is the command center, this is the center from where the control is being observed here. And as you can see in the pictures as well, there is this big screen where the actual movement so to say, is being organized. This is the point where the accident has taken place. So this is the control room which has been made in particular, and the real-time update is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. And if we move beyond a particular point, there is map location as well, which is also being observed. Not just the map side, but also the social media platforms are also being thoroughly checked by the team of NDRF. So this is the currently command center from where we are reporting. The social media monitoring is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. So not just the mapping work, but also the social media post, the NDRF post is currently now being observed. And as you can see in the trending list as well, which is now seen, the train accident continues to be on the top trend, which is now also being observed in this particular window. But moving on to to further things, there are other things as well, other social media handles as well, which are also being checked out. This is what you are currently seeing is the screen, which also shows a map. And as you can see, I would urge my camera person Narendra Singh to zoom in, over this particular point. This is the spot which now shows is the affected area. This is the Bahanga train accident site, which is now being seen on this particular map. So there are multiple screens which are deployed here, multiple windows as well which are being observed, and not just the Google Maps or the real-time updating is being seen, but also the social media handles as well. They are thoroughly being checked.
We're crossing over CNN News 18's Kamalika Sengupta. Kamalika, so what we're learning is that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is at the site of the accident.
Yes, she has reached the spot, and she, along with the railway minister, they are, there in the spot, and she has already said that everybody unitedly should work on the relief work. More ambulances will be coming from Bengal, and she has said that most of the people who are affected in this accident are from Bengal, and she has also said that a proper inquiry should take place because it's a matter of so many lives. But she has said the the state agencies and everyone should work unitedly, and that effort she is herself going to do. And she has stressed that more number of people are from Bengal, and there where her heart goes. And she has said that a proper inquiry should take place because the lives of so many people have gone.
Can you tell us more about what her plan is going to be today now that she is at the Balasore site, the site of the accident? What's going to be happening next? She's going to be visiting the hospitals, correct?
Yeah, she will be going to the hospital and she will be meeting the bureaucrats there and her ministers there, and she will talk to obviously Naveen Patnaik and rail ministers, and she is going to stay and coordinate the things. It's not that she'll come back. She'll stay and coordinate the things till the situation is a little better. That's what we are getting it from the sources.
Now, is the team that had been sent from Bengal, which was also being headed by MP Dola Sen, are they still there at the accident site?
All are there. Manoj Bhuiya, Minister Dola Sen, the entire delegation of ministers and MPs are there. The bureaucrats are there. A lot more medical teams are being sent from Bengal. That's what we are getting from sources. Because it involves so many people from Bengal. That's why, more emphasis has been given. Because as far as identification is concerned, taking the people to Bengal is concerned, getting them admitted to different hospitals of Odisha as well as in Bengal. These are all the things that has to be looked after. So, Mamata Banerjee rightly working on that.
All right. Could you also give us more details about how she's taking stock of the situation? So she's going to be speaking with officials who are there at the site. Beyond this, what else is there?
Yeah, she's been talking to the rail minister himself, who is there in the spot, and she has also spoken to, because she herself was a rail minister, she was trying to say that what could lead this incident. And that's why her demand was, she demanded proper inquiry. Now, though, the main focus is obviously relief and rescue. But apart from that, because she was herself a railway minister, she's definitely going to raise this question on railway safety.
How much aid has been sent from Bengal specifically to Odisha?
See, yesterday 50 ambulances came, today 76 ambulances came, and also apart from that, 40 doctor teams are there, and apart from that, a lot of other bureaucrats are there, helplines have been opened up. So, a lot of support has been provided by Bengal.
All right. Now, can we also expect, you'd mentioned that we're going to be seeing meetings between the chief ministers, right? Could you tell us more about that?
See, Naveen Patnaik is there, so obviously, because she has gone there, she might talk to him. She's already talking to the railway minister. So obviously, all these things will also happen because she has come and she has said the first thing that everybody should actually coordinate and fight it out. This is a national, this is a major accident, and here everybody should work together. That's what her area of operation is. So she's just talking to everyone, and she's saying that all of them will be working together.
And Tamil Nadu declare a one-day state mourning. Are we likely to see West Bengal also do the same?
Can you please repeat the question?
So Odisha and Tamil Nadu have already declared a one-day state mourning. Are we likely to see West Bengal do the same?
That still decision has not been taken. Right now, what we are getting from the sources, focus is on how rescue operations will take place and how the people of Bengal, how the missing people will be identified and all these things. And then definitely she will declare, or if she wants to do it. Right now, we are also getting the update that Prime Minister will also come, and Prime Minister just tweeted that he is on his way to Odisha and he will review the situation in the wake of train mishap. Just now, there has been a tweet from the PMO which says that PM Narendra Modi is leaving for Odisha and he will be reviewing the situation in the wake of train mishap.
All right, many thanks to you, Kamalika, for bringing in all the latest. You're watching CNN News 18. We continue to track that tragic accident that took place yesterday in the evening in Balasore district of Odisha. We'll bring you all the latest as far as the rescue efforts are concerned. A tragedy of mammoth proportions, this three-way train accident in Odisha's Balasore between the Bengaluru-Havra Superfast Express, the Coromandel Express and the goods train has left nearly 300 people dead, while over 1,000 others have been injured as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is slated to visit the accident site. Prime Minister has also chaired a high-level meet with the railway officials to review the situation of the Odisha train accident. Home Minister Amit Shah was also part of this emergency meet. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has taken stock of the situation as well and has ordered a probe into the incident. Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik also took cognizance of the situation and has ordered a one-day state mourning today. West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has also reached Balasore to take stock of the accident site. Meanwhile, a range of helpline numbers have been issued and over 200 ambulances have been deployed as rescue efforts have been on since last night. Remember, this accident took place at precisely 7:20 in the evening. And in fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just now tweeted announcing that he's leaving for Odisha, where he will review the situation in the wake of the train mishap. Remember, he was the first one of the highest dignitaries to have sent out a tweet condoling the demise of all those who've lost the lives during this train accident. Pallavi Ghosh joins me on the phone line. Pallavi, by when can we expect Prime Minister Modi to arrive?
So around 2:30 was the time where we have been told that he's going to the hospital and also going to go to the accident site. But as we see from the tweet, he's already left for the spot. There was a round of meeting which took place. We got those pictures out a short while back. And at the meeting, the Prime Minister was briefed by the Home Minister, by the railway officials, and also from the on-spot inputs. The priority at this point of time, of course, is to provide medical aid to as many people as possible, as soon as possible. And we are seeing all hands on deck, all facilities provided by the central government, and not just central government. It's in moments of tragedy like this, everyone comes together. And that's exactly what we are seeing as far as the neighboring states are concerned. That's one point. The second, of course, is that the Prime Minister will also take a stock, and he has been briefed already about what is happening on the ground, what was the reason for the accident.
Right, Pallavi, it's important to also talk about what emerged out of that high review meeting that took place earlier during the day, which of course was chaired by Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, and we saw those pictures where the Prime Minister was there. He was accompanied by officials, the NDRF representatives, the army, all of them, they all heads are put together. Essentially, the briefing was given on, we know the details. I mean, what happened, what could have gone wrong, what is the situation on the ground, death toll, how many injured, what kind of requirements needed, because at this point of time, there's a sense of urgency. You have to ensure that if there are any people who are still trapped, they are extracted as soon as possible, and modern medical facilities are provided to them.
Absolutely, Pallavi. Also important to all right. I'm sorry. I'll have to cut across to Akash, a correspondent who's also in the news pit right now with us. He will take us through how this tragedy happened. Akash, I'd also like to begin by asking you how a multi-pronged effort is needed, is the need of the hour right now, and a more coordinated effort between the states will be needed to aid these rescue operations at the moment.
Right. So first of all, I'm talking about the rescue and relief operation. So rescue operation is almost complete. And in fact, we are learning that now the restoration part is going on. In fact, clearing the track, getting those derailed coaches away from the track is what the priority is. In fact, we are learning that now railway officers are working to restore traffic on that particular track, because this is the priority. Because, other than the derailment of these trains, we have several trains that are affected. 40 of the trains have been diverted. Several of trains have been cancelled and short terminated as well. So thousands of passengers are affected as of now. But the whole focus, is now the restoration as well. Also, Akanksha, you see, it is very important as to what led to the particular incident. And in fact, this is the whole panel of the particular station. In fact, the section where this accident actually happened, and I'm joined by Dhruva Jyoti ji, to give us a sort of technical aspect of it. Sir, this is the panel. This is the panel on the basis of which the whole signaling system works. In fact, station master or the superintendent at that point in time have the control of it. Initial theory came, and it was said that Yeshwanthpur Express got derailed first. After that derailment, the another train, that is Coromandel Express, was coming from the other direction, that rammed into those coaches and got derailed as well. But now the sources, in fact, sources within the rail ministry are telling us that now the theory has changed, and in fact now we have the third train that was very much there initially as well, but now the inquiry note, in fact, that we have accessed here at CNN News 18 is in fact talking about the third train and dashing of the passenger train into that goods train. Sir, you tell me the technical aspect, because the inquiry report is somewhere pointing out that first signal was given to this particular line. These are the two lines, Akanksha.
Yeah.
This line is up line, this is down line, and these two lines are the loop lines. Dhruva Jyoti sir, you tell me what is the role of this loop line and what has actually happened on the basis of the inquiry report that we are getting.
Correct. So now you can see here is one level crossing, right? So this is the level crossing. On that level crossing, particular level crossing, this is exactly the site of the accident, the point of the accident. You may say this is the point of the accident, this is the level crossing, right? Now, so this is the up main line, this is the up loop line, this is the down main line, and this is the down loop line. So now, according to the information, initial informations we are getting through sources from the railways insiders, that says probably it could be a complete signaling failure. It could be a complete RRI failure, route relay interlocking system failure that caused the accident.
So this is for the benefit of our viewers, sir. Whenever we talk about signaling system, so for example, a green signal has been given to train. Changing line is not what loco pilot decides. No, it is not decided by the pilot, but actually the panel and the indication, and after that the station master decides as to which line they will be taking and they will be sending that particular train to. The theory is saying that the signal was given for up line. It means that train is coming from this direction. Signal was given, train has to move into the onto the same line, but rather train moved to this loop line and dashed into the goods train that was already standing on the loop line, right sir? And technically it is not possible. Why it is not possible?
Yeah, so let me tell you one thing. If you could please take a deep look. So the signal is shown green here, right? Right. The signal is shown green here. So this is probably the distant signal and this is the home signal, right? So it clearly indicates to a fact that the loco pilots, two loco pilots of Coromandel Express, they did not jump the signal. Number one, they were given go ahead. Okay, you please go through, pass through the this particular station.
And also signal was not yellow, it was green. Correct. It has been categorically mentioned. We can say that signal overshooting can be possible in yellow signal, but it was a green signal. Correct. It means loco pilot was not at fault initially.
Correct. Now, let us please look at these 2 points. This is point number facing point number 17A, right? So according to the sources, so this is point number 17A. What exactly was planned before Coromandel, was about to enter and pass through this particular station? There was a goods train coming on the same line, I mean the up main line, and it was stopped. It was stopped at that particular station, and that is why the loop line mechanism it was got initiated, and this particular point it was set in reverse direction. It means any train coming from this direction, it will go to the loop line and will get stationary. Okay, so the goods train was stationary here. And then according to the general rules of Indian Railways, once a train is stationary here, so the point behind, the facing point behind, it should be set in a released mode. Otherwise,
it is also to avoid the actually condition that has actually happened, because when a train is stationary here, you cannot actually allow the second train come onto same line, right? But it has actually happened in this case. So it has been said that actually signal was given, was taken off immediately, and by that time the train entered into the loop line, which is technically not possible. This is what we are trying to make you understand. And again, if you talk about loop line, main lines are basically the operational lines on Indian Railways. So whenever you have multiple trains, several trains have stoppage on a particular station, and the other train has no stoppage on that station. So the operational line is the main line from where train passes through. Right. In this particular case, what we are learning is that the train avoided the main line, went into the loop line, dashed with the goods train, got derailed, and because of that derailment, the another train, came onto the different track, which was the down track. The second train came from this direction, sir.
Correct.
Right. The second train came from this direction, and what actually happened after that?
Yeah. So then what happened? So now, according to the preliminary report, probably it could have been a complete RRI failure,
right,
wherein the Coromandel Express was supposed to pass through the AAP main line. That it did not. It took a left turn and took the left loop line, right, and rammed onto the stationary goods train.
Right.
Then what happened? The impact was such that 15 coaches of Coromandel Express got derailed, and some of the coaches displaced and infringed into this down main line.
Right.
And meanwhile, in just couple of minutes, this particular train that is, that was Howrah bound, Yashwantpur Howrah Superfast Express, it was, passing through this, and according to a few injured passengers, our reporters have spoken to, they said that it was almost passed through. It was almost passed through. It was just about to pass through the particular railway crossing. That time, the accident happened.
It means the time lapse that railways is talking about. In fact, I remember the first bulletin came and it was categorically mentioned that around 6:55 the first derailment happened, and second derailment happened at around 7 p.m.
It was 6:58 in 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes.
Correct.
You are saying that this particular time lapse is actually, some sort of a manual, we can say because of manual intervention, but actually these two derailments happen at the same time. Because, it is practically not possible that one train is passing by and second train has got derailed already,
yes,
and the first train is getting derailed because of the second train, and then there is a difference of at least 3 minutes.
Correct.
In railways terminology, 3 minutes is a huge difference, time difference. But again, Akanksha, this is for the benefit of our viewers. First train got derailed because of this particular signal. I should say signal because the report is suggesting and report is saying so. Technically, it is not possible.
Correct.
But yes, it has been said that signal was given for up line. Train went to loop line, which was not the signal for, and dashed into this. Yes, you are laughing, sir, because
Akash, I want to ask you one question for the benefit of our viewers and gain clarity, because this is a question I want to personally pose. So, if a train is being given a signal for the up line, is it possible technically for a train to just switch on to the loop line if it has, despite being given a signal for the up line?
No. This is why, in fact, sir has a smile on his face, because technically it is not possible, Akanksha.
Right.
Technically, it is not possible that when you are given a signal for up line, it is a train and not a car or bus that, it is going with manual intervention, because a lot many things are happening automatically as far as the train signaling system and train operations are concerned.
So
yes, sir.
Let me explain. So the goods train was stationary on this up loop line. So once the train is stationary, then this is the route relay interlocking system that will immediately set into released mode. What is released mode? Then it will not allow any train. It will not allow any train to come into the same line and ram onto it, right? So that should be the typical route relay interlocking system. And again, this is also very surprising that it was released. If it was released, then the question is why the signal was green. The signal was supposed to be red. Not only this signal, the home signal, the distant signal was also supposed to be either yellow or red.
Right. So, Akanksha, it is important to mention that the information that we are giving is on the basis of the sources. And in fact, our sources are telling us on the basis of the inquiry report, the initial inquiry that was conducted by the officers from station and also from the division. But Safety Commissioner of that particular zone is conducting an inquiry as well.
Right.
And, it will be the final inquiry. And within 1 or 2 days, I'm expecting that this inquiry report will come, and then we'll get to know as to what is the final conclusion, what went wrong in this particular case. One short thing, one small thing. After this particular, incident with first train, second train was coming from this down line.
Right.
This is down line. Yeah,
Akash,
and
that is what I am also coming to, because you and Dhruvajyoti ji have in fact explained this at great length in terms of how the first collision between that goods train and the Coromandel Express happened. I want to ask you, we are looking at a window between 6:50 p.m. and 7:10 p.m., which roughly gives us 20 minutes. Now the other question that arises is, could the second collision have been averted? Why wasn't a signal given to the Yashwantpur Havra Express?
Right. So these are two individual lines. You see, sir, the question is that, could we have, a condition where, yes, one incident has happened, but the second one happened as well. So was there any chance that, some sort of step or some sort of a safety measure that we have in place so that, we could have avoided the second incident? Akanksha, before sir answer the particular question, I want to tell that we have two individual lines. And as far as signaling system is concerned, so these are two independent signalings, in fact signals. Yes, they are interconnected to such a level that the whole panel is getting the inputs of both the lines. But, the technical aspect, sir, the technical aspect, how can it be possible that one train has derailed? Correct. And the station master or the or the concerned officer have no clue about it, and the second train got derailed as well?
Yeah. So why it happened? Now the entire system is based on the conventional system. Right. Correct? It's absolutely dependent on the person who is operating this panel board. Right. Correct? Right. So now there was another theory that the signal was given and then subsequently it was put off.
Taken off. Right.
Right? It was taken off. Now if it is to be believed, then definitely it's a massive human error. Even that is very difficult to understand and digest. That type of a human error. It was given, then immediately it was taken off. Even again, probably the route relay interlocking system will not allow someone to give the signal and immediately release the signal. Correct? Right. Now, so obviously, Akash, you have been telling since the morning that the only protection system is the much talked about Kavach system, or what we call in railways parlance, that is TPWS, that is Train Protection and Warning System. Yes. What is the Train Protection and Warning System? It's a system, it's a automated system installed in all the locomotives. That is the plan, that was the plan, that has been the plan for so many years, that this TPWS system will be installed in all the locomotives in Indian Railways, running in Indian Railways, and the receiving device will be installed along the track. So what will happen if there is an obstruction? In such a case, there was an obstruction as Coromandel Express got derailed. So there was an obstruction. If there is a signal error and two trains come head on the same track or close to each other, then this particular system will get activated automatically, and the system will automatically apply the brake. Yes. So that is only the Kavach, that is only the
a little addition. So whenever we talk about Kavach, it is also called as ATCS, which is anti-train collision system, and it works on radio frequency and the 4G signals. So as sir has been mentioning this, so whenever we have this system in place, so you cannot have a condition where two trains are colliding. Head-on collision cannot happen with Kavach system.
Unfortunately, that route did not have that Kavach system. Many thanks to you, Akash and Dhruvajyoti, for bringing in all those latest inputs in terms of what could have perhaps led to this accident. Was it a human error or a technical glitch? Remember, the railway has already set up an inquiry. Facts will emerge soon, but as of now, from our sources, CNN News18 is learning that these could have been perhaps the possibilities. Remember, this accident has raised several questions. On that note, let me also cut across to the latest visuals that have come in from the accident site. Remember, Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, is now was expected to arrive, and she has arrived. These are the visuals that we are bringing to you of Mamata Banerjee from Balasore. She's arrived at the accident spot. She's been in touch already with the rescue effort team since last night when she received the news of this horrific tragedy in her Kalighat residence. And she, in fact, even conveyed her condolences to the families of those bereaved victims. In fact, these are the visuals that we are bringing to you of the Chief Minister at the hospital, which is providing first aid and aid to all those who've been injured or perhaps the deceased. Kamalika Sen Gupta joins me on the phone line with more details. Kamalika, we are finally getting in these visuals. The Chief Minister is already assured of all possible assistance from West Bengal. For how long is she expected to be in Balasore today?
No, she's going to stay for a while because she's going to coordinate the entire thing, because most of the people who have died and who have been injured are from Bengal, because this Coromandel Express, the Shalimar Coromandel Express and also Yeshwanthpur Express, both the trains had people from Bengal. Most of the people, their tourism route and also their work route, I mean, all of the labour who goes to South India takes in this train. So she's monitoring the situation since yesterday evening, and now she has said that unitedly all should work together. State, center, everyone should work together. All the states involved, like Odisha, West Bengal and Chennai, Tamil Nadu, they should work together on this. And but she has also raised questions, and she has said that how so many lives have gone, and a proper inquiry should take place. That is her demand. But right now, more off to the questioning part. That I think will come in the later part.
Right.
Mamata Banerjee is more focused on how unitedly people can be saved, and people who have lost their life, 5 lakh has been declared as compensation by the West Bengal government. So she is also in an all-out way. She herself is monitoring, because most of the people are from Bengal, so from a lot of districts, and they are very poor people. So Mamata Banerjee right on spot and then right in the hospital.
Absolutely. And when she's in fact assured of assistance, we've in fact seen emergency helplines also being opened by the state of West Bengal. Visuals coming in of, in fact, Mamata Banerjee meeting all those injured people. I can see her interacting with a young boy who's in fact carrying massive injuries on his head right now. In terms of assistance, Kamalika, take us through what is the kind of assistance that one can expect to come in from the state of West Bengal. I do know that several ambulances have arrived from the state. All right, we seem to have lost connection with Kamalika. We'll try and re-establish that connection. But in the meantime, those are the latest visuals that we're bringing to you of the West Bengal Chief Minister taking cognizance of the situation. Here, where you can see she's at a hospital near Balasore, where all those who have been injured or perhaps even deceased have been brought to the hospital. The injured are being given first aid. As far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned, she's been taking stock of the situation overnight. She's been in touch with all the rescue effort teams. West Bengal has also mobilized several ambulances which have arrived at Balasore. At the same time, they have also activated emergency control rooms, and several numbers have been opened up. As far as West Bengal is concerned, the Chief Minister is also assured of adequate assistance. We'll have to, in fact, await details in terms of what is that kind of assistance that we are looking at coming from the state of West Bengal. As Kamalika, our correspondent, was also highlighting the fact that on both these express trains, whether it was the Coromandel or the Yeshwanthpur-Havra Express, several locals from West Bengal were travelling on these 2 trains. And in fact, these people who were travelling on these trains are, in fact, many of them come from poor families. And to provide them adequate first aid and to provide them ample assistance is the need of the hour. Let's also bring you the kind of reactions that have poured in at the moment.
By this extremely tragic train accident. I have to thank the local people, the local teams and others who have worked overnight to save people from the wreckage. Railway safety should always be given the first preference. The people have been taken to hospitals here in Balasore, also in Cuttack, so that they recover as fast as possible.
आज सारा का सारा फोकस रेस्क्यू पे होना चाहिए, रेस्टोरेशन पे होना चाहिए। रेस्क्यू करीब कंप्लीट हुआ, अब रेस्टोरेशन का काम स्टार्ट हो गया है। एक तरफ से उस तरफ से रेस्टोरेशन का काम स्टार्ट हो गया है। अभी सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है कि हम सब के सब इस एरिया को खाली करें और जो बड़ी मशीनें रेस्टोरेशन में लगी हुई है उनसे दूर रहें। दुर्घटना के जड़ तक जाएंगे और कभी भी इस तरह की घटना वापस न हो उसकी व्यवस्था करेंगे।
एक हादसा हुआ, बड़ा दुर्भाग्यजनक बात था, लेकिन उसमें हम सभी लोगों की प्रयास से, यानी यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग, स्थानीय प्रशासन के अधिकारी, भारत सरकार की रेल विभाग, एनडीआरएफ, आर्मी, ये सभी लोगों ने मिलके इसको रिस्टोरेशन के काम पे लगे हैं। अनेक लोगों को स्थानीय अस्पताल में डाला गया है। अनेक बंधुओं की दुर्भाग्यजनक स्थिति में मृत्यु भी हुई है। उन सारे मृतकों के प्रति हम समवेदना जताते हैं। रेल विभाग की ओर से 10 लाख रुपया की राशि की अनुदान घोषणा किया गया है मृतकों के लिए। वो शायद 233 कहा था, फिर किसी ने भी कहा कि नहीं 260 तक पहुंचा है या फिर उसके थोड़ा और भी आगे जा सकता है। लेकिन देखिए अभी भी बहुत सारे रिस्टोरेशन काम चल रहा है।
So you see our priority is treatment. The SCB hospital is ready for treatment. Doctors are ready, and they are also taking the and our MLAs and people's representative. They are also here. I had a discussion with collector and hospital authority. The treatment part is going on, and some more beds are also ready if more patients will come here. And Honorable CM has already directed to keep everything ready in the hospital.
ओडिशा में जो रेलवे का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है उसमें जिन लोगों का दुर्दैवी मृत्यु हुआ है उनके परिवारों के साथ हमारी संवेदनाएं हैं। हम मृतकों को श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना भी करते हैं कि उनके परिवार को ये दुख सहन करने की शक्ति ईश्वर दे। जो लोग अभी भी जख्मी हैं उन्हें स्वास्थ्य लाभ हो, इस प्रकार की भी हम लोग कामना करते हैं।
बहुत ही भयंकर एक्सीडेंट हुआ, दुर्घटना हुई जिसमें लगभग 300 लोगों की जान चली गई। मैं उनके प्रति अपनी श्रद्धांजलि व्यक्त करता हूं और ऐसी दुर्घटनाओं के बाद निश्चित रूप से हमारा जो डिपार्टमेंट है उसकी जानकारी तो अवश्य लेंगे ही, कोई ना कोई उसकी जानकारी भी होगी ही, क्योंकि भयंकर दुर्घटना वास्तव में एक क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा करती है। लेकिन दुर्घटना तो दुर्घटना है। उनके जान चले जाने के बाद उनके प्रति श्रद्धांजलि और उनके सब परिवारों के लिए भी मैं प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
बड़ा एक्सीडेंट भी है, दुर्घटना भी है। हम लोग सभी मृत्यु हुए आत्मा को श्रद्धांजलि समर्पण करना चाहता हूं और सभी कुटुंबों को सांत्वना देना चाहता हूं। ऐसा दुर्घटना मत होना, किसके वजह से हुआ है।
अगर एंटी करप्शन डिवाइस लगाता था तो कोई इंसिडेंट नहीं होता। अगर जो हो गया है, जिसका प्राण चला गया है, उसको जिंदगी तो नहीं मिलेगा। लेकिन अभी हमारा काम है रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, रेस्टोरेशन ऑफ द नॉर्मलसी। जो परिवार मर गया हर परिवार और को नौकरी दिया था। रेलवे का एक सिस्टम है, कोई इंसिडेंट होने से वो लोग 15 लाख रुपया करके देता है। एक 10 ना 15 10 देता है, अभी 10 देता है। हर स्टेट का जो आदमी मर गया हर स्टेट तो उसको मदद करेगा। फिर हमारा स्टेट से ज्यादा है, हम भी वो परिवार को हमारा स्टेट का जो है 5 लाख करके हम देंगे। और आप रेलवे के साथ, गवर्नमेंट का साथ, उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट का साथ कोऑपरेशन करके रेलवे का साथ हम पूरा काम करेंगे जब तक काम खत्म नहीं होगा। हमने भी 70 एम्बुलेंस आज भेजा, कल भी 40 भेजा था। हमारा 40 डॉक्टर इधर में पहुंच चुका है, काम कर रहा है। हमारा सिस्टर भी काम कर रहा है। और हम 2 बस भेजा था, उसमें जो पूरा से इंज्यूर्ड है वो बंगाल में वापस चला गया। और हम रेल को भी कहने चाहूंगी कि अगर 2 कैसे जाएगा, अभी तो इसमें रास्ता क्लियर नहीं होने से नहीं होगा।
ऑलरेडी बालेश्वर से कोलकाता और इधर सोरो से भुवनेश्वर की तरफ लगातार शटल चल रही है। जो भी पेशेंट या जो भी पेशेंट्स के पैसेंजर्स के रिलेटिव।
দেখুন এসব কোশ্চেনের উত্তর আপনাদের আমি রেস্কিউর পরে বলবো, আজকে বলার টাইম নয়। এখন মানুষ রেস্কিউ করুক, তাদের বাংলার মানুষরা আমি বলবো যেসব পরিবার মারা গেছে, যেসব পরিবার রাস্তায় আছেন, যেসব পরিবার ইনজিউর্ড হয়ে গেছে, তাদের সকলকে আমরা অলরেডি আমাদের নাম্বার দিয়েছি। আমাদের 24 ঘন্টা মনিটরিং চলছে তার, এবং এখানে আমাদের 50 জন অফিসারের টিম আছে এবং হেলথের টিম আছে, ডাক্তার আছে, তাদের বললেই হবে। তাছাড়া পশ্চিম মিদনাপুরের টিম আছে, বালেশ্বর জলেশ্বর মিদনাপুরের বর্ডারে। আর তাছাড়াও যারা খুব সিরিয়াস ইনজিউর্ড আমাদের ওদেরও 1 লাখ টাকা করে আমরা দেবো। আর যাদের হয়তো অল্প লেগেছে তাদের 50,000 টাকা করে দেবো। আর যদি আমি তাদের কলকাতায় নিয়ে গিয়ে ট্রিটমেন্ট করার ব্যবস্থা করবো, কারণ আমাদের উই হ্যাভ সো মেনি ফেসিলিটিস। সুতরাং ওরা যদি পাঠায় রেলে করে আমি খুশি হব। আমি ফিরে যাবো, তার কারণ হচ্ছে প্রাইম মিনিস্টারের প্লেনের টাইম যদি ক্লাস করে তাহলে আমরা যেতে পারবো না। থান্ডার স্টর্মে আমি কাল রাত্রি থেকেই তো আমি অজিত মাইতি, শ্রীকান্ত মাহাতো, আমি কাল রাত্রি এই দোলা সেন, মানস ভূঁইয়া সবাইকে পাঠিয়েছিলাম। এরা এখনো আছে। আমি তো অজিত মাইতি, শ্রীকান্ত মাহাতো থেকে শুরু করে বিজেপির এমএলএ এমপিদের থেকে শুরু করে, আমি প্রশাসন থেকে শুরু করে, উড়িষ্যার প্রশাসন থেকে শুরু করে সবাইকেই দেখতে পাচ্ছি।
দিদি একটা প্রশ্ন, প্রধানমন্ত্রীর সঙ্গে কথা বলবেন? কোনোভাবে এখনো
ওনার সাথে আমার যদি সাক্ষাৎ হয় তখন কথা বলবো, কিন্তু মুখোমুখি না হলে কি করে বলবো? এখানে তো আছে, রেল মিনিস্টার আছে, ধর্মেন্দ্র আছে, এরা আমার সকলেই পূর্ব পরিচিত। আমি নবীনজিকে ফোনে কথা বলে নেব, ঠিক আছে? আমি
बहुत सारे लोग ऐसा है जो जीने के लिए अपने ज़िंदगी से पंजा लड़ रहे हैं, जान से पंजा लड़ रहे हैं, हॉस्पिटलों में दर्ज हो चुके हैं। पता नहीं मृतकों की जो तादाद ये और कितने इसमें इजाफा होगी, क्योंकि जितने समय निकलते जाते हैं मृतकों की संख्या की उतना बढ़ोतरी होते हैं। ये दर्दनाक हादसा हम सबको दिल रुला दिया। मैं तो सिर्फ ये कहना चाहते हैं, जो शुरू से ही जब मौका मुझे मिले मैं ये गुहार लगाते आए हैं कि जो बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जो निचले स्तर की जो चीज़ें की ज़रूरत होते हैं, सवारी को सुरक्षित अपना गंतव्य स्थल पहुंचाने के लिए उसमें ज़्यादा ध्यान और तवज्जो देने की ज़रूरत है। ज़्यादा बुलेट ट्रेन करके हमारा रोज़ाना हिंदुस्तान की रेल की पटरी से आप चौंक जाओगे कि 25 लाख सवारी रोजाना सफर करते हैं। तो एक बुलेट ट्रेन की
हुआ तो हम लोग शीशा तोड़कर बाहर निकले। ऐसा तो आप पहली बार हम देखे हैं, मगर ऐसा तो हम लोग मोबाइल पर देखते थे, मगर हम लोग का आँख के सामने या चाहे हमारे साथ ऐसा पहली बार।
उस समय हम लोग ट्रेन में अभी चल रहा था ट्रेन, उसमें उसके बाद पटरी से डायरेक्ट उतर के उसके बाद कुछ दूर लेके गया, उसके बाद बोगी पलटी मार दी है। वहाँ से प्रशासन ने बहुत वहाँ पे सुरक्षा किया, वहाँ से बस पकड़वा के उसके बाद में भेजे हैं वो आए बस वाले स्टेशन में एक उतार दिए, वहाँ से ट्रेन पकड़ाया, उसके बाद हम लोग घबराए हैं।
Sir, first of all, we know about the tragic incident that has happened in Odisha. Want to know the status as of now. What is the current status as far as rescue work is concerned?
देखिए, साइट पे अभी तक हम लोग रेस्क्यू में जुटे हुए थे। रेलवे बोर्ड के शीर्ष अधिकारी और उनके साथ ही साथ मंत्री जी खुद साइट का चार्ज लिए हुए थे। रेस्क्यू वर्क अभी जस्ट पता चला है कि रेस्क्यू वर्क कंप्लीट हो चुका है और अब रेस्टोरेशन की तरफ हम लोग स्टार्ट कर दिए हैं।
सर, क्या रीजन था, क्या कुछ हुआ था, उसके विषय में आप हमको जरा बताएं।
ऐसा मतलब अप ट्रैक पर, डाउन ट्रैक पे अलग अलग दिशा से मेल एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन आ रही थी और लूप लाइन में एक मालगाड़ी खड़ी थी। कुछ ऐसा घटनाक्रम हुआ है जिससे कि तीनों ट्रेन आपस में इन्वॉल्व हो गई हैं और ये अब जांच का विषय है। जो कमिश्नर ऑफ रेलवे सेफ्टी हैं वो साइट पर पहुंच चुके हैं, साइट इंस्पेक्शन शुरू कर दिए हैं और जांच प्रारंभ हो गई है। अब डिटेल्ड रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही कुछ कारण बताया जा सके।
सर, मालगाड़ी का आपने बताया कि मालगाड़ी का जिक्र किया, लेकिन मौजूदा समय में कवच सिस्टम पर सवाल हो रहे हैं। उस सिस्टम के बारे में हमें बताएं, क्या इस सिस्टम फेलियर था या कवच की मौजूदगी नहीं थी वहाँ पर?
देखिए, कवच अभी जो दिल्ली हावड़ा और दिल्ली मुंबई रूट पे ही लग रहा है। ये जो रूट था खड़गपुर से लेकर के पुरी तक वाला रूट, इस पे कवच इंस्टॉल नहीं है।
इस पे कवच इंस्टॉल नहीं है। सर, कॉम्पेंसेशन की बात भी करी जा रही है, कॉम्पेंसेशन अनाउंस किया गया है, क्या कुछ उस दिशा में है? साथ में रेलवे की तरफ से जो फंसे हुए यात्री हैं उनको उनके गंतव्य तक पहुंचाने के लिए क्या कुछ कदम उठाए गए हैं?
देखिए, कॉम्पेंसेशन एक्स ग्रेशिया तो कल ही अनाउंस कर दिया गया था और तुरंत ही तत्काल रेलवे ने उसके लिए डिसबर्सल के इंतजाम कर दिए थे। 3 पॉइंट्स पे बालासोर में, सुरू में और साइट पर ये एक्स ग्रेशिया बांटे जा रहे हैं। करीब 100 से अधिक लोगों ने कॉम्पेंसेशन जो है वो क्लेम कर लिया है।
As of now, as far as the accident is concerned, the prime focus is of the rescue. What is the current update as far as your teams are concerned, sir?
हमारी वहाँ पर लगभग 9 टीम्स हैं और वो कंटिन्यूसली जब से ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है काम कर रही है। सब्सिक्वेंटली वो सक्सेसिव टाइम में सब्सिक्वेंट में पहुँचते रहे। अब वहाँ पर ये इशू है कि जो बॉडीज हैं या कुछ इंजर्ड लोग हैं जो मैंगल्ड है बॉगीज हैं उसमें फंसे हुए, तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन वी आर एक्सट्रिकेटिंग देम, बिकॉज उनका कोई लिम है या बॉडी में कोई आयरन रॉड्स ऊपर इस तरीके से हो जाती हैं डिफरेंट सिनेरियो में, तो हम वी आर कटिंग इट एंड टेकिंग देम आउट। सो फाइनल सर्च अभी हम हर बॉगी का कर रहे हैं और उसमें कुछ बॉगीज ऐसी हैं जो टिल्ट हो रखी है, उनको हम लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं देखने के लिए, टू इंश्योर दैट देयर इज नो इंजर्ड पर्सन और डेड बॉडीज। ये तो सर्च पे डिपेंड करेगा, बट मैं ये कह सकता हूँ जिस हिसाब से हमारी रेस्क्यू टीम्स हैं और स्टेट का भी कंपोनेंट वहाँ पर है और बाकी रेलवे अथॉरिटीज, सभी एक साथ कंबाइंड एफर्ट में हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तो बॉगी सर्च होने मुझे लगता है कि आज बाय इवनिंग वी विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीट दिस ऑपरेशन।
सर, बाय इवनिंग की आप बात कर रहे हैं, सर्च ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें तो मैनुअली ही चल रहा है या कैनाइन ऑपरेशन भी है, जैसे सोशल मीडिया पे एनडीआरएफ जानकारी दे रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये कंबाइंड एक हमारे जो भी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं और हमारे कैनाइन्स हैं, इन सबका हम साथ में एक साथ ही यूज करते हैं, इसको अलग अलग नहीं करते हैं। तो अलग अलग तरीके से सर्च का है, अगर कोई आइडेंटिफाई हो जाता है तो हमारी टीम जो है सर्च वाली फिर आगे चली जाती है लोकेट करने वाली, एंड देन उसको जो एक्सट्रिकेट करने की टीम है वो उस जॉब पे आ जाती है।
What is the current update? Because you were the one who is currently, focusing on the rescue operations in particular, sir. Update as far as it.
So far the state government has declared 238 have been declared dead, and figure is being updated again. And NDRF has 9 teams there, and we have saved 44 lives so far, apart from other agencies who are saving lives and working round the clock there after the accident. Out of 17 affected coaches, most of them have been checked. 1 or 2 coaches, because they are so intermingled, we need cranes to lift them and to assess. So most of the job has been done, but by today evening we should be able to finalize the operation.
Also, sir, the type of the search operation, because there are reports that not just the manual but the canines are also being used, the animals are also being used for the combing operation.
Our canines are trained to detect live victims in the debris. So canines are also being used, but since it was a coach, most of the things could be done visually, but canines are also helping us.
Can we also say that all the alive people who were trapped have been evacuated by the NDRF?
So physically where we could check it, it has already been completed. So all the alive victims have been removed. 1 or 2 coaches, I said. So before I confirm, we need to get the report from the field. Today evening, we should be able to finalize it. So our team is there, our commanding officers are there, they are working on it, and we should be able to close or finalize it by today evening.
And currently also we are reporting from inside the headquarters, and this is the command center, this is the center from where the control is being observed here. And as you can see in the pictures as well, there is this big screen where the movement, actual movement so to say, is being organized. This is the point where the accident has taken place. So this is the control room which has been made in particular, and the real-time update is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. And if we move beyond a particular point, there is map location as well, which is also being observed. Not just the map side, but also the social media platforms are also being thoroughly checked by the team of NDRF. So this is the currently command center from where we are reporting. The social media monitoring is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. So not just the mapping work, but also the social media post, the NDRF post is currently now being observed. And as you can see in the trending list as well, which is now seen, the train accident continues to be on the top trend, which is now also being observed in this particular window. But moving on to to further things, there are other things as well, other social media handles as well, which are also being checked out. This is what you are currently seeing is the screen, which also shows a map. And as you can see, I would urge my camera person Narendra Singh to zoom in over this particular point. This is the spot which now shows is the affected area. This is the Bahanga train accident site, which is now being seen on this particular map. So there are multiple screens which are deployed here, multiple windows as well which are being observed, and not just the Google Maps or the real-time updating is being seen, but also the social media handles as well. They are thoroughly being checked.
All right, so CNN News 18 is bringing you a minute-by-minute update in terms of those rescue efforts which seem to have been completed at the moment. As we are learning, the restoration work is currently on. We also showed you visuals of Mamata Banerjee addressing the media at Balasore along with Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Important to also highlight what she had to say. She's in fact gone on to promise and assure a compensation of 5 lakh to the victims of this disaster. At the same time, she's also gone on to say that railway has always been her baby and that she belongs to the railway family, and if people need to be treated and are running short of hospitals, then she is more than willing to take all those victims to her state of West Bengal and provide them with free treatment. At the same time, she has also gone on to say that this is not the time for politics. She highlighted how she was accompanied by the Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and how this is the time to be in fact working in a close coordinated manner with the government at the centre and with the Odisha government as well. Remember, she's been keeping a very close eye and watch on the rescue efforts that have been on since last evening. She has been in touch with the rescue effort teams and in fact Bengal has sent 40 doctors to the site along with 2 buses. The case needs to be thoroughly investigated. This is what Mamata Banerjee had to say when she was addressing the media from the site. And at the same time, she said this is not the time to do politics and we will get to the bottom of the matter. But as of now, the priority should be rescue efforts. She also indicated that she's heard that nearly 500 people have died and yet needs to be found in terms of what the exact death toll is. Remember, the death toll is only mounting by the hour. And we are learning that at the moment, nearly 300 people have died. To be precise, 288 is the death toll that we have at the moment. We're sure this is only going to be rising. But this is what has happened so far in the morning. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level meeting, which was also comprising the Home Minister. At the moment, let's quickly go across to Kamalika, who's joining us live on the phone with me. Kamalika, we saw how Mamata Banerjee, in fact, put up a united front as she was accompanied by the railway minister as well while addressing the media. Take us through what she has highlighted, as she also assured a compensation of 5 lakh rupees.
She first would like to, obviously Mamata Banerjee has declared a 5 lakh compensation, and she's also meeting the people in the schools and the hospital where they have been kept. But would like to show you, we are right now in Balasore. This is absolutely the amount of effort that has been put now. You can see that all the army vehicles are there, and you can see a crane is there behind me. So actually this will be doing the cutter come, and we are just at the spot where this tragic incident took place. You can see all the army cars are there, and this road straight goes to that area, that spot where the horrific accident took place, and the death toll is more than 261. Mamata Banerjee, she is there and she's talking to people. She has gone to the hospital, and she has said that right now the focus, you can see Mamata Banerjee, going there, and you can see that just in front of me, Mamata Banerjee's car went, and she is just reaching the hospital zone and the area where the people are, and you can see that they are going. And also sometime from now, Prime Minister will also visit this place. Rail Minister is there. You can see her convoy going in.
Right.
So clearly, Mamata Banerjee, Rail Minister, Prime Minister, their focus is this place, because this is a tragic incident, a horrific incident which has taken place. As you can see, there is
Kamalika, I'm going to take our viewers through everything while you catch your breath. First, these are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you from Balasore. Our correspondent Kamalika Sen Gupta is on the ground level. She's bringing to us a minute-by-minute update. She was right now she just discovered that Mamata Banerjee's convoy was over there. She just was focusing on those visuals that we brought to you of Mamata Banerjee's convoy. Now, after addressing the media along with Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, has now left for the hospital to take stock of the situation. Remember, it's not just one hospital that all those victims of this horrific train tragedy have been taken to. There are several other hospitals in and around Balasore that are right now providing first aid to those victims. Let's quickly also go across to Akash, who's joining me from the newsroom. Akash, as Kamalika was also highlighting, as far as rescue efforts are concerned, she showed us how the army trucks were also deployed over there. This has to be a coordinated, multi-pronged effort, because you're not only looking at the NDRF, you're also looking at the SDRF, the railways and the state government, along with whatever assistance now the central government will be providing.
Right, and as far as these teams are concerned, so other than the NDRF, also we have SDRF and Indian Army, Indian Air Force and several others. So these teams are very much there, in fact, on the spot and are working. And you see, Akanksha, rescue work is almost complete. In fact, we are working on restoration as well, because traffic is what Indian Railways has been focusing on, and it will be restored in some time from now. But the whole focus was, in fact, we have seen a 14 hours long rescue operation, and after that rescue operation, now it is finally completed. Just few minutes back, I had a word with a spokesperson of Rail Ministry. He's saying that their focus is also on the cause of incident as to what led to this particular incident. But as of now, talking about the leaders, so we are getting these messages, be it Umar Abdullah, Eknath Shinde, and leaders from across the parties are tweeting about the particular incident, and we have casualties and injuries both, and it is one such incident that has not been witnessed in last 10 to 12 years.
True, absolutely. And in fact, it's not just Mamata Banerjee. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to be reaching Balasore in some time from now, could be any moment from now. In fact, as he also tweeted before leaving for Balasore, in how much time should we expect Prime Minister Modi to be taking stock of the situation on ground level?
Yes, Prime Minister Modi is expected to reach the particular spot in some time from now, and you see. The important part is that in the morning we saw that how CRB was very much there. CRB's chairman Railway Board was very much there. After that we saw that Rail Mantri Ashwini Vaishnav was there. Somewhere the message is that yes, incident has happened. This is an unfortunate incident, but government at this point in time is actually working to help people, to help those who have been stranded there, to help those who are actually affected, to help those who have been affected because of the particular incident. And that is the reason why after the ministers, now Prime Minister Modi is in fact to visit the particular place in some time from now. In fact, we are expecting that he'll be there at the spot.
Right, Akash, when we talk about the rescue efforts, we've been learning of reports that the rescue effort is almost
हमारे साहब लोग ही बता पाएंगे क्या है।
पर मतलब किस तरीके से अभी क्या काम हो रहा है एक्चुअली?
अभी मैडम जो ट्रैक को क्लियर किया जा रहा है,
हाँ।
फिर उसको प्रॉपर बोगी को सीधा किया जाएगा। उसके बाद भी एक बार सर्च होगा कि हाँ जो है कोई अभी भी विक्टिम तो उधर नहीं फंसा हुआ है।
आप लोग इतने सब जगह जाते हैं जहाँ पर हादसा होता है, ये कितना भयंकर लग रहा है देख के?
मैडम हम लोगों को तो ऐसे ही सब जगह ही लगता है, क्योंकि जब लोग इस तरह से हताहत होते हैं तो दिल से थोड़ा सा जज्बात अलग ही रहते हैं, बाकी तो सब चलता है।
पर अभी ट्रैक क्लियरिंग की काम चल रहा है।
ट्रैक क्लियरिंग के साथ साथ में जो बोगियां एक दूसरे के ऊपर चढ़ गई हैं,
हाँ।
क्योंकि उनके नीचे कौन है, क्या है, कैसे है, वो कैसे हम लोग निकाल सकते हैं, तो उनको पहले क्लियर करेंगे, फिर एक बार सर्च होगा।
तो मतलब बहुत जानमाल नीचे भी हो सकता है।
अभी ये तो मैं नहीं बोल सकता मैडम।
So this was clearly the team. You can see that entire team is there with everything, and what they are saying that this is obviously a horrific incident, but at the same time they are trying to work hard, and now presently they are trying to actually make those bogies go to a right place so that the track is cleared. So Army, NDRF, ODRF, the state team, the central team, the railway team, all unitedly working because this incident is tragic. It's in history of India, in railway history, such incidents has not taken place like this. This is Komalika Sengupta with Anshuman Roy reporting for CNN News 18 from Balasore.
All right, so Komalika Sengupta, correspondent from CNN News 18, reporting live and from the ground level in Balasore. You heard her in conversation with one of those rescue workers from perhaps what seems like the NDRF, and as he highlighted that the challenges await, and those challenges I will be discussing with Akash, who's joining me live, who continues to stay live with me from the newsroom. Akash, a very crucial point being highlighted by one of those NDRF workers over there, as he highlighted that right now the biggest challenge for restoration is to in fact segregate those bogies which are perhaps toppled over each other, and you could just be having several more injured or perhaps even deceased inside those bogies.
Exactly, and to understand this, we have to go back to the time when this actually happened. So these were two trains, and we are learning that after derailment of first train, second train came and rammed on to those coaches, and intensity was such that that coach got coupled over, and because of which several people got trapped in that particular coach. Now since in morning, in fact, at around 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. in fact, I heard one officer saying that it is very challenging, very difficult to get these individuals out of these coaches, because first you don't know whether or not you have these people alive or not, and then if in case alive, then you have to maintain that sort of caution that you have to take care of everything else, because it is metal. You have to cut that metal, you have to take that man out, and after taking him out, you have to provide him the possible aid, first aid, I should say, and then you have to transfer that particular individual to the nearby hospital. So there were a number of challenges. In fact, there are a number of challenges, and I'm mentioning this again and again, Akanksha. The basic challenge is now to restore the traffic, because you see, when you have a whole section whole section blocked because of a particular accident, then you have several trains affected because of it. You have several trains either diverted. You cannot divert every train. You cannot cancel every train, and you cannot short terminate any train. And because of this particular problem, you have thousands of your passengers, thousands of those passengers who have booked their ticket, who were going for some particular destination. One can have some sort of emergency, one can have some important work, one can have his or her examination, one can have any sort of work of any nature.
Right.
And all these passengers are affected because of this accident. Now, we have those who have lost their lives, we have those who are injured, we have the relatives of these people, then we have those stranded passengers who were very much there in these trains and have survived. Now we have other railway passengers, so you can assume the kind of effect that this particular rail accident is causing, and because of this thousands of people across the country are affected.
Absolutely, and in fact, when we talk about rescue operations being completed, Akash, it can't exactly be said that rescue operation has been completely completed, because they're overlapping at the moment, since the restoration can only happen if the rescue operation has been completed finally, and that doesn't seem to be the situation, as was also being pointed out by the NDRF worker over there. He highlighted the fact that right now there are many more trapped under all those trains, and as officers have also been highlighting that several of them could be mangled. So what are the challenges that right now are being faced by the NDRF, the SDRF and the army?
So in such cases, Akanksha, the rescue work is never complete. You see, yes, you have completed the process and you have seen that no one has no other person or no other body is there. But after that, after all the process complete, you will take away those coaches and will check once again, as the NDRF officer was mentioning. And then there is a possibility that one is strangled there and one is stuck there, or one is very much present there, one body is there. So these rescue works are never complete in such cases. And in fact, this is the reason why, in fact, the authorities, NDRF is saying that by this evening they'll be confirming the figures. The railways is saying that yes, rescue work is completed, now we are working on restoration. For them, rescue work is getting all the people out of the coach and taking away the coach from the particular line, because they have to restore the traffic. So for railways, that is the rescue work. But for NDRF, the challenges are, of course, taking out the individuals and the bodies from the coach, and after that they'll be carrying out a search operation once again to check whether there is a presence of any sort of individual or the body in this case. The figures are somewhere, more than 238. In fact, the state authorities are confirming the figures. We have more than 238 people who have lost their life in this particular accident, and also more than 900. Close to 1,000 people are injured. They have been shifted to nearby hospitals. Several hospitals have been marked by the state government, and these injured people have been transferred to these hospitals. Now, you see, several emergency numbers have been established, and we are learning that railways in all of its zones, especially the zones that are lying in South India, so helpline numbers and help desks have been established, and these help desks are basically helping those who have their relatives or who have their neighbors or who have their close ones, traveling in the train. They are calling on these numbers, they are checking the well-being, they are checking the status, and also on these helpline numbers we are getting calls from those passengers who are receiving this sort of information from either the news channel or from anywhere that their train has been cancelled, the train has been diverted or short terminated.
Akash, taking the conversation forward, whenever we look at disasters of such a scale, there are three crucial aspects. One, of course, primarily primarily being rescue, the second being relief, and the third being restoration. As far as relief efforts are concerned, we've been seeing visuals coming in of all those injured people, perhaps even some deceased being taken to the hospitals. Are there enough hospitals in and around Balasore at the moment? How many hospitals, A, are we looking at? B, I know that other states like Bengal have also mobilized ambulances. Many have arrived, but are they sufficient to kind of provide that kind of relief effort to this mammoth scale tragedy that we are looking at?
Yes, so you see, private hospital has in fact been, given this sort of instruction that you cannot deny any sort of admission in your hospital, given that at this point in time when we have a tragedy like such. So private hospitals have been given instructions as well. Other than that, we have Indian Army, Indian Air Force working constantly, providing assistance in rescue and relief work, and also, DRM. Whenever we talk about DRM post, so DRM is a kind of principle for the division. Divisional rail manager is very much there on the spot, I'm learning, and in fact, he has, formed a team that is looking after the relief work from late in the evening. Kanksha, straight from 7 p.m. We have several railway teams working for the relief work. In fact, those passengers who are traveling in this particular train, several vehicles were arranged for them. Buses were arranged for them for the nearby station, and at that particular station, they were provided with the food and all the necessary items. Then, special trains have been arranged for these passengers. These trains are taking them to their destination because, for example, they were traveling from A to B distance, and train has, train has derailed at some midpoint C. So they have to, go to B point, and trainway now taking the responsibility, and railways has basically deployed special trains to take them to their final destination, and this is how the whole operation is working. More than 12 to 13 teams.
All right, Akash, I'm so sorry to interrupt you over there. As we've been informing our viewers, there are several reactions coming in from various political leaders on a tragedy of this mammoth scale, and the latest we are bringing to you is the statement by Sonia Gandhi on the Odisha train tragedy. She says, and I quote, "I am most pained and anguished by the terrible train disaster in Odisha. I extend my deepest sympathy and condolences to all the bereaved families." This is what Sonia Gandhi of the Congress Party has to say, that she is deeply pained and anguished, and that she extends her deepest sympathy and condolences to all the bereaved families. Remember, not just the Prime Minister, but even President Draupadi Murmu and Amit Shah have condoled the loss of lives that have taken place in the Odisha train accident. Various political leaders from the opposition parties are also sending their condolences, and the latest we are bringing to you is Sonia Gandhi's reaction that has come in on this Odisha train tragedy. Many have been expressing their grief ever since the news of this train tragedy broke out last evening. This, remember, has been a deadly train crash which India has not witnessed in over a decade. 3 train collisions is what we are looking at, and now it's only understood that why the kind of reactions that have come in. Just a while ago, we saw Mamata Banerjee, the CM of Bengal, extend her condolences to all those family members, and now Sonia Gandhi has also sent out her condolences. Let's quickly go across to Kamalika Sen-Gupta, who's reporting live from the spot. Kamalika, this does seem like a very, very tragic day for not just the entire state of Odisha, but for the entire country. But rescue efforts are on, and behind you I can see several local members have joined these rescue efforts. Give us a sense of what the situation is like as far as rescue and restoration efforts are concerned.
Yeah, all-out effort has been made on the rescue. I would first like to show you that this is the ground zero, which we can say. This to my left is the Howrah-Chennai, Shalimar-Chennai-Howrah Express, and to my right is that train, that Yashwantpur Express. Would like to ask my VJ, this is the situation. Train crate cutting is going on, and this is, you can see the devastation, and if we go inside this train, this is Coromandel Express, which we are into. We will try to go into the train and see the devastation. Oh, people were just, about to go to sleep. This is B6, and you can see that the condition of this. So this is B6, which is not that disturbed, but you can see that how people had to leave everything and go. See the condition of the train inside. You can see that everybody was, they were supposed to sleep. That was the arrangement made. We are now in the B6 coach of Shalimar Howrah Chennai Express, and you can see that this is the B6. This has fallen from overhead, and here, if I ask my VJ, this is the Humsafar Express. Look at the visual. Look at the, this is very heartwarming. This is very shocking, and you can see so many people coming. The people are helping, but the situation on ground, people, they were getting ready to go off to sleep. They don't know that where they are. A lot of people are missing, and a lot of the visuals, the picture that is in front of me that we are showing to the viewers are literally horrific. Prime Minister is expected to come sometime from now. Chief Minister of Bengal has come. It's a national tragedy, because we do cover accidents, we do cover incidents, but this is the place where you come, you feel shocked as a journalist also, because the pictures that are around, see, somebody's shoes are there, somebody's chappals are there. They were just going to have a better, either they were going to Puri or they were going for work, but they are no more there. So it's very shocking, very shocking. Would like to go to the other side of the train, but you can see this is the condition, this is the condition of the toilet also, and it's horrific. You can see we cannot go to the other side. It is just broken from inside. I will again try to go. We are just trying to venture out this is the condition of the train. This is the Coromandel Express. The B6, B5 coaches still is okay. Nothing much has happened to these coaches, but people here...
Right. Deeply shocking and extremely heart-wrenching to see those visuals. Kamalika Sen-Gupta bringing us a ground report for CNN News 18. As you can see, as she said, that this is a national tragedy. It's not every day that you see a tragedy of such epic proportions, especially as far as railways is concerned. It's an incident that's not been witnessed in over a decade. Let me quickly bring in Brigadier Vinod Datta, who's also the former secretary of DCMG, of the Disaster Management. Brigadier, words fall short to express the kind of shock and horror that meets the eyes when you see those kind of aerial visuals that have poured in of the Odisha train tragedy. Having said that, the rescue and relief operation is right now overlapping, as we can make out from the visuals. What is the prime challenge being faced as far as rescue operations are concerned? Because we are also learning from our sources that several could still be trapped under those bogies that have toppled over each other.
Yeah, you see, the biggest challenge was because it was such a huge collision, and the casualties are phenomenal. So, firstly, it was basically the triage giving priority to the injured, and then looking after the fatal casualties. Now, since most of the casualties have been evacuated, but yes, what you said is right, that there are chances that some passengers could be trapped, or they may be under the carriage, or in some other part, because once you are doing the cutting operation, you have to do it very deliberately and very surgically, because people should not get harmed or injured. So what challenges now is firstly getting these people a good treatment. Secondly, now removing the the bogies from the rail and to resume the railway traffic.
Absolutely.
Now, by doing so, there are chances that the casualties may be there. They may be entrapped. They may be, you see, in washrooms or various other, compartments, or the compartments have got totally, collapsed, or they have got telescopic damages. So people will have to be found out. The sniffer dogs will be, they have already been pressed into services. So the primary aim now is, to firstly clear the debris, clear the damaged these coaches, and restore the traffic. And then, the further search will be carried out, coach by coach, once these bogies are, searched.
Brigadier, for the benefit and for a better understanding of our viewers, do take us through what a rescue operation, when we're looking at such a mammoth scale disaster, what is the rescue operation like? We also heard one of the NDRF officers, in fact, highlight the fact that these bogies have toppled over each other. And so, as you've also mentioned while informing us, that metal cutting is going to be one very significant and crucial aspect of it. And as we've been hearing from other officers, they're also highlighting how while cutting that metal, they'll also have to keep in mind the safety of other passengers who perhaps remain trapped inside those bogies.
Yeah, there is a set procedure, you see, once you are cutting these bogies, like for AC coaches.
Right.
You have to look for those windows which are the emergency windows or even normal windows, and then those glasses have to be removed. Then the doors. Once you are cutting those bars, the bars have to be pushed. They have to be pulled out outwards, not inwards. You have to ensure that there are no people who are trapped behind these doors. There are no people who are trapped in the vestibules and all. So the cutting and all has to be done very, very deliberately, very deliberately, so that there is no further injury to the passengers. Like for general coaches and sleeper coaches, again, those emergency windows and those bars are there. Again, they have to be cut, they have to be ripped open outwards. And then the people will go inside and they will rescue people. Even the canine, squad has been pressed into service. They will also look for if there is any, person who's trapped, whether, dead or alive. So they will all be, removed and given due medical attention as deemed fit.
And when we look at the rescue efforts, do you think that adequate forces, adequate relief efforts rather, have been mobilized at the moment? Because you're looking at this collision, which was a three-way collision. It's a three-train collision rather. Are there enough rescue efforts right now? Because we're also looking at relief efforts rather, because Balasore is a district. Are there enough hospitals? Is there enough first aid being provided to to those who are injured at the moment? Having said that, what is the need as far as how important or rather crucial is the need for a multi-pronged effort or an interstate effort, whether it's Bengal playing its own role and accompanying Odisha?
You see, as you rightly said, it is a national crisis. So there are no, interstate boundaries. And you must have seen that the chief ministers of neighboring states have already reached the location. And so that's a very, very, healthy sign which we are seeing. Secondly, you see all these, medical vans which railways have, they have say about more than 147 odd this thing. They may not be in that particular sector or zone, but they will be moved. Generally, these, accident relief trains are placed at a radial distance of say about 150 kilometers. So they will, they have already reached there, because they generally takes about 2 to 3 hours to reach. Then the other, the synergistic, approach which the other agencies, the Army has also come in. You see, the Navy has also sent some resources. The other local medical authorities have been, their services have been tapped. So the entire, you see, the relief operation is being coordinated, in a very focused manner. Now, the main aim which will be there is that, firstly, the injured have to be, given medical attention, and then these bogies they will be taken off the track, and then they will be, searched again so that there is nobody trapped, and then the railways will try to, put the traffic on the rails because the damage is, quite some, and it is phenomenal.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, that the damage is not something that you see every day. It's of epic proportions, Brigadier. We've also been hearing from the army that this entire rescue effort operation could be completed by today evening, considering this accident happened yesterday at around 7:10, between 6:50 and 7:10 p.m. Do you think that the entire operation will be completed by today?
You see, as far as injured are concerned, and the fatal casualties, they have been evacuated, to be given medical attention, and the fatal casualties have been shifted so that the identification can be done,
yes,
and they can be handed over to the NOK once, because some of the bodies they are dismembered or they have been disfigured, so they will take out certain identification marks, documents, or whatever is available. The injured have already been, shifted. The nursing staff has been pressed in by hospitals. They have sent volunteers. Even the National Cadet Corps cadets have also been pressed into service. So all these people are there. Now, the railways have also, moved all their resources, and they are now trying to, pull out these bogies off the track, and they will be, put sideways, and then they will start searching them, and then they will start repairing the tracks, and the other safety measures have to be taken. Once they are satisfied, then only the traffic will resume, which will take some time because it's not a normal accident. I mean, it is the 3-train collision has compounded the problems of the railway authorities also.
Right, and Brigadier, we just saw Chief Minister of Bengal taking stock of the situation over there. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be there any time from now. He's also chaired a review meet in the morning, which also included the Home Minister of the state. As far as synergy is concerned, that you were also talking about, how can now the centre assure the state that in terms of adequate assistance being provided to the state is concerned?
What happens is, since the Honorable Prime Minister is the chairman of the National Disaster Management Authority, and I have briefed him personally also when I was in service so many times whenever there were crisis situations. And he takes very prompt and very, very, quick action. Now, the immediate relief in terms of finances and resources is announced by the center. And the states are given the amount and they can rescue. NDRF itself, they have an impressed account of, say, about 250 crores and all. So in case any items have to be purchased and all, they will purchase, which all are required, and the amount is recouped. So there is no dearth of resources. There is no dearth of, funds. The people have already, NDRF is one of the finest organizations I have served with. I mean, they are really daredevils and they are doing a yeoman's service. So is the army, you have seen. I mean, they don't have to wait for even a wink, and they will press in all the services, all the resources which they have. So center is already monitoring. You must have seen that Honorable Prime Minister had already called the meeting, and he was briefed. He will be visiting shortly also the site. So I think operations are going on smoothly. There is no dearth of resources. There is no dearth of funds as far as center or the states are concerned. Aim is to give all possible help to the victims and restoration of this.
Absolutely, the focus has to be on the rescue efforts. Brigadier Datta, thank you for explaining that with such great detail and giving us insight into how rescue and relief efforts take place on the ground level. In fact, I'm going to request you to continue staying with me. I'm quickly going to go back to Kamalika Sen-Gupta, who's reporting for us at CNN News 18 from Ground Zero. Kamalika, you just took us through one of those bogies that have been affected in this tragic train incident. Also, do show us visuals of the ones that are still toppled over each other. As I was discussing with Brigadier Datta, the biggest challenge as of now is to cut through the metal and perhaps rescue those trapped passengers who could still be trapped under the rubble.
Well, that's the biggest question, that's the biggest worry also. I'd like to show, this is the Shalimar Chennai Howrah Express, and you can see that the way it just toppled down, and there the other train is, and just beneath that there is this bogie, the other bogies. So you know how actually metal, all cranes and all equipments have been brought in. The process is on, but you can see the magnitude of the accident. If I could ask my camera person to pan this side.
All right, we try and bring back the connection, but those are some horrific visuals we are bringing to you. Kamalika Sen Gupta reporting live from ground zero over there in Balasore, where that tragic train incident took place yesterday. It's been a 3-train accident, something India has not witnessed in a very long time from now. Brigadier Datta continues to be with us on this broadcast. Brigadier Datta, what's heartwarming to see right now in these heart-wrenching visuals is the fact that locals have stepped up and in fact perhaps tried to compensate for the lack of rescue effort teams, which also took time to mobilize, and understandably so.
Yeah, you see, as per the books, you see the first responder is NDRF, but if you see in reality, the first responders are the community itself, and that's why in disaster management, the community has to be empowered. Because you see, when the accident must have taken place, it is the local villagers who must have come with their local resources. Somebody must have brought some ropes, some cords, some these.
In fact, what we are learning, many of them have even gone on to donate blood.
Yeah, they have gone. So that way, India, we are proud of our countrymen that whenever there is a challenge, people rise and shine, and they are there to help the countrymen. So that way, it is very good. But yes, the community-based disaster management has to be empowered more, and if they can be given more resources at block level, so that they can muster those resources and press into the service whenever it is required, because the state authorities, the NDRF, they also have to have some reaction time, because by the time the information is passed on to such agencies, and by the time though they are always in the state of readiness, but it takes time, the travel time, the time to reach the location. Sometimes the locations are inaccessible, so it does take time. So the local people play a very, very major role, because जैसे फौज में जैसे कहते हैं ना, फौरी इलाज, the immediate response comes from them, and they have really done a very commendable job. As you have said, there are people who have lined up to donate blood so that the the passengers can be saved.
Right, Brigadier Datta, thank you for bringing in all those inputs and sharing your understanding of how disaster management takes place, especially when one is looking at an accident of such epic proportions. We'll be slipping into a quick break, but do stay with CNN News 18 as we bring you a minute-by-minute coverage of this horrific tragedy that struck Odisha.
तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम।
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे हैं पहले।
राज साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
नहीं, उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। वो खुद वहाँ पर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1,000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. Our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them." So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1,000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News 18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक है वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है। मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था।
IFMAS Rao Saab Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about this tragic train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore?
कल ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुँचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचाव और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहाँ पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहाँ पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है।
राव साहब जी, एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 3 ट्रेन्स का एक साथ पटरी पे से डिरेल हो जाना, कोलाइड हो जाना, आपको नहीं लगता कि रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर ये किसी तरीके का सवाल खड़ा करता है?
ये देखिए, ये दुर्घटना है और डिरेल हो गई एक तो।
A triple train crash has killed over 261 people. The death toll continues to mount on, and reports are now suggesting that this could have been a result of operational lapses. Whether this was a human error or a result of a technical glitch is yet to be ascertained. Nonetheless, the Railways has set up an inquiry, but for now, the focus remains on rescue and relief efforts. CNN News 18 continues to bring you all the details, a minute-by-minute update of the rescue efforts. Let's also listen into what the Railways Chief Secretary has to say. He's addressing the press right now.
Persons, we have no idea. We are searching that now. The passenger list is passenger list. We don't know from where he is going, and we have the passenger going up to Chennai, Madras. But from the name, it is clear that many of them are not from Tamil Nadu. So we are trying to find out exact how many number of people were from Tamil Nadu or returning to Tamil Nadu. But till now, what we have found from injured and dead, there seems to be nobody. We are still searching for that. Okay. Thank you, sir.
हुआ तो हम लोग शीशा तोड़कर बाहर निकले। ऐसा तो आप पहली बार हम देखे हैं, मगर ऐसा तो हम लोग मोबाइल पर देखते थे, मगर हम लोग का आँख के सामने या चाहे हमारे साथ ऐसा पहली बार।
उस समय हम लोग ट्रेन में अभी चल रहा था ट्रेन, उसमें उसके बाद पटरी से डायरेक्ट उतर के उसके बाद कुछ दूर लेके गया, उसके बाद में बोगी पलटी मार दी है। वहाँ से प्रशासन ने बहुत वहाँ पे सुरक्षा किया, वहाँ से बस पकड़वा के उसके बाद में भेजे हैं। वो आए बस वाले स्टेशन में एक उतार दिए, वहाँ से ट्रेन पकड़ाया, उसके बाद में हम लोग घबराए हैं।
By this extremely tragic train accident, I have to thank the local people, the local teams and others who have worked overnight to save people from the wreckage. Railway safety should always be given the first preference. The people have been taken to hospitals here in Balasore, also in Cuttack, so that they recover as fast as possible.
एक ट्रेन का बंदोबस्त देखिए बंगाल से बहुत ज्यादा है और केरला से भी होगा, लगे अगर लगा बेंगलोर से भी हो सकता है, उड़ीसा भी हो सकता है। Coromandel Express is one of the best express. रेलवे में एक 20 शताब्दी का सबसे बड़ा इंसिडेंट है, लेकिन मैं जब रेल मिनिस्टर इधर में है तो मैं यही कहने चाहूंगा, आप देख लीजिए इसमें एंटी कल्यूशन डिवाइस नहीं लगाया, जितना तक मेरे का जानकारी है। अगर एंटी कल्यूशन डिवाइस लगाता था तो वही इंसिडेंट नहीं होता। हमारा स्टेट का जो है 5 लाख करके हम देंगे।
आज सारा का सारा फोकस रेस्क्यू पे होना चाहिए, रेस्टोरेशन पे होना चाहिए। रेस्क्यू करीब कंप्लीट हुआ, अब रेस्टोरेशन का काम स्टार्ट हो गया है। एक तरफ से उस तरफ से रेस्टोरेशन का काम स्टार्ट हो गया है। अभी सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है कि हम सब के सब इस एरिया को खाली करें और जो बड़ी मशीनें रेस्टोरेशन में लगी हुई है उनसे दूर रहें। दुर्घटना के जड़ तक जाएंगे और कभी भी इस तरह की घटना वापस न हो उसकी व्यवस्था करेंगे।
पता नहीं मृतकों की जो तादाद ये और कितने इसमें इजाफा होगी, क्योंकि जितने समय निकलते जाते हैं मृतकों की संख्या की उतना बढ़ोतरी होते हैं। ये दर्दनाक हादसा हम सबको दिल रुला दिया। बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जो निचले स्तर की जो चीजें की जरूरत होते हैं, सवारी को सुरक्षित अपना गंतव्य स्थल पहुंचाने के लिए उसमें ज्यादा ध्यान और तवज्जो देने की जरूरत है। तो एक बुलेट ट्रेन की चलते सारे धन वहां निवेश किए जाते हैं, कहीं वंदे भारत की बात किए जाते हैं।
एक हादसा हुआ, बड़ा दुर्भाग्यजनक बात था, लेकिन उसमें हम सभी लोगों की प्रयास से, यानी यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग, स्थानीय प्रशासन के अधिकारी, भारत सरकार की रेल विभाग, एनडीआरएफ, आर्मी, ये सभी लोगों ने मिलके इसको रिस्टोरेशन के काम पे लगे हैं। अनेक लोगों को स्थानीय अस्पताल में डाला गया है। अनेक बंधुओं की दुर्भाग्यजनक स्थिति में मृत्यु भी हुई है। उन सारे मृतकों के प्रति हम संवेदना जताते हैं। रेल विभाग की ओर से 10 लाख रुपया की राशि की अनुदान घोषणा किया गया है मृतकों के लिए। वो शायद 233 कहा था, फिर किसी ने भी कहा कि नहीं 260 तक पहुंचा है, या फिर उसके थोड़ा और भी आगे जा सकता है। लेकिन देखिए अभी भी बहुत सारे रिस्टोरेशन काम चल रहा है।
So you see our priority is treatment. The SCB hospital is ready for treatment. Doctors are ready, and they are also taking the and our MLAs and people's representative, they are also here. I had a discussion with collector and hospital authority. The treatment part is going on, and some more beds are also ready if more patients will come here. And Honorable CM has already directed to keep everything ready in the hospital.
दुनिया की सबसे भीषणतम दुर्घटना है, जिसमें आंकड़ों के अनुसार 280 से ज्यादा लोगों की मौत और 900 से ज्यादा लोगों के घायल होना बताया जा रहा है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ट्रेनों का नाम बदल बदल कर हरी झंडी दिखा रहे हैं, पर जो हम लोगों ने चिंता व्यक्त की है कि संरक्षा पर और सुरक्षा पर, सेफ्टी फर्स्ट, विनम्रता से उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि अपने ही कार्यकाल की नहीं, शायद इस शताब्दी की भीषण दुर्घटना पर त्यागपत्र देने की सोचेंगे।
ओडिशा में जो रेलवे का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, उसमें जिन लोगों का दुर्दैवी मृत्यु हुआ है, उनके परिवारों के साथ हमारी संवेदनाएं हैं। हम मृतकों को श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना भी करते हैं कि उनके परिवार को ये दुख सहन करने की शक्ति ईश्वर दे। जो लोग अभी भी जख्मी हैं, उन्हें स्वास्थ्य लाभ हो, इस प्रकार की भी हम लोग कामना करते हैं।
ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना भारतीय रेलवे के इतिहास की भीषणतम दुर्घटनाओं में से है। कितने लोग मरे हैं, कितने लोग घायल हैं, इस संख्या के विषय में तो अभी जो लोगों में चर्चाएं हैं वो बहुत ही अत्यधिक चिंताजनक हैं। जो लोग घायल हुए हैं उनको बचाने का प्रयास किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि उनमें से भी कई लोगों को ये बताया जा रहा है कि गंभीर रूप से घायल हैं। हर संभव प्रयास होना चाहिए। और कारण, क्योंकि 3 ट्रेन का आपस में इस तरीके का टकराना, ये बहुत चिंताजनक विषय है, अत्यधिक चिंताजनक विषय है।
बहुत ही भयंकर एक्सीडेंट हुआ, दुर्घटना हुई, जिसमें लगभग 300 लोगों की जान चली गई। मैं उनके प्रति अपनी श्रद्धांजलि व्यक्त करता हूं और ऐसी दुर्घटनाओं के बाद निश्चित रूप से हमारा जो डिपार्टमेंट है उसकी जानकारी तो अवश्य लेंगे ही, कोई ना कोई उसकी जानकारी भी होगी ही, क्योंकि भयंकर दुर्घटना वास्तव में एक क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा करती है। लेकिन दुर्घटना तो दुर्घटना है। उनके जान चले जाने के बाद उनके प्रति श्रद्धांजलि और उनके सब परिवारों के लिए भी मैं प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
बड़ा एक्सीडेंट भी है, दुर्घटना भी है। हम लोग सभी मृत्यु हुए आत्मा को श्रद्धांजलि समर्पित करना चाहता हूं और सभी कुटुंबों को सांत्वना देना चाहता हूं। ऐसा दुर्घटना मत होना, किसके वजह से हुआ है, गलती कौन किया है, उसके पीछे क्या है, साजिश है क्या, कुछ अजागरूकता के वजह से ऐसा हुआ है क्या, वो पूरा जांच करेंगे। खुद प्रधानमंत्री जी मॉनिटर कर रहा है। वहाँ अभी रेलवे मिनिस्टर भी जगह में है, उस जगह में, दुर्घटना के जगह में बालसोर में है।
All right, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Kamalika Sen-Gupta, who's been reporting from Ground Zero for CNN News 18. Kamalika, you are at the location of that disaster site. If you've interacted with any of the locals there, what is the sense you're getting? What were their first reactions when this accident took place? Because reports are indicating that there were tremors felt around by those who were close to the disaster site. At the same time, what are you learning in terms of the rescue efforts?
See, first would like to show you, definitely there are a lot of people have already been rescued, but would like to show you that when somebody goes for a journey, it's a dream they carry. Either they were going for tourism, tourist spots, or either they were going for work. If you see this luggages, it's quite evident that they are all laborers. They are all laborers, they are migrant laborers who were going for their work. And we were speaking to one family, they were saying that this is, the husband said that this time everything will fall in place and they'll have a better life. But look, this is the condition of the train, the bogie, and this is all their dreams, all their journey has ended in this way, which is horrific. And अच्छा ये बताइए कि अभी यहाँ से सब जो लाशें था निकल गया ऑलमोस्ट?
नहीं, अभी भी 2-4 लाशें इधर है
इसके अंदर।
हाँ, उसमें गए हैं, पता चल जाएगा उधर।
आप लोग रेलवे से हैं या
नहीं, हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से, चैरिटी से है, मतलब
चैरिटी से हैं। तो कितने बजे आए हैं यहाँ पे?
हम कल रात से मेडिकल गए थे, उसके बाद आज सुबह के इन सब कर रहे हैं, मतलब आईडी कार्ड वगैरह सब कुछ कलेक्ट करके डिपार्टमेंट को हेल्प कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, this is another thing, this is the bogie where still dead bodies are there, this is the bogie where still now the dead bodies are there, which is quite horrific. And the people, local people, you must salute them also, that the way I was talking to one person, you can see this is what has happened. This is what has happened. It is just rammed into. I don't just have words. I don't know that a journalist should not be emotional while covering such an incident. But it's horrific. It's horrific. You can see only people, NDRF team and all the team, they are recovering only and only dead bodies.
Right, Kamalika,
So,
catch your breath, and let me take our viewers through all those visuals for you. Deeply disturbing and horrifying visuals over there, as our correspondent Kamalika Sen-Gupta has been bringing us those visuals. She also interacted with the locals who went on to show one of the bogies that still has perhaps more mangled bodies. The challenge right now is for those rescue operation teams to actually cut through the metal and extract those mangled bodies, and perhaps even those passengers which may still be trapped. Let's also bring you some more reactions. Stay with CNN News 18 as we are bringing you a minute-by-minute update of all those rescue efforts.
Sir, first of all, we know about the tragic incident that has happened in Odisha. Want to know the status as of now. What is the current status as far as rescue work is concerned?
देखिए, साइट पे अभी तक हम लोग रेस्क्यू में जुटे हुए थे। रेलवे बोर्ड के शीर्ष अधिकारी और उनके साथ ही साथ मंत्री जी खुद साइट का चार्ज लिए हुए थे। रेस्क्यू वर्क अभी जस्ट पता चला है कि रेस्क्यू वर्क कंप्लीट हो चुका है और अब रेस्टोरेशन की तरफ हम लोग स्टार्ट कर दिए हैं।
सर, क्या रीज़न था, क्या कुछ हुआ था, उसके विषय में आप हमको ज़रा बताएं।
ऐसा मतलब अप ट्रैक पर, डाउन ट्रैक पे अलग अलग दिशा से मेल एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन आ रही थी और लूप लाइन में एक मालगाड़ी खड़ी थी। कुछ ऐसा घटनाक्रम हुआ है जिससे कि तीनों ट्रेन आपस में इन्वॉल्व हो गई हैं और ये अब जांच का विषय है। जो कमिश्नर ऑफ रेलवे सेफ्टी हैं वो साइट पर पहुंच चुके हैं, साइट इंस्पेक्शन शुरू कर दिए हैं और जांच प्रारंभ हो गई है। अब डिटेल्ड रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही कुछ कारण बताया जा सके।
सर, मालगाड़ी का आपने बताया कि मालगाड़ी का जिक्र किया, लेकिन मौजूदा समय में कवच सिस्टम पर सवाल हो रहे हैं। उस सिस्टम के बारे में हमें बताएं, क्या इस सिस्टम फेलियर था या कवच की मौजूदगी नहीं थी वहां पर?
देखिए, कवच अभी जो दिल्ली हावड़ा और दिल्ली मुंबई रूट पे ही लग रहा है। ये जो रूट था खड़गपुर से लेकर के पुरी तक वाला रूट, इस पे कवच इंस्टॉल नहीं है।
इस पे कवच इंस्टॉल नहीं है। सर, कॉम्पेंसेशन की बात भी करी जा रही है, कॉम्पेंसेशन अनाउंस किया गया है, क्या कुछ उस दिशा में है? साथ में रेलवे की तरफ से जो फंसे हुए यात्री हैं उनको उनके गंतव्य तक पहुंचाने के लिए क्या कुछ कदम उठाए गए हैं?
देखिए, कॉम्पेंसेशन एक्स ग्रेशिया तो कल ही अनाउंस कर दिया गया था और तुरंत ही तत्काल रेलवे ने उसके लिए डिसबर्सल के इंतजाम कर दिए थे। 3 पॉइंट्स पे बालासोर में, सुरू में और साइट पर ये एक्स ग्रेशिया बांटे जा रहे हैं। करीब 100 से अधिक लोगों ने कॉम्पेंसेशन जो है वो क्लेम कर लिया है।
As of now, as far as the accident is concerned, the prime focus is of the rescue. What is the current update as far as your teams are concerned, sir?
हमारी वहाँ पर लगभग 9 टीम्स हैं और वो कंटिन्यूसली जब से ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है काम कर रही है। सब्सिक्वेंटली वो सक्सेसिव टाइम में सब्सिक्वेंट में पहुँचते रहे। अब वहाँ पर ये इशू है कि जो बॉडीज हैं या कुछ इंजर्ड लोग हैं जो मैंगल्ड है बॉगीज हैं उसमें फंसे हुए, तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन वी आर एक्सट्रिकेटिंग देम, बिकॉज उनका कोई लिम है या बॉडी में कोई आयरन रॉड्स ऊपर इस तरीके से हो जाती हैं डिफरेंट सिनेरियो में, तो हम वी आर कटिंग इट एंड टेकिंग देम आउट। सो फाइनल सर्च अभी हम हर बॉगी का कर रहे हैं और उसमें कुछ बॉगीज ऐसी हैं जो टिल्ट हो रखी है, उनको हम लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं देखने के लिए टू इंश्योर दैट देयर इज नो इंजर्ड पर्सन और डेड बॉडीज में। ये तो सर्च पे डिपेंड करेगा, बट मैं ये कह सकता हूँ जिस हिसाब से हमारी रेस्क्यू टीम्स हैं और स्टेट का भी कंपोनेंट वहाँ पर है और बाकी रेलवे अथॉरिटीज सभी एक साथ कंबाइंड एफर्ट में हम लोग कर रहे हैं, तो बॉगी सर्च होने मुझे लगता है कि आज बाय इवनिंग वी विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीट दिस ऑपरेशन।
सर, बाय इवनिंग की आप बात कर रहे हैं, सर्च ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें तो मैनुअली ही चल रहा है या कैनाइन ऑपरेशन भी है, जैसे सोशल मीडिया पे एनडीआरएफ जानकारी दे रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये कंबाइंड एक हमारे जो भी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं और हमारे कैनाइन्स हैं, इन सबका हम साथ में एक साथ ही यूज करते हैं, इसको अलग अलग नहीं करते हैं। तो अलग अलग तरीके से सर्च का है, अगर कोई आइडेंटिफाई हो जाता है तो हमारी टीम जो है सर्च वाली फिर आगे चली जाती है लोकेट करने वाली, एंड देन उसको जो एक्सट्रिकेट करने की टीम है वो उस जॉब पे आ जाती है।
What is the current update, because you were the one who is currently focusing on the rescue operations in particular, sir? Update as far as it.
So far the state government has declared 238 have been declared dead, and figure is being updated again, and NDRF has 9 teams there and we have saved 44 lives so far, apart from other agencies who are saving lives and working round the clock there after the accident. Out of 17 affected coaches, most of them have been checked. 1 or 2 coaches, because they are so intermingled, we need cranes to lift them and to assess. So most of the job has been done, but by today evening we should be able to finalize the operation.
Also, sir, the type of the search operation, because there are reports that not just the manual but the canines are also being used, the animals are also being used for the combing operation.
Our canines are trained to detect live victims in the debris. So canines are also being used, but since it was a coach, most of the things could be done visually, but canines are also helping us.
Can we also say that all the alive people who were trapped have been evacuated by the NDRF?
So physically, where we could check it, it has already been completed. So all the alive victims have been removed. 1 or 2 coaches, I said, so before I confirm, we need to get the report from the field. Today evening, we should be able to finalize it. So our team is there, our commanding officers are there, they are working on it, and we should be able to close or finalize it by today evening.
And currently also we are reporting from inside the headquarters, and this is the command center, this is the center from where the control is being observed here. And as you can see in the pictures as well, there is this big screen where the movement, actual movement so to say, is being organized. This is the point where the accident has taken place. So this is the control room which has been made in particular, and the real-time update is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. And if we move beyond a particular point, there is map location as well. well, which is also been observed. Not just the map side, but also the social media platforms are also being, thoroughly checked by the team of NDRF. So this is the currently command center from where we are reporting. The social media monitoring is being observed by the officials of the NDRF. So not just the mapping work, but also the social media post. The NDRF post is currently now being observed, and as you can see in the trending list as well, which is now seen, the train accident continues to be on the top trend, which is now also being observed in this particular window. But moving on to to further things, there are other things as well, other social media handles as well, which are also being checked out. This is what you are currently seeing is the screen, which also shows a map. And as you can see, I would urge my camera person Narendra Singh to zoom in, over this particular point. This is the spot which now shows is the affected area. This is the Bahanga train accident site, which is now being seen on this particular map. So there are multiple screens which are deployed here, multiple windows as well which are being observed, and not just the Google Maps or the real-time updating is being seen, but also the social media handles as well. They are thoroughly being checked.
आज यूथ कांग्रेस का कार्यक्रम था जिसमें राष्ट्रीय हमारे महामंत्री भाई कृष्णा अल्लावरू जी उपस्थित थे और शैलजा जी भी उपस्थित थे, और चुनाव के संदर्भ में हमारे नेताओं ने टिप्स दी और अभी बैठक जारी है। अभी जो उड़ीसा में जो ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई और 3 ट्रेन एक साथ टकराई, और संभवतः देश के इतिहास में इतना बड़ा हादसा पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था, और जिसमें सैकड़ों लोग इससे प्रभावित हुए। 280 से अधिक लोगों की मौतें हो गई, 900 लोग घायल हैं, और मैं मृतक परिवार को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं और जो घायल हों से जल्दी स्वस्थ होने की कामना करता हूं। उड़ीसा के मुख्यमंत्री से मेरी बात हुई और मैंने कहा कि छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार इस दुर्घटना में जो भी सहयोग उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट को चाहिए हम लोग देने के तैयार हैं, और उन्होंने कहा कि धन्यवाद भी दिया और सहयोग को भावना व्यक्त की उससे, और साथ ही आवश्यकता पड़ी तो उन्होंने सहयोग लेने की बात की।
सर, ये बहुत बड़ी चूक है क्योंकि 3 गाड़ियों की आपस में टकरा है। क्या मानते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं केंद्र सरकार की लापरवाही भी है?
देखिए, एक तरफ तो पहली बात तो ये है कि पहले रेल बजट होता था, उसको आपने बंद कर दिया और इसमें बहुत सारी चर्चाएं होती थी। दूसरी बात है जो बेसिक काम होना चाहिए वो काम शायद नहीं हो रहा है। तीसरी बात ये है कि आज जिस प्रकार से मालगाड़ी से टकराया है, अभी तो जांच का विषय है। यदि 2 ट्रेनों के लोग तो एक साथ चला रहे हैं, मान लो
यह है वही करमंडल ट्रेन जिसके अंदर हम हैं, जिस पर इतना बड़ा हादसा कल घट गया है, और हम ट्रेन के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। ये जो बगी पे हम खड़े हैं, ये ट्रेन ट्रैक से कम 20 फीट के दूर पर जाके उखड़ गया है और जाके पड़ा हुआ है, और जब यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए थे, पूरा खचाखच भरा हुआ था ये ट्रेन, तभी ये हादसा घटा है। और आप देख सकते हैं लोग ने अपने जूते तक को ट्रेन के अंदर छोड़ के वो भाग गए हैं, क्योंकि सबको जान बचाना था, सबको पहले अपने परिवार की जान बचाना था, इसलिए वो भाग गए हैं। लेकिन इसी ट्रेन से आगे वाला बगी देखेंगे, आगे वाला डिब्बे पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे मौत हुई है, और अभी भी उसमें से जो डेड बॉडी है वो निकाला जा रहा है, एवं हम देखेंगे तो धीरे धीरे डेड बॉडी जो है वो भी निकाला जा रहा है। और दूसरे तरफ आप देखेंगे लोग कैसे अपने सामान को छोड़ के अपने जान बचाने के लिए भाग गए हैं। और हम बाहर की तस्वीर भी थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, बाहर की हालात कैसा है वो भी दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और ये जो डिब्बे के अंदर हैं, ये कितना दूर आके पड़ा हुआ है इसका भी तस्वीर थोड़ा हम बाहर से दिखाएंगे कि कैसे कितना दूर है ट्रक से, कितना दूर यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा एक दुर्घटना है और ये करमंडल एक्सप्रेस है जिसका हम स्लीपर क्लास का जो स्लीपर क्लास के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। और ये ट्रेन को हम बोलेंगे, ये डिब्बे को देखेंगे तो ये भी एक तरफ से झुका हुआ है, 60 डिग्री झुका हुआ है। हम भी खड़े हैं तो आपका अनुमान होगा ये पूरा सीधा खड़ा नहीं है, एक तरफ झुक के रुक गया है, पलटा नहीं है, सिर्फ रुक गया है ये ट्रेन के अंदर। और बाहर की तस्वीर हम देखेंगे, इस ट्रेन से जुड़े हुए दूसरे डिब्बे की तस्वीर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे तो ये कैसे वो उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है, ये थोड़ा भी हम दिखाते हैं कैसे उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। बाहर के डिब्बे जो इससे आगे वाला डिब्बा था वो अलग हो गया, पूरी तरह से अलग हो गया है और वो देख सकते हैं आप पूरा अलग हो गया है। और ये जो डब्बा है यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और ये ट्रक नहीं है, ये ट्रक से बहुत दूर की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्रक से कितने दूर पर ये घटना घटी है। और ये इससे देख के एक बात को पता चलता है जो कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना था। और सबसे बड़े बात यह है कि जब करमंडल एक्सप्रेस आ रहा था उसका स्पीड कितना था, उसका तेज कितना था, जिससे वजह से इतने दूर तक जो डिब्बे थे वो उखड़ गया। और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, क्योंकि हम दिखेंगे, हम एक डिब्बा पे हैं, दूसरा डिब्बा यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और तीसरा डिब्बा आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। ये तस्वीर देख के आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं ये हालत एक्चुअली कैसा है और कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना घटा है। और ये रेलवे इतिहास में देखें तो बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सीडेंट है, जिसके वजह से अभी तक जो डेथ की काउंटिंग है वो बढ़ रहा है और धीरे धीरे 250 से ज्यादा हो चुका है। और लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे डेड बॉडी अभी भी फंसा हुआ है और उनको निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो बड़े बात यह है कि अभी तो इंक्वायरी होगा और किसकी गलती वजह से ये इतना बड़ा घटना घटा, ये तो अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़े बात है अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जिसको जोरदार किया जा रहा है।
All right, so CNN News 18 continues to bring you a minute-by-minute update of that train tragedy that's taken place from Balasore. Those are the live shots that we are bringing to you. Remember, it's a triple train accident of epic proportions that's taken place. Several bogies still lying toppled on each other. Our correspondent Kamalika Sen-Gupta has also been bringing live visuals of how several bodies still remain trapped inside some of the bogies. And so the biggest and the prime most challenge for the rescue teams operating over there, remember, it's the NDRF, it's the SDRF, even the railways and the Indian Army that have swung into action. They're doing their best to rescue those people. Those are the shots that we are bringing to you of the locals also who are accompanying. Remember, they were the first ones to dive into these rescue efforts at the moment, but the rescue operation is still not complete. However, the restoration has also begun. Having said that, the railway traffic has been severely hampered. Remember, it's a tragedy you don't get to see every day. It's one of a mammoth scale. In fact, let's try and get in a sense of perspective. And for that, let me introduce my guests. I'm joined in by Mr. S.N. Malik, who's the retired station superintendent from New Delhi. I'm also joined in by Mr. B.C. Sharma, who's the vice president of the NFIR, which is the National Federation of Indian Railwaymen. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in. Mr. Malik, if I could begin with you. When you look at the visuals that we've been showing to our viewers, especially the aerial shots, they go on to indicate the scale of this mammoth tragedy. It's being called one of the worst railway disasters in over 2 decades. How do you assess the scale of this mammoth tragedy?
इसमें क्या कह सकते हैं, दुर्घटना तो हुई है
जी,
उसमें ट्रेजेडी हुई है जो भारत के लिए और हमारे वासियों के लिए बहुत ही दुखदायक है। जो भी रेलवे प्रशासन कर सकती है, जो कर रही है, और उन्होंने कल रात से जितना भी रेलवे विभाग के अधिकारियों ने और वहाँ के कर्मचारियों ने जो किया, और वहाँ की लोकल सेवा भी और सब स्टेट्स लेवल से भी जो कर्मचारियों के द्वारा जितनी ट्रेजेडी हुई है उन सबको इकट्ठा करके जहाँ जहाँ पहुँचाया जा सकता है पहुँचा रहे हैं। और जो भी रेलवे को नॉर्मल करने के लिए रेगुलर जैसे समय तो हर चीज़ में लगता है, घटना घटी है, मानव भूल के कारण जो भी घटना घटी है उसको देखते हुए दुखदायक मैं पर्सनली एज स्टेशन मास्टर्स होने के नाते ये व्यक्तिगत एक व्यक्ति की भूल के कारण भूल नहीं है
जी।
ये इसमें 3 आदमियों का हर जो होता है, स्टेशन मास्टर्स ने जैसे ही सिग्नल्स और किए हैं, अब कह रहे हैं सिग्नल्स, वो सिग्नल्स एक बारी होने के बाद अवश्य नहीं होते। सिग्नल्स हो जाने के बाद गाड़ी प्रॉपर ट्रैक पर चलती है और जो भी दुर्घटना ट्रैक में, इसमें मशीनरी जो गाड़ियों का आजकल एग्जामिनेशन जो है, जो थोड़ा कम शॉर्टली कर दिया गया है
जी।
ट्रैक्स में कहाँ गड़बड़ हुई है।
मलिक साहब, उसमें हम और विस्तार से चर्चा करेंगे, पर पहले इस ट्रेजेडी पे जरा फोकस किया जाए। मिस्टर शर्मा, इफ आई कुड ब्रिंग यू इन ऑन दिस एस्पेक्ट एज फार एज वेइंग इन ऑन द स्केल ऑफ दिस ट्रेजेडी इज कंसर्न। रिपोर्ट्स ये इंडिकेट कर रही हैं कि पिछले लगभग 20 साल से ऐसी रेलवे ट्रेजेडी अभी तक नहीं देखी गई है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस मैमथ स्केल की जो ये ट्रेजेडी आज इंडियन रेलवेज फेस कर रहा है? ये एक नेशनल डिजास्टर कहा जा रहा है, सिर्फ ओडिशा के लिए नहीं एक ट्रेजेडी है।
देखिए, ये जो ट्रेन सर्विस है ये एक मशीनरी है। मशीनरी को हम टाइम टू टाइम इसको चेक करते हैं, लेकिन इसके अंदर कब फेलियर हो जाए उसका जिस तरह एक मानव की गारंटी नहीं है, इस तरह मशीनरी का भी है। ये बहुत बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ और ऐसा नहीं, इससे पहले भी शायद आप लोगों को याद होगा कि ऐसा ही ये एक्सीडेंट गोविंदगढ़ खन्ना के पास भी हुआ था इसी तरह का। उसमें भी बहुत इंजरी और डेथ भी हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो है, जो वो लालू जी के टाइम में था
जी, उसके
बाद ये बहुत बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। ये इसमें जो यात्री इतने 3 गाड़ियों के 2 गाड़ियों के यात्री थे और उनकी फैमिली चल रही थी, तो उसमें इसका भरपाई होना बहुत मुश्किल है। जो लाइव चली गई है उसको वापस नहीं आ सकते।
मलिक साहब, हाँ मलिक साहब, क्योंकि इसलिए भी प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि अगर हम देखा जाए तो जैसे कि मिस्टर शर्मा ने पॉइंट आउट किया कि जो पिछली ट्रेजेडी हुई वो लालू यादव जब थे रेलवेज के मिनिस्टर तब देखी गई थी, पर अभी अगर देखा जाए तो 20 साल में कहा गया है कि रेलवेज ने बहुत प्रोग्रेस कर ली है, रिकॉर्ड प्रोग्रेस की गई है। रिकॉर्ड इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन भी हुआ है, ऑटोमेटिक सिग्नलिंग की भी बात की गई है, काफ़ी क्रेडिट दिया जा रहा था इंडियन रेलवेज को। तो इस एपिक प्रोपोर्शन की जो ये ट्रेजेडी हुई है मलिक साहब, काफ़ी अनएक्सपेक्टेड थी, स्पेशली एट अ टाइम व्हेन इंडिया इज टेकिंग प्राइड एट द मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ इट्स रेलवे सिस्टम।
नहीं, बिल्कुल आप ठीक कह रही हैं कि दुर्घटना तो बहुत बड़ी है और वाकई में ही कई सालों के बाद ये नहीं, दुर्घटनाएं छोटी मोटी होती रहती थी, ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है। ये 300 कुछ लोग मर गए, 1000 से ज़्यादा घायल बता रहे हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि, लेकिन जो रेलवे की आप प्रगति बता रहे हैं, रेलवे के अंदर आपको हमारी फेडरेशंस द्वारा बार बार डिमांड की जाती रही है कि रेलवे में सेफ्टी का जो मेन मुद्दा है, हमारे वीसी शर्मा जी मेरे साथ बैठे हैं, जनरल सेक्रेटरी भी है, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं NFIR के, इनके द्वारा भी रेलवे में हमने, हमारे डॉक्टर एम रघुवैया NFIR के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरीज हैं, सेफ्टी के ऊपर ही इशू उठाते हैं। और पिछले 4 सालों से या 5 सालों से NFIR सेफ्टी के लिए स्टेशन मास्टर, पॉइंट्समैन, शंटिंग जमादार और पायलट जमादार, इनकी शॉर्टेज इतनी है जिसके कारण एक ही आदमी पे आज एक ही प्लेटफार्म, एक स्टेशन पे 4 लाइनें हैं, चारों लाइनों पे गाड़ी होने के बावजूद कि स्टेशन मास्टर के पास इतना एक टाइम में 4 गाड़ियों को अपडेट करना है और उन्हीं गाड़ियों, आदमी वो एक ही लेके साथ में चल रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं स्टाफ की कमी, स्टाफ के कारण, क्योंकि वोट इतना बढ़ गया है ट्रैफिक का, हमारे फेडरेशंस के लीडर्स द्वारा बार बार अप्लाई करते हैं कि हमारे रेलवे में हर काम में कमी कर जा सकती है, लेकिन सेफ्टी को आप फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी दीजिए। लेकिन चाहे महामंत्री, हमारे रेल मंत्री महोदय हों, चाहे अधिकारी हों, रेलवे की सेफ्टी के ऊपर ध्यान तो उन्होंने दिया है, टेक्नोलॉजीज नई नई लाए हैं, लेकिन कमी सारी यही है कि स्टाफ की कमी को पूरा नहीं करते कि एक ही प्लेटफार्म पे एक ही आदमी 16-16 किलोमीटर 8-8 10-10 किलोमीटर चल के हर गाड़ी को स्टेशन मास्टर द्वारा चलाना, गाड़ी की देख रेख करना, उसके पर मेंटेनेंस, दिमाग जो है कि आज वो 16 नंबर पे है, 16 नंबर से 12 नंबर पे जाएगा, 12 नंबर को चला के फिर 1 नंबर पे चलाने आएगा, क्योंकि एक स्टेशन मास्टर, स्टेशन पे 2 स्टेशन मास्टर या 4 स्टेशन मास्टर होने चाहिए, वहाँ एक ही स्टेशन मास्टर से काम चलाया जाता है। एक उसका अधिकारी बना दिया, 5 ऊपर कैबिन पे बैठे हैं। ये सब कोई एक आदमी के काम से नहीं होता। अगर हर जगह पर काम को रिकॉर्डली फाइलों में तो स्टेशन मास्टर 60 हैं स्टेशन पे, बड़े स्टेशन पे, बड़े स्टेशनों पे, छोटे स्टेशनों पे 4 हैं, लेकिन काम करने वाले वहाँ 2 ही हैं। 40 वहाँ पर 60 वाले में 30-35-40 आदमी काम कर रहे हैं।
जी,
ये
मलिक साहब, आपने एक बहुत ही क्रूशल और एक सिग्निफिकेंट पॉइंट बनाया है, इस पे मैं और चर्चा करना चाहूंगी, पर उसके पहले लेट मी ऑल्सो प्ले आउट व्हाट फॉर्मर रेलवे मिनिस्टर लालू यादव हैज टू से। वी इन फैक्ट वी हैव अ रिएक्शन कमिंग इन फ्रॉम हिम, लेट्स लिसन इन।
ट्रेन बहुत फास्ट ट्रेन है, चेन्नई के लिए, चेन्नई जाती है मद्रास, उस पर हम भी यात्रा किए हुए हैं। किस तरह से इन लोगों ने लापरवाही बरता, सावधानी नहीं बरता और इतना बड़ा संख्या में कैजुअलिटी हो गई है। जो खबर है लगभग 800 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, बेसी भी होने की काफ़ी संभावना है। इसकी उच्च स्तरीय जाँच कराया जाए और पूरा जो दोषी लोग हैं इसमें जिसकी संलिप्तता है उस पर कार्रवाई करना चाहिए और मृतकों के आश्रितों को 10-10 लाख रुपया का मुआवजा और घायलों को 5-5 लाख रुपया मुआवजा दिया जाए।
लगता है सर बड़ी लापरवाही हुई है,
बहुत बड़ी लापरवाही,
संख्या में लोगों की
काफ़ी बड़ी लापरवाही हो रही है। रेल को चौपट कर दिया।
आप लोग हमेशा रेल मंत्री रहे, उसके बाद भी आप बोलते रहे लालू जी?
हाँ, बोलते रहे।
लालू जी एक सवाल।
All right, so former Railway Minister Lalu Yadav giving a reaction over there. Let me bring in one of our guests, Mr. Sharma, also who's joining in. Sharma जी, लालू यादव ने भी अभी बोला है कि बहुत ही बड़ी ट्रेजेडी है और लापरवाही कहीं ना कहीं हुई है। मलिक साहब को भी आपने सुना, कहाँ पे लैप्सेस हैं आज के इंडियन रेलवे सिस्टम में, क्योंकि रोज़ रोज़ ऐसे एक्सीडेंट्स नहीं होते हैं। कहा जा रहा है, रिपोर्ट्स यही इंडिकेट कर रही हैं कि इस प्रोपोर्शन की ट्रेजेडी 20 साल में हुई है।
देखिए, इसके अंदर कई चीज़ें हैं जो बाहर नहीं आ रही हैं, कि जैसे ऑपरेशन में स्टेशन मास्टर, पॉइंट्समैन, यार्ड मास्टर मेन आदमी होते हैं और एसएनटी वाला। अब वो 12-12 घंटे अगर ड्यूटी करेंगे, 14-14 घंटे ड्यूटी करेंगे, मेंटल स्ट्रेस इतना उनके ऊपर होता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं मानव भूल हो जाती है। सेफ्टी स्टाफ की जो है आज भारतीय रेलवे में 2.5 लाख वैकेंसी खाली है, नॉन सेफ्टी और सेफ्टी की। अगर हम उसको भरेंगे नहीं, और ठीक है मॉडर्नाइजेशन हो गया जी, ऑटोमेटिजेशन हो गई जी, लेकिन अभी फुली नहीं हुई। बहुत जगह है, इस स्टेशन पे भी जो है मैनुअल सिग्नल था, ऑटोमेटिक सिग्नल नहीं था। जहां स्टेशन पे बांगड़ा स्टेशन पे ये हुआ है,
आप कवच सिस्टम की बात कर रहे हैं,
सिग्नल सिस्टम,
सिग्नलिंग की
सिस्टम
जी।
एक ऑटोमेटिक है, ऑटोमेटिक में पॉइंट जो है ऑटोमेटिक ही
ये मैनुअल था,
ये मैनुअल था।
तो मतलब उससे ये जाहिर हो रहा है कि मैनुअल एरर की चांस ज्यादा है।
उसका कारण ऑटोमेटिक में चांस कम होते हैं
जी।
ये बहुत सारा, क्योंकि नेटवर्क रेलवे का बहुत है, 66,000 किलोमीटर पड़ा है। उसके अंदर जो है ब्रांच लाइन भी है, मेन लाइन भी है। मेन लाइन को काफ़ी हमने कवर कर लिया है, लेकिन ब्रांच लाइनें कई जगह है छोटे स्टेशन पर जिसको अभी कवर नहीं हुआ है
जी।
तो मॉडर्न और कोचेज भी अच्छे हैं, LHB कोचेज आ गए, पहले दूसरे कोचेज थे। लेकिन साथ साथ में अगर हम मेंटल स्ट्रेस रहेगा वर्किंग क्लास के ऊपर और उसको 12 घंटे हम बैठा के रखेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली कोई ना कोई मानव भूल होगी।
That is true, and in fact what stands out is the fact that we are looking at a triple train tragedy. So no matter how stressed that station master was, the fact of the matter remains कि वो एक सेकेंड ट्रेजेडी को क्यों नहीं अवॉइड कर पाए। उस बात पे भी हम चर्चा करेंगे, क्योंकि हम सिर्फ एक कोलिजन की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे हम 2 कोलिजन्स की बात कर रहे हैं। My correspondent Kamalika is also on the ground level bringing us updates. It's time to quickly cut across to Kamalika, who's also joining us live. Kamalika, I can see you're flanked by all the rescue effort workers right now. I see the Indian Army is also swung into action. Take us through what is the priority right now as I see them on the tracks.
The priority is obviously rescue. As you can see behind me, there are still dead bodies. That's there in this bogie. This is the goods train. If I can show, this is the goods train, and this is the other train which rammed into this goods train. If you can see straight where I am showing this, if I could ask my Vijay, this, a sari type of thing which you can see just behind this, what we are getting, what they are saying that 10 to 12 dead bodies might be there inside. We could see for that's a quite gruesome visual. We are not doing a close, we are not getting a close shot, because I have seen somebody's hand, somebody's legs, somebody's, it's very difficult. And all this, united effort is there. The NDRF is there, the Indian Army is there, the NDRF team is there, the ODRF team is there, the Prime Minister will come. So first now, the dead bodies should be taken out. That is the prime focus. Some of the dead bodies, like already more than 261 dead bodies has been out, but others, like it will cost more than 300, 350. That dead bodies are still there. So right now the focus is on that.
Right, and from what we are seeing as far as these visuals are concerned, something that you also highlighted, deeply disturbing, horrifying visuals. What does it seem like, looking at the epic proportion of this mammoth scale tragedy? This is going to take time as far as not just restoration but rescue effort is concerned. It is going to carry on till evening. What are you learning? How much more time will the teams take?
It will take time because, so many, it's not a single train tragedy, it's a triple train tragedy.
Right.
And both of the other two trains were carrying passengers. So 900 is the injury people, 900 people is injured. So where, in which, see, if I show the bogie there also, there must be something behind it, inside it. So it's a very it's a very tough task. But the question obviously is, why did it happen? The covered system, the anti-collision device, all these things will be discussed.
True.
But at the cost of so many people's life.
True.
That's the biggest question which should be raised from ground zero. People who have seen their, their utensils, somebody was playing, somebody was going to sleep, somebody was going for their dreams come true. I was talking to some of the people and this is horrific. What was their mistake?
Right.
Who is behind this? What is the lag? That's the biggest question. That should be raised, because this is not a one train tragedy. This is a triple train tragedy. That's the biggest question. In ground zero, that should be raised.
And that is the question we are also raising here from the studios, Kamalika. As I can see from the visuals, there's plenty of manpower right now behind you. But what is the challenge that they're facing as far as extricating those bodies that are still trapped inside? Perhaps some, if one were to shelter more hope, some may still be alive. How are they adequately equipped with sufficient devices to help them to cut through these bogies?
They are adequately equipped, but the point is where, how many bodies in which way is stuffed inside. That's a big question that they are trying to find out.
Right, Kamalika. We'll keep coming back to you as and when more information trickles in. Let's quickly go back to one of our guests, Mr. Malik. But in fact, we're getting in some breaking inputs at the same time. Let's quickly cut across to this breaking piece of news that we are bringing in. Government sources are telling CNN News 18 as far as this mammoth-scale mishap has taken place, no prima facie case of sabotage seems to have happened right now, and no time lag took place between two trains. This is what government sources are telling CNN News 18. Can't say that they missed a signal. This is what government sources have told CNN News 18. Let's quickly try and elaborate a bit on that. Akash joins me live at the moment. Akash, throw more light on what the government sources mean when they're saying that there was not much of a time lag and it doesn't seem like a sabotage, but Why are they saying that they couldn't have missed a signal?
If you can repeat your question, please.
Akash, I want to know why the government sources are saying that there's no possibility that the trains missed a signal.
So initially, the information that we are getting from the government sources is that the Coromandel Express was running at 130 km/h speed, and this was not the usual speed. It in fact was the higher high speed than what it generally runs at, and it was on up line, and Yeshwantpur Express was on down line. It got derailed and dashed with the goods train that was already standing on the loop line of the particular section, the up loop line. One goods train was already standing there. In fact, we have been reporting this since morning, that how the train got derailed, dashed into the goods train, and because of this particular derailment, when coaches were on the other track, Yeshwantpur Express almost passed the particular section, but remaining two coaches, 2 or 3 coaches in fact, got affected because of this particular derailment. And it was a side collision where one coach was lying on the particular track, was very close, was in close proximity to the track where Yeshwantpur Express was coming from, and it was a side collision because of which Yeshwantpur Express got derailed as well. In fact, this is for the benefit of our viewers. We have been mentioning this since morning that yes, there are 3 trains that are involved, 2 passenger trains, 1 goods train. The Coromandel Express is the initial train that got derailed.
Right.
It dashed with the goods train,
right.
And then because of this derailment, we had the Yeshwantpur Express got derailed as well.
Right, Akash, but there's one question that I still want to know. If the government sources who are talking to CNN News18 are saying that there's no chance that the train could have missed a signal, then what is the possibility that they are indicating that a wrong signal was given?
No, not exactly, but there can be a number of reasons. There can be a human error from a loco pilot side as well, and there can be a error from station master side as well. When you are saying that technically your signaling system was perfect and was working, was in proper condition, then it is the only scope is human error,
right.
Either the human error
right.
or some problem with the track. Right. So it is the matter of investigation, and in some days from now we'll be getting as to what is the final reason, what is the conclusion of this particular thing.
All right, Akash, thank you for bringing in the latest details. On that note, let's also play out for our viewers a ground report from Balasore, what's happening on the disaster side. Let's bring you all those ground reports that have poured in ever since.
यह है वही करमंडल ट्रेन जिसके अंदर हम हैं, जिस पर इतना बड़ा हादसा कल घट गया है, और हम ट्रेन के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। ये जो बगी पे हम खड़े हैं, ये ट्रेन ट्रैक से कम 20 फीट के दूर पर जाके उखड़ गया है और जाके पड़ा हुआ है। और जब यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए थे, पूरा खचाखच भरा हुआ था ये ट्रेन, तभी ये हादसा घटा है। और आप देख सकते हैं लोग ने अपने जूते तक को ट्रेन के अंदर छोड़ के वो भाग गए हैं, क्योंकि सबको जान बचाना था, सबको पहले अपने परिवार की जान बचाना था, इसलिए वो भाग गए हैं। लेकिन इसी ट्रेन से आगे वाला बगी देखेंगे, आगे वाला डिब्बे पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे मौत हुई है, और अभी भी उसमें से जो डेड बॉडी है वो निकाला जा रहा है। एवं हम देखेंगे तो धीरे धीरे डेड बॉडी जो है वो भी निकाला जा रहा है। और दूसरे तरफ आप देखेंगे लोग कैसे अपने सामान को छोड़ के अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भाग गए हैं। और हम बाहर की तस्वीर भी थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, बाहर की हालात कैसा है वो भी दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और ये जो डिब्बे के अंदर है, ये कितना दूर आके पड़ा हुआ है, इसका भी तस्वीर थोड़ा हम बाहर से दिखाएंगे, कैसे कितना दूर है ट्रैक से, कितना दूर यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा एक दुर्घटना है। और ये करमंडल एक्सप्रेस है, जिसका हम स्लीपर क्लास के अंदर का तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। और ये ट्रेन को हम बोलेंगे, ये डिब्बे को देखेंगे तो ये भी एक तरफ से झुका हुआ है, 60 डिग्री झुका हुआ है। हम भी खड़े हैं तो आपका अनुमान होगा ये पूरा सीधा खड़ा नहीं है, एक तरफ झुक के रुक गया है। पलटा नहीं है, सिर्फ रुक गया है ये ट्रेन के अंदर। और बाहर की तस्वीर हम देखेंगे, इस ट्रेन से जुड़े हुए दूसरे डिब्बे की तस्वीर थोड़ा दिखाएंगे तो ये कैसे वो उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। ये थोड़ा अभी हम दिखाते हैं कैसे उखड़ गया है और अलग हो गया है। बाहर के डिब्बे, जो इससे आगे वाला डिब्बा था वो अलग हो गया, पूरी तरह से अलग हो गया है। और वो देख सकते हैं आप, पूरा अलग हो गया है। और ये जो डब्बा है यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है, और ये ट्रक नहीं है, ये ट्रक से बहुत दूर की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये ट्रक से कितने दूर पर ये घटना घटी है। और ये इससे देख के एक बात को पता चलता है जो कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना था। और सबसे बड़े बात यह है कि जब करमंडल एक्सप्रेस आ रहा था उसका स्पीड कितना था, उसका तेज कितना था, जिससे वजह से इतने दूर तक जो डिब्बे थे वो उखड़ गया। और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, क्योंकि हम दिखेंगे, हम एक डिब्बा पे हैं, दूसरा डिब्बा यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है और तीसरा डिब्बा आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। ये तस्वीर देख के आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं ये हालत एक्चुअली कैसा है और कितना बड़ा ये दुर्घटना घटा है। और ये रेलवे इतिहास में देखें तो बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सीडेंट है, जिसके वजह से अभी तक जो डेथ की काउंटिंग है वो बढ़ रहा है और धीरे धीरे 250 से ज्यादा हो चुका है। और लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे डेड बॉडी अभी भी फंसा हुआ है और उनको निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो बड़े बात यह है कि अभी तो इंक्वायरी होगा और किसकी गलती वजह से ये इतना बड़ा घटना घटा, ये तो अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़े बात है अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, जिसको जोरदार किया जा रहा है।
रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में दिखाऊंगा, पहले दिखा दे रहा हूं अभी का माहौल क्या है, यहाँ का सिचुएशन क्या है। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से जो पूरी तरह बोगी, किस तरह से कल का जो सिचुएशन था, किस तरह से अभी का सिचुएशन है। हम ये एक्सक्लूसिवली दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से सिचुएशन है। अभी देखिए 2 ट्रेन कैसे धक्का हुआ और किस तरह से ट्रैक से पटरी से इधर उधर हो गया। और देख रहे हैं कि जो रेल पटरी है किस तरह से बिखरा हुआ है और ये कितने दर्दनाक है, कितना भयंकर हुआ है, ये विजुअल ही बता रहा है किस तरह से हुआ है। और हम दिखाना चाहते हैं किस तरह से ये सामने वाला एसी कोच है और एसी कोच में जो अब देख रहे हैं किस तरह से जो ट्रेन है उलट गया है। लग रहा था कि लगेगा 5-6 घंटा ऐसा लगेगा, लेकिन ये पूरे कल 7 बजे से, शाम 7 बजे से अभी तक अगर 24 घंटा हो गया, 25 घंटा से ज़्यादा हो गया, लेकिन अभी तक ये कंप्लीट रेस्क्यू नहीं हो पा रहा है। लग रहा है और 48 पर लगेगा। हम पूरा है किस तरह से इंसिडेंट हुआ था, पूरा स्पॉट को लेके अभी यहाँ पर तैनात हो चुके हैं और कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि कैसे भी करके लोगों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कैसे किया जाए। कि बग्गी कहां पर है, अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था।
IFMS Rao Sir Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about this tragic train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore?
कल ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुँचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचाव और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। NDRF के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य में लगे हैं। जहाँ पर भी हॉस्पिटल है अगल बगल के शहरों में या स्थानीय पर, वहाँ पर हमारे जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब और देश सारा इस परिवारजनों के साथ है।
राव साहब जी, एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 3 ट्रेन्स का एक साथ पटरी पे से डिरेल हो जाना, कोलाइड हो जाना, आपको नहीं लगता कि रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर ये किसी तरीके का सवाल खड़ा करता है?
ये देखिए, ये दुर्घटना है और डिरेल हो गई एक, तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहाँ से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे सेफ्टी कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम।
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले।
राव साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, वो खुद वहाँ पर जाकर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और
CNN News 18 continues to report live from Balasore as the triple train accident took place yesterday. Remember, around 300 have already lost their lives as the death toll continues to mount. At the same time, 900 people are reportedly injured. This has been declared as a national disaster, and at the same time, reactions from the entire political spectrum are pouring in. Not just the president and prime minister or the home minister of the nation. In fact, various political leaders from opposition parties have also reacted. Let's also listen into the latest reaction of the Congress president Mallikarjun Kharge reacting to this triple train tragedy. Let's listen in.
To our great prime minister and also the railway minister, they have to answer why such things are happening and who is responsible for this. So all these questions later on I will ask, but today we have to extend the relief to the suffering people. Therefore, I expect the great help from Odisha government and also the Government of India and other respective states the passengers who are suffering in this incident.
हिंदी में भी करिए।
इस भयानक घटना में
All right, my guests, Mr. S.N. Malik and Mr. B.C. Sharma, continue to stay with us on this broadcast. Mr. S.N. Malik is the retired superintendent of the Old Delhi Railway Station. Also, Mr. B.C. Sharma is the vice president of the NFIR, the National Federation of Indian Railwaymen. Malik साहब, जैसे हम पहले चर्चा कर रहे थे, प्रॉब्लम जो हुई है उसकी जड़ तक जाते हैं। सबसे पहले अगर कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस अगर क्लैश नहीं की होती, वो कोलिजन अवर्ट कर दिया जाता, तो शायद सेकंड कोलिजन भी नहीं होता। कहा जा रहा है वो लूप लाइन पे आई जहां पे फ्रेट ट्रेन ऑलरेडी पार्क थी, इसीलिए वो डिरेलमेंट हुआ। क्यों वो लूप लाइन पे आई? यहाँ पे किस तरह क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन है आपका कि लूप लाइन पे आने के लिए क्या उसको एक गलत सिग्नल मिला होगा? एंड नॉट टू फॉरगेट, इट वाज अबाउट टू कम टू द स्टेशन।
ऐसा नहीं है कि गलत सिग्नल मिला होगा। ट्रेन के लिए रूट जब सेट किया जाता है सारे सिस्टम्स को फॉलो करके, कोई एक व्यक्ति के द्वारा ही कार्य नहीं होता। स्टेशन मास्टर के पास कैबिन मैन है, कैबिन मैन के बाद दूसरा स्टेशन मास्टर के द्वारा हम 3 आदमियों के साथ मिलने के बाद हम आगे गाड़ी को रवाना करते हैं। जहाँ रूट की बात हुई है वो गलती, मानव गलती कहीं ना कहीं हुई है। जो हमारा SNT विभाग है, जो स्टेशन मास्टर ने जैसे ही सिग्नल लोअर किए, अब कोई कह रहा है सिग्नल लोअर ऑफ हो गए, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। सिग्नल ऑफ नहीं हो सकते। सिग्नल एक बारी जिस रूट के लिए बनाए जाते हैं, सिग्नल प्रॉपर उसी रूट के होते हैं। ये लूप लाइन वाली जहां बात आ रही है कि लूप लाइन बन गई, गाड़ी का लूप लाइन और मेल लाइन का सेटिंग प्रॉपरली, सिस्टम ऑलरेडी रेलवे का अच्छा है। रूट सिस्टम्स के अनुसार ही रूट सिग्नल्स होते हैं। यहाँ पर कहीं ना कहीं स्टेशन मास्टर से रिले रूम की चाबी लेकर SNT विभाग द्वारा सिग्नल्स में कहीं ना कहीं गड़बड़ हुई है, जिसके कारण गाड़ी लूप लाइन आई है। क्योंकि लूप लाइन का ही कहीं गलती, मानव गलती के कारण लूप लाइन ट्रेन चलाने के लिए आदेश दिया गया हो, जिसने गाड़ी चलाई है, चलाने के चक्कर में, या प्रॉपरली मेल लाइन पे गाड़ी आ रही है, जो इतनी बड़ी घटना घटी है। उसका कारण यही है कि जब 2 गाड़ियों का पैसेंजर्स गाड़ी, मेल गाड़ी का टक्कर हुआ, बोगी से हमारी उठ के तीसरी लाइन की तरफ चली गई। तीसरी लाइन पर जो गाड़ी आ रही है, हैवी लोडेड गाड़ी है, 53 टन 40 टन का एक बक्सा है, उसमें जब टकराया है तो उसकी घटना, जो इतनी बड़ी दुर्घटना हुई है, उस माल गाड़ी की जो स्पीड और हमारी मेल एक्सप्रेस की स्पीड का भी इसमें हो सकता है। ये कहें कि जी ड्राइवर्स ने सिग्नल्स नहीं देखा, ये नहीं ऐसा, क्योंकि सिग्नल इतनी दूर से दिखाई देता है। ड्राइवर्स और आर्ड का एग्जामिनेशन, स्टेशन मास्टर का मेडिकल इतनी श्योरली होता है कि उसको हर चीज़ से, जब ड्राइवर गाड़ी लेने से चलता है तो उसका पहले एक हमारे यहाँ मशीन लगी हुई है, उसको टेस्ट के द्वारा गाड़ी पे चढ़ाया जाता है कि ड्राइवर्स ने हर चीज़ तरह संतुष्ट है, वो तसल्ली के बाद गाड़ी चलाई जाती है। और इसमें कहीं ना कहीं SNT विभाग का कहीं फेलियर हो सकता है, जिसके कारण सिग्नल्स में डिफिकल्टी आई। ट्रैक मेंटेनेंस का जहाँ पर गाड़ी उछली है, मशीनरी नीचे के ट्रैक है हमारा, इंजीनियरिंग विभाग की भी कहीं गलती हो सकती है। जो गाड़ियाँ चल रही हैं, जो मेल गाड़ी आ रही है, जो गड़बड़ घटना घटी है, वह भी गाड़ी कहीं ना, जो गाड़ी मेंटेन चल के चलती है, कहीं ना कहीं मशीनरी तो है ही, कहीं भी फेलियर हो सकती है। तो मशीनरी में भी, ट्रैक में जो गाड़ी आ रही है, उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं जो गाड़ी ट्रैक मशीन, एक लाइन का टुकड़ा है, उस टुकड़े पे जैसे गाड़ी उछली है, उछलने के बाद दूसरी गाड़ी से टकराई है। दूसरी के बाद क्योंकि गाड़ी की स्पीड थी, माल गाड़ी जैसे कि माल गाड़ी को भी थ्रू दे रखा है, अप और डाउन लाइनें गाड़ी प्रॉपर।
मलिक साहब, आप इस बात से तो सहमत हैं कि ट्रैक तो बदला गया है, मेन लाइन पे आ रही थी गाड़ी और वो गई लूप लाइन पे ना। हाँ, तो वो तो उस बात से तो आप सहमत हैं। वो तो मैं कह ही रहा हूँ ना, वहाँ मानव भूल हो सकती है। जी। ये गारंटी नहीं है कि कोई चीज अपने आप डाउन, जो सिस्टम्स है हमारी रेलवे का, सिग्नल्स का, हर चीज लॉक होने के बाद सिग्नल होते हैं। हाँ, क्योंकि सवाल यही उठाया जा रहा है कि अगर उसको, अगर जो है ट्रैक बदला गया है, तो उसमें ट्रैक की गलती कहाँ हो सकती है?
ट्रैक बदला नहीं जाता। ट्रैक जिस रूट के लिए सेट किया जाता है वह उसी रूट पर रहता है। डाउन होने में जब सिग्नल्स हुआ है, सिग्नल्स जो डायरेक्टली स्टेशन मास्टर द्वारा किया जाता है या पैनल के ऑपरेटर्स द्वारा किया जाता है, वहाँ सिग्नल्स उसने डाउन किया, उसका डाउन नहीं हुआ।
मुझे आपसे इजाजत लेनी होगी बीसी शर्मा साहब, अगर आप मुझे बस 30 सेकंड में बता सके अब जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा उसमें क्या सवाल हैं जो आंसर करने पड़ेंगे।
देखिए, पहले मैं थोड़ा सा इसमें ब्रीफ करना चाहूँगा
जी
कि जिसके लिए कमेटियाँ बन रही हैं, कमेटी बने, लेकिन इसका रूट काज जो है कि अगर आप अनट्रेन्ड आदमी मेंटेनेंस के लिए, चाहे वो सिग्नल हो या कोचेज हो या इंजन हो, वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के थ्रू जाएंगे जो नॉन टेक्निकल है। काज ऑफ एक्शन एक्सीडेंट का वो भी है। नंबर 2, इसके अंदर वो कहते हैं कि सिग्नल ऑफ हो गया अपने आप, रूट मेन लाइन का बना था, अपने आप हो गया, इट मीन्स मशीनरी का फेलियर है। इसमें अपने आप ऑफ नहीं हो सकता, फिर लूप लाइन में चले जाए तो वो मशीनरी का फेलियर होने के कारण वो लूप लाइन का पॉइंट सेट हो गया, अदरवाइज़ वो लूप लाइन पे गाड़ी नहीं जा सकती थी। सबसे ज़्यादा मेन काज जो है, मैं रेल मंत्री से भी कहूँगा, दूसरों से कहूँगा कि जो रेगुलर नेचर का काम है, जो हमारा स्टाफ कर सकता है, जो शॉर्टेज है उसको करिए, और ठेकेदार को ये काम दे के सिग्नल का काम, जो सेफ्टी का काम है, इंजन की मेंटेनेंस का जो काम है, कोचेज की मेंटेनेंस का काम है, अगर आप प्राइवेट को देंगे तो काज ऑफ एक्सीडेंट बढ़ेंगे, कम नहीं होगा। तो ये इतना
On that note, some very significant points made by Mr. Malik and by Mr. Sharma over there. Many thanks to you, Mr. Sharma and Mr. Malik, for sharing those very precious insights with us. We do hope that the railways does incorporate the points that are now emerging through these various discussions and proper adequate action is taken to avert such tragedies in future. For now, let's also focus on the rescue and relief operations that are taking place. Remember, CNN News 18 has been bringing you a ground minute by minute report, and for that I bring you a report by our correspondent Kamalika Sengupta.
But would like to show you, we are right now in Balasore. This is absolutely the amount of effort that has been put now. You can see that all the army vehicles are there, and you can see a crane is there behind me. So actually this will be doing the cutter come, and we are just at the spot where this tragic incident took place. You can see all the army cars are there, and this road straight goes to that area, that spot where the horrific accident took place. As we have earlier showed that there were like army trucks, and you can see that the NDRF team is also full at its work. Sir, कितने काम हुआ है, कितना बड़ा, बहुत बड़ा हादसा है ये
बहुत बड़ा हादसा है मैडम, और ज़्यादा जानकारी तो हमारे साहब लोग ही बता पाएंगे। ट्रैक को क्लियर किया जा रहा है, फिर उसको प्रॉपर बोगी को सीधा किया जाएगा, उसके बाद भी एक बार सर्च होगा कि हाँ जो है कोई अभी भी विक्टिम तो उधर नहीं फंसा हुआ है।
आप लोग इतने सब जगह जाते हैं जहाँ पर हादसा होता है, ये कितना भयंकर लग रहा है देख के?
मैडम, हम लोगों को तो ऐसे ही सब जगह ही लगता है, क्योंकि जब लोग इस तरह से हताहत होते हैं तो दिल से थोड़ा सा जज्बात अलग ही रहते हैं।
This to my left is the Howrah Chennai, Shalimar Chennai Howrah Express, and to my right is that train, that Yashwantpur Express. Would like to ask my VJ, this is the situation, train crate cutting is going on, and this is, you can see the devastation. And here, if I ask my VJ, this is the Humsafar Express. Look at the visual. You can see this is the condition. This is the condition of the toilet also, and it's horrific. You can see we cannot go to the other side, which is just broken from the this is the Shalimar Chennai Howrah Express, and you can see that the way it is toppled down, and there the other train is, and just beneath that there is this bogie, the other bogies. So you know how actually metal, all cranes and all equipments have been brought in. The process is on. United rescue operation is going on. The army, the NDRF, the railway team, the state team, the teams from the other states. You can see that this is the Coromandel Express, and now metal cut. You know this thing has been cut. That's the try. It's going that so that the bogies alag ho the bogies should be separated. Otherwise, there are the other bogies which cannot be actually lifted up. So this is the process which is going on. You can see it's a horrific incident. It's a horrific accident, and there is the other train. If we can show, that is just, the other bogies have just toppled down and there is nothing. And one bogie is just beneath, still where the rescue operation is on. So all this bogie separation will take place, and then finally that thing will take place. This is really a horrific incident. Probably it's not there in history. This type of incident has not happened, and right now all operations are on.
पटरी पे से डिरेल हो जाना, कोलाइड हो जाना, आपको नहीं लगता कि रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर ये किसी तरीके का सवाल खड़ा करता है?
ये देखिए, ये दुर्घटना है और डिरेल हो गई एक, तो जो जाने आने वाली ट्रेनें होती है हो सकता है कि उसी समय में वहां से जा रही होंगी, इसके कारण ऐसा हुआ होगा। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कुछ दुर्घटना हुई, ये कोई टेक्निकल कारण से हुई या कोई ड्राइवर की गलती से हुई, इसके लिए हाई लेवल चौकसी समिति की घोषणा हुई है। और मैंने आपको बता दिया कि हमारे सेफ्टी कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल ये भी वहां पर पहुंचे हैं, और चौकसी में जो भी सामने आएगा तो ही उस पर बात कर सकेंगे हम।
राव साहब जी, देखा जा रहा है कि जैसे कल शाम 7 बजे ये घटना घटी थी, लेकिन अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहां पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहां पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहां पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहां पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले।
राव साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, वो खुद वहाँ पर जाकर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. Our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them." So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident from Odisha, and the updated death toll is 288 people who sadly lost their life in this tragic accident, and more than 1000 people have been injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक हैं वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है, मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है।
All right, staying with the mammoth tragedy of the triple train crash that's taken place in Balasore. Those are the latest visuals we are bringing to you of Prime Minister's arrival in the district of Balasore in Odisha. Those are the chopper shots that we are bringing to you. Prime Minister, remember, had left for Balasore just 3 hours ago, and he's finally arrived in the district to review the situation and the rescue efforts that are currently on. He will be taking a stock of the situation. Remember, earlier during the day, he also chaired a high review meeting which was to address the relief and rescue operations that are currently underway in Odisha. We can see 2 choppers over there now landing in Balasore, and shortly, in some minutes from now, Prime Minister Modi will be seen at the site where that triple collision took place, roughly between 6:50 p.m. and 7:10 p.m. yesterday in Odisha, in Balasore. Remember, just a while ago, Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, was also there to take cognizance of the situation. She was also seen accompanying the staff of the hospitals that are providing first aid. And now we're seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was the first person to convey his condolences to the bereaved families and to the families of those who've been injured in this triple train crash that took place yesterday. It's a tragedy of epic proportions. Reports are indicating that such a national disaster has not been seen in India in the last 2 decades. What led to it, whether it was a technical glitch or a human error, will of course be ascertained after the inquiry that has already been set up by the railways. But for now, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also indicated the need to focus on rescue, relief and restoration efforts. He said now is not the time to politicize the matter. The focus of the government, the centre and the state governments remains on rescue and relief efforts. Kamolika Sen Gupta of CNN News 18 is reporting live from Ground Zero. Kamolika, take us through the latest. We can see Prime Minister's chopper has now arrived. What is the plan of action? Where will he be headed now?
Helicopters have also landed, and the Prime Minister is also supposed to arrive. You can see that the Indian Air Force planes, 2 other helicopters have already arrived, and this is the 3rd helicopter which is right now doing the, this is called the landing. There is no prepared helipad here, but this is an emergency operation. So in anywhere the Indian Air Force, they can land, and here you can see behind me that the Indian Air Force helicopters have landed. There are 3 helicopters. We'd like to show, we'd like to ask my DJ to show the other 2 helicopters also, and you can see that this Indian Air Force helicopter that has just landed. This is a paddy field actually, and this is a paddy field actually. You can see the Indian Air Force helicopter that has arrived here, and there are 3 Indian Air Force helicopters. That's what the protocol is. You can see that all the security, they are going, and you can see Ashwini Vaishnav. We can just ask Vijay to show Ashwini Vaishnav. He has come, the railway minister has come to actually receive the Prime Minister, and you can see Ashwini Vaishnav there. He's there, he's receiving, he will be there in the team who will be receiving the Prime Minister. So this is the Air Force, the helicopter which has brought Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is live and exclusive, which we are showing in obviously CNN News 18, because I've got this access to come and stand here. As you can see, we are showing Ashwini Vaishnav, the Rail Minister, who is there, who is going there. You can see Dharmendra Pradhan. Along with the Ashwini Vaishnav, Dharmendra Pradhan is also there, and they are actually in the team receiving the Prime Minister. And 3 planes have come, 3 helicopters have come. The entire security team which has come. Obviously, Prime Minister wants to see, he himself wants to take stock of the situation, and we are standing in that area from where that the Prime Minister will be coming on. We have a which is very close to this helicopter, and you can see that the entire security is guarding this area, and the Prime Minister will be coming out any moment from now. And here you see that Ashwini Vaishnav, the Rail Minister, he is going there to receive. It's a terrific, horrific and historical train accident that has taken place.
Kamalika, as you rightly mentioned, that this is a disaster, it's a national disaster of epic proportion, and the mammoth scale of which is only perhaps visible through those aerial shots that we've been showing our viewers over here. Remember, CNN News 18 has been tracking a minute-by-minute update on what is happening on ground zero, and right now we are bringing you these exclusive shots of those 3 helicopters that are ferrying Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has now arrived at the disaster site to take stock of the situation. Having said that, Kamalika, we've also been talking about how this entire rescue operation is going to be a multi-pronged effort, something that was also indicated by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Are the chief ministers also present there? Is there what are you learning from your sources? Is there any news of the Odisha CM, Mr. Patnaik, or the Bengal CM, Mamata Banerjee meeting Mr. Modi?
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself in the spot. He is in ground zero, and obviously here we see that the Rail Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, he has come here. Dharmendra Pradhan is there to receive, and here he will be coming out, the Prime Minister himself, to take a stock of the national disaster. This is not less than a national disaster, and you can see that there are Air Force helicopters. This is a emergency landing situation. It's not a helipad there, but you can see, as you can see, Narendra Modi coming out, and he himself in ground zero. The Prime Minister of the country, the Prime Minister himself, Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is on ground zero. As you can see that he is coming out, and he himself will be doing the
All right, so Kamalika Sen Gupta bringing those live visuals from ground zero. You can see exclusively on CNN News 18. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is finally on ground zero in Balasore to take stock of the situation. As we can also see, he is accompanied by his entire staff. At the same time, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, also accompanying the Prime Minister. We can also see Dharmendra Pradhan accompanying Prime Minister over there. Prime Minister has made an emergency landing just a minute ago. It has been a very, very crucial phase for the entire central government. They have been working as far as coordination with the state governments is concerned. We saw the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also highlight that they will need assistance from the central government, and most of the state governments, whether that of Odisha or Bengal, are right now steering clear of any kind of politicization, because right now what's important is that the various state resources in fact sort of combine themselves with the central forces like the NDRF, which has already swung into action, and the Prime Minister's presence right now on ground zero is perhaps going to arrive only as a morale boost to all those rescue teams which are right now working and have swung into full action. They've been working in full force, in unison. And remember, it's not just the NDRF, but also the ODRF or the SDRF, along with the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, that are accompanying the rescue and relief operations. Prime Minister Modi's helicopters have just landed. You're seeing this on CNN News 18 as we are bringing you a minute-by-minute update of what's taking place at that disaster site. It's a national disaster of epic proportions. This kind of a railway tragedy has not been witnessed in the country in the last 2 decades. Prime Minister Modi at Balasore in that disaster site right now, taking stock of the situation, what exactly happened, how that collision took place. Remember, it's a triple train crash that he'll be reviewing. How and what led to that is a matter of investigation by the railways. An inquiry has already been set up. But as you can see, the NDRF and the Indian Army are already there as Prime Minister Modi has arrived. And he's arrived straight at that disaster site in Balasore, as he's also been accompanied by Railways Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, also Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan accompanying him. Whether or not State Chief Ministers like Mamata Banerjee or Naveen Patnaik will be meeting the Prime Minister and how much time, let's find out from Kamalika Sen-Gupta. Kamalika, Prime Minister is there. What is going to happen now?
Well, he's going to definitely see the place of occurrence, the accident place of occurrence. As you can see that he's talking to all the railway persons, he's talking to railway ministers, he's talking to Dharmendra Pradhan and the railway officials, and he'll also go to the hospital. That's what we have got it from the sources. And he is basically, obviously, it's a moral boost because it's a national disaster. And you know, this is a paddy field where this 3 helicopters of Indian Air Force that has landed. So there was no helipad. Taking risk of that situation, still, Prime Minister came here because there was no specific helipad here. But 3 helicopters of Indian Air Force landed here, and the Prime Minister was there. And the Prime Minister came out. We were there in very close proximity. He was talking to Ashwini Vaishnav, the Rail Minister, and he was in now, as you can see in the visuals, he's talking and he's taking stock of the situation.
Right, and you rightly mentioned this is a paddy field, and it was an emergency landing that has been made through these choppers. For how much time is he expected to be here to review this entire disaster site? And is he also expected to visit the hospitals that are providing first aid?
That's what we are getting it from his sources. But he's going to go to both the places. The place is the point of occurrence and also the hospital. And definitely the fact that he is the guardian of the entire nation, so obviously he is there with the people. That's what the message he will try to give, and that's what the people also want. Here situation is really horrific. You know, anybody who is also doing this relief operation, tears are also there in their eyes. So, you know, NDRF, Indian Army, police, they have done lots of such operations. But, you know, this is something which is a history. And as a journalist also, as I've been telling, one should not be emotional. But when one reaches ground zero, this, I have not covered something like this steady.
Absolutely. This has been a horrific national tragedy, one that, as you were rightly pointing out, Kamalika, that has not been witnessed by the country in nearly 2 decades. Having said that, the kind of rescue and relief efforts will also have to be, doubled down, because we are looking at a triple train crash. And what is the kind of assistance that one can now expect from the central government? We've already seen the NDRF swing into action. Is this also now going to be about coordinating with the states and ensuring that all forces work in unison?
One very good thing which we can see in this disaster is coordination between the state teams and the central. Both Chennai, both Tamil Nadu, Odisha and Bengal, all of them have come. They are unitedly operating. The NDRF, the ODRF, the Indian Army, they're all, hands, they're all together. All chief ministers, they are talking to each other. Prime Minister has spoken to all of them. So this is the federal structure, this is the spirit of India also, when there is a national grief, when there is a national disaster. So obviously this assurance has been given by the Prime Minister and also all the chief ministers. As we have seen Mamata Banerjee saying, we are all united, we unitedly combat this. This is also a battle, because this is a national disaster. I mean, this is nothing less than a national disaster. So definitely all the rescue teams, they are working hand in hand. Everybody is working 24/7. That's quite evident in ground zero.
It's absolutely evident, and as you rightly mentioned, that it's the need of the hour to work hand in hand. And in fact, even Mamata Banerjee highlighted that this is not the time to politicize the entire matter. There has been a lapse which will be ascertained through a railway inquiry. But having said that, do take us through. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Kamalika. We seem to have lost that connection. But as Kamalika was highlighting the fact that it is the need of the hour for various forces, whether it's the Indian Army or the NDRF, along with the Indian Air Force, the ODRF or the SDRF, all of them are working in unison. And the Prime Minister's visit is indeed expected to arrive as a huge morale boost for these forces, and not to forget all those locals who have been, in fact, accompanying these rescue efforts at war footing. Rescue and relief operations, remember, have been taking place ever since the accident happened between 6:50 and 7:10 p.m. yesterday. Many locals, in fact, queued up to provide or donate blood. They also brought in various equipments to help with the rescue efforts, as we've also been discussing at length with all our guests who have been involved with the NDRF and disaster management teams. They've only indicated that whenever a disaster or a catastrophe of such epic proportion takes place, it is first the locals that dive in straight with rescue efforts, and that is what the locals of Balasore also did. They arrived along with several other charity organizations as well. They've not only donated blood, they've also brought in various rescue equipments, because remember, as far as central agencies like the NDRF or the Army kick into action, it is these locals who are the first rescue workers or the relief workers. And right now what we are bringing to you is that Prime Minister Modi is very much in Balasore, taking stock of the situation. CNN News 18's Kamalika Singh Gupta continues to bring us live coverage from ground zero. Kamalika, the Prime Minister, accompanied by Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, of course, are going to take stock of this situation. But having said that, it's also going to be extremely crucial for chief ministers of the states involved, whether it's Bengal or even Odisha, to be accompanying Prime Minister right now to only ensure that better coordination takes place.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what Mamata Banerjee has come and said. And obviously, it's not come out, but I'm sure that Naveen Patnaik has also spoken to the Prime Minister. There is one thing is very clear: there is no scope of politics right now. Right now, the focus of everyone is to rescue, to help people. So definitely, though the chief ministers might be somewhere else, but we did not see the Chief Minister here. The Prime Minister was received by Ashwini Vaishnav and also Dharmendra Pradhan. But the fact is that this is obviously, though, questions will be definitely raised because it's so much of lies. Whose fault is it? But right now, all the Chief Ministers, they are also standing by the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister is standing by them, that whatever necessary support is required by the central government, they will do.
Absolutely. Kamalika, also the Prime Minister's presence is a very VVIP presence right now, and at a time when, you know, the rescue efforts are in full swing. Are there adequate security arrangements to ensure that there's nothing over there to disrupt or hamper the rescue efforts that are currently underway? Because we can see that a swarm of media reporters have also descended upon that situation, the entire disaster location in Balasore.
Yeah, definitely all those security arrangements are there, and because it's Prime Minister and obviously other two Chief Ministers, when they came, the security just came to mind. And definitely, this is one thing where the security, all the police officers, Indian Army, they're all and the effort is also there to listen to that matter. So everybody in that security perspective is also very clear that this is a situation, disaster situation, nothing untoward incident should take place. And
we'll try and reconnect with Kamalika as the connection seems to be dying down. But at the moment, those are the latest shots we are bringing to you of Prime Minister reviewing the situation, the rescue and relief efforts that are currently underway in Balasore. We can also bring you visuals of all the locals who have now descended along with the rescue effort teams like the NDRF, the Indian Army, the SDRF. They have all swung into action. Our political editor Maria Shakil joins me on the phone line. Maria, Prime Minister Modi's visit is indeed going to arrive as a morale boost, which is much needed, not just for all those agencies which have undertaken the rescue efforts, but also for the locals over there.
Yes, and the Prime Minister has been monitoring the situation, being in touch with the Railways Ministry officials, the chairman of the Railway Board, the member traffic and other NDRF and SDRF officials for the last 12 hours as well. So ever since the tragedy unfolded at around 7:30 p.m. last evening, the Prime Minister has been very hands-on in trying to get details in ensuring that as far as the rescue operation is concerned, all the teething issues which usually comes when a derailment and an accident of this nature happens, are sorted out. And, you know, as someone who has covered the Railways Ministry for several years, Akanksha, I would really add this aspect that the overall...
All right, we seem to have lost the connection with Maria, but while we re-establish the fact that we re-establish the line, it's important to highlight the fact that a lot of questions are being raised as far as this entire disaster of the triple train crash is concerned. Questions remain unanswered. The Railways has, of course, set up a high review investigation into this entire catastrophe that took place yesterday in the evening. But questions in terms of whether this was a technical glitch or a human error, these questions remain unanswered. In the meantime, let me also take you through the visuals we are bringing to you. Prime Minister Modi right now seated in a tent over there, and he does seem to be chairing a meet with the various heads of various forces that are accompanying these rescue efforts. I can see he is accompanied by Railway Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, also the Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan accompanying Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Mr. Ramakrishnan TS, who is a railway expert, also joins me on this broadcast. Mr. Ramakrishnan, thank you for joining in, staying with the latest and the live visuals that are coming in. Let me begin with that first. Prime Minister Modi's presence is indeed going to arrive as a huge morale boost. How do you assess in terms of the kind of impact Prime Minister's visit will make? Can he ensure there's a better coordination between the central and state forces?
Yeah, first thing is when it comes to cases like train accidents, railway is extremely good enough to respond very quickly. So this has been the case for railways for a very long time. And this time also they approved it along with the support from the Odisha government. So Odisha government and Indian Railway has acted very fast, and then they have cleared they have rescued all the people within 8 hours almost. So they started at around 8:30, and then they have completed by morning 6-7 o'clock. So they have this has been the case earlier also. This time also it has been the case, and even the restoration of the operation will be done within another 24 hours because railway is extremely good at doing that. So, and the Prime Minister arriving at the spot and then monitoring the situation will certainly boost the morale of the people who are working towards restoration of the services.
Ramakrishna TS, stay with me. I'm also joined in by our political editor Maria Shakil, who's back with us on the phone line. Maria, we were discussing about Prime Minister's presence and how significant is this going to be to take stock of the situation.
Yes, that's right, Akanksha. Look, the Prime Minister has arrived there after the rescue operation is over. So sending a message that he did not want the administration to be disturbed because of his own movement. So now that the restoration work is underway and the Railways Ministry is certainly signaling that in the next 12 hours, perhaps the downline will be made functional. They are hoping that all those, trains which have been stopped and the cancellations cancellations which have happened do not last for more than 24 hours now. Having said that, the overall response team and response in this particular accident has been of less than 20 to 23 minutes, is what sources in the railways are saying. So immediately there was, the accident relief medical van, which was at Bhadrak, was moved to this particular site. And within hours, we know that there was an accident relief equipment, medical relief trains, and all that moved from Kharagpur as well. So the concern certainly has been that has there been swift action? Yes, the action has been swift. It's an unfortunate tragedy, yes. And just to correct for the benefit of our viewers, there was one derailment of train which happened, which was a Coromandel Express, which was passing through the up main line. That met with an accident, and that is how it dashed with the stationary goods train. It was not a head-on collision that happened between any of the two moving trains. So one train derailed, and then it impacted both the up line and the down line. That is for the benefit of our viewers. But having said that, the rescue operation is now completely over. The NDRF, the Army, and the SDRF, all of them have now given a green signal that it is now about restoration. But a tragedy of this, scale happening in India after almost 10 years or so is worrying, and that is the reason why the presence of the Prime Minister, top union ministers, both of whom are from the state of Odisha, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, and also Ashwini Vaishnav, is sending a signal that this is about doing a lot of retrospection, that this is about analyzing mechanical failure, or if there are certain other concerns that railways should avoid in future.
Absolutely, Maria. Very well explained by you. At the same time, we can see Ashwini Vaishnav and Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan accompanying the Prime Minister, but the need, important to focus on the need for an interstate coordination effort, one that is also in unison with the government at the centre, is also the need of the hour.
Yes, that's right, because rescue operation, which was initiated by the NDRF, the Army and the state government, also had local persons complementing Indian Railways. Sancha, we have often seen that whenever there is an accident which takes place in back and beyond of India, it's always the locals who are the first responders, much before the police and the movement of the medical relief vans. So this is the case again in this particular area, which is roughly around 40 to 50 kilometers from any nearest station. And the location of the accident is Bahanagar Bazar station in district Balasore in Odisha, and it is roughly around 171 kilometers from Bhubaneswar and 166 kilometers away from Kharagpur, which is a major station. But having said that, I think because there are concerns related to signaling error, if there is a possibility of that, or it's a human error, everything is under investigation.
Right.
What sources in the railways are clearly saying is that all this is subject of investigation, because Commissioner Railway Safety of Southeastern Railways, which is the CRS, This is the highest body in any railway division which interrogates and investigates a railway accident, has been roped in. The CRS himself, the Commissioner of Railway Safety of the Southeastern Division, is himself on ground trying to make a right assessment as to what went wrong. So for the moment, is this a signaling error? We really do not know.
Right.
But we can certainly say that prima facie sabotage has been ruled out. But the Prime Minister's presence becomes important because yesterday he did, have a direct communication with the Union Minister, with the officials on ground. He was constantly monitoring it. This morning, there was a high-level meeting that was chaired by the Prime Minister in which members of the Railway Board, Home Minister Amit Shah, all of them were present, and then the Prime Minister himself being on site, on ground zero, sending a message that he is very hands-on in this hour of need.
Thank you so much, Maria, for sharing all those details with us. Let's quickly also go back to our guest, Mr. Ramakrishnan TS, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Mr. Ramakrishnan, you heard what Maria was saying. She's made some very valid points. Having, taken into consideration that the restoration efforts are currently underway, would it be safe to say that relief, the rescue operation is completely over? Because from whatever ground reports that we are receiving from our correspondent, it goes on to say that there are still bodies that are trapped inside the bogies. Could there be possibilities that there may still be passengers who are trapped inside, and is there going to be an effort to extricate them? Mr. Ramakrishnan, can you hear me? All right, we'll try. And Mr. Ramakrishnan, you'll have to unmute, please. You are on mute right now.
So they are already using sniffer dogs to identify the people who are, caught inside, whether they are severely injured or dead. And they have already done for most of the, very severely damaged coaches also. So once they do it for all the coaches, and once they cut and then enter into the coaches completely, so they will be clear that the rescue operation is over. So already they have announced that the rescue operation is over, but the rescue operation is over at the site, but it is going to continue in the hospital, because there will be many people who will be severely injured, and some of them may be very critically injured, and a proper treatment is required for them to survive. So that is one dimension. The second dimension is with reference to restoration of services. So that is also very important for railways, because as you already highlighted, 40 trains have been already cancelled, and this is a very important section. Kolkata-Chennai is a very important section, and which was developed very early in India, and these services have to be recovered. So they will be doing it within 24 hours to 48 hours. They will restore the entire operation. So that is what they will be aiming. And once the operation is once the restoration operation is over, then the trains will start operating as usual.
Right.
So that's how it is.
Mr. Ramakrishnan, you did highlight that the rescue operation seemed to have now come to an end, and the restoration is currently underway. But at the moment, as far as mobilizing the forces and the need for a better coordinated effort between states and the centre is also needed, how significant and how crucial will this be to ensure that as many lives that can be saved are saved?
Yeah, certainly the affected persons are actually admitted in the local hospitals. So now the teams have come from various states, from Tamil Nadu, from West Bengal, even from Karnataka, and even from Andhra Pradesh as well as Telangana, because the persons affected by the severe injuries may be from any part of India. So depending on their conditions, they'll be either taken back to their place of convenience, and then the treatment will continue. It all depends on, how whether the patients are capable of traveling for a long distance, or they should have some more treatment in the local hospital and then get transferred to the respective hospitals. So it all depends on, the conditions of the patients and the advice of the doctors. So based on which actually the decision will be taken. That's how I would see this.
Right. Let me also quickly go across to our correspondent Akash, who's reporting right now from the newsroom. Akash, just take us through what will be Prime Minister's priority right now. He's reviewing the situation on the ground level in Balasore at the crash site. We are also expecting him to now reach the hospitals. While it will be a huge morale boost to the forces, can we now expect a better coordinated effort between the centre and the states?
Yes, in fact, it was already a coordinated effort, but when Prime Minister Modi is actually on the spot, so the whole focus is, of course, on the relief and rescue work. And we can see in the visuals, in fact, that how Rail Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is actually briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the incident, and not just incident, but about the rescue and relief work as well. Several hospitals have been marked, and those who are injured have been shifted to these hospitals. So it is expected that Prime Minister may visit these hospitals and may meet the passengers as well. But we can see in the visuals that Rail Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is very much there. In fact, since morning he's here on the spot. And interestingly, this was the day when Prime Minister had to inaugurate a new Vande Bharat Express. But this program was cancelled subsequently after the particular accident. This was a Vande Bharat train that was from Mumbai to Goa. Prime Minister and Rail Minister had to be there in Goa. In fact, Prime Minister was, the plan was that he'll be inaugurating.
Akash, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Important to take our viewers through all those latest visuals that are coming from Balasore, from the crash site, as Prime Minister Modi is reviewing the situation over there, taking stock of the entire situation. As you can see, he's also interacting with various officers. He has been accompanied by Railway Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav and Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. But you can see he's clearly instructing all those officers who are part and who are in charge of these rescue efforts that are currently underway, even the restoration efforts, in fact, that are underway. I can see he's, in fact, being very proactive. There's a kind of messaging that he's sending out, that he's very much ahead as far as conducting these rescue operations are concerned. He's this entire location has not been very, very friendly in terms of his landing that took place, which it was an emergency landing. He was accompanied by 2 more helicopters as he made an entry in Balasore just some minutes ago. We can see he's right now busy on the phone. And it's going to be a very, very hectic day for the Prime Minister. In fact, a hectic few days ahead. But we certainly hope that he will ensure that the efforts are better coordinated and that the forces receive adequate assistance, not just from the centre, but also from the various state governments. Akash, if I could bring you in on this. Ashwini Vaishnav also accompanying the Prime Minister, so is Dharmendra Pradhan. We will try and reconnect with Akash, but Mr. Ramakrishnan, at the moment we are yet to see the chief ministers, whether it is Mr. Naveen Patnaik or Mamata Banerjee. They are not at the site as of now. I'm sure they are reviewing the situation in whatever capacity that they are at other hospitals. That may be the case, but the need of the hour is to join hands as far as the centre and states are concerned.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, all the teams in NDRF, then, the respective state governments, especially the Odisha state government and defense forces, as well as the local people, and then doctors and then paramedical staff have already joined together, and then they have done a good job. Irrespective of the severity of the accident, the rescue operation was carried out very fast and very quickly. So that, we have learned that, and we have learned this art for so many years, and now we are practicing it on day-to-day basis. And we have also seen so many people are standing in the queue to give their blood. So that is also a good sign that people are willing to help, more than willing to help the injured people to see that they are all.
In fact, it was the locals who were the first rescue workers to, in fact, reach the site, as is the case in most of the disasters that take place. Having said that, Mr. Ramakrishnan, this is one catastrophe, one disaster that is of epic proportion, the scale of which has not been witnessed in the country in the last 2 decades. When you look at the scale of this disaster, because you're not talking about a collision between 2 trains, we are looking at a triple train crash. When you focus on a disaster this scale, what are going to be the challenges? This is something I'll discuss with you in just a bit. Let's also listen into what Prahlad Joshi has to say.
ಎರಡನೇದ್ದು ಅಕ್ಕಿದು 10 kg ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಅಂತ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ನೀವು 5 kg ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡಾಫೆಯ ಉತ್ತರ ನಡೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ 5 kg ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ 5 kg ಸಹಿತ.
All right, let's quickly go across to Kamalika, who's reporting from the crash site in Balasore, where Prime Minister Modi is also present. Kamalika, we can see Prime Minister Modi in hectic discussions with not just the railway minister, but also engaging with all those officers who are fronting these rescue efforts in Balasore.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving them confidence is one thing which he's doing, and also trying to find out that what is the situation in ground zero, how it happened, how rescue operation can take place speedily, and what next. How this incident happened? That is obviously other inquiry, but how to stand by people and how to actually give them rescue and relief. That is what the main motive of the government is, what we are getting from the government. Narendra Modi again in discussion, and then again he will go back. That's what we have got in the social.
All right, Kamalika, are you also learning from your sources about his visit to the hospitals? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Kamalika at the moment, but Prime Minister Modi taking stock of the situation, what we can make out from these visuals, he's in fact also expected to leave the crash site in a few minutes from now, but those are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you, accompanied by the Railway Minister and Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, accompanying Prime Minister Modi as he's going to embark now on the helicopter. Remember, 3 choppers over there accompanying Prime Minister. One of them is being boarded by Prime Minister Modi at the moment. He came and he reviewed the situation, and now he's all set to leave. Perhaps he's headed back to the national capital, or where he's headed. In fact, let me try and bring in Akash, who's joining me on the phone line. Akash, Prime Minister Modi has made a quick review of the entire situation, where we also saw him interact with all those officers fronting this entire rescue operation. The messaging is very clear. It's not only arrived as a morale boost, but he's going on to indicate how involved the government at the center is.
Yes, and you see, Akanksha, I'm mentioning this particular fact from since morning that while talking about train accidents, so no one has seen an incident like such in last 10 years. Yes, in the Indian rail history, we have several sort of incidents where, in fact, I remember an incident where a train, fell into river. The bridge incident, then the Kanpur incident, and all other incidents. But an incident like such, the intensity of an incident, so it is not very common. It was one rare incident, and that is the reason why straight from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the DRM of that particular zone. Everyone is there on ground. Everyone is there to to make sure that those who are affected and those who are actually stranded because of the particular accident are provided with necessary arrangements, necessary relief. And, in fact, the death toll, while talking about the death toll, so more than 280 bodies have been recovered so far. And state administration is constantly updating these figures. More than 900 people are injured. They have been shifted to nearby hospitals. Compensation has been announced, but Prime Minister Modi himself visiting the spot is a big thing. Prime Minister Modi is, in fact, was accompanied by Minister Dharmendra Pradhan and also Rail Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. In fact, Rail Mantri is very much there since morning, is very much present on the spot, and in fact have instructed several officers of Indian Railways that the passengers should be provided with the necessary relief and also the arrangement. Because you see, whenever you talk about passengers, whenever you talk about the operations of the Indian train, you have several sort of arrangements and systems that are in place. And once an incident like that happens, and this whole system gets collapsed. And this is the reason why Railways, as of now, is focusing on restoring of the traffic, getting getting these particular track clear for the routine traffic, because several sort of trains are affected as of now. In fact, more than 50 trains have been diverted, and several trains have been cancelled as well, short terminated as well, and this is the reason why we are saying that thousands of people have been affected because of the particular incident. Prime Minister Modi was very much here. In fact, these are the visuals where we are showing that the particular helicopter is there, ready to take off, because Prime Minister Modi was very much there. He, in fact, inquired about the well-being of those who are injured. And, Rail Mantri Ashwini Vaishnav was briefing Prime Minister about the incident as to what went wrong. This is a matter of inquiry as well, because in the morning itself, Railways has basically given this sort of task to the safety commissioner of that particular zone. Some are talking about the operational speed of that particular train. In fact, government sources are saying that this train was running at a speed of 130 km per hour, which is not the operational speed at that particular section. Okay, this can be a matter of investigation as well, but as of now, one train got derailed. Because of this derailment, second train got derailed as well, and this was an accident of such an intensity that thousands of people were affected. More than 280 dead bodies have been recovered so far. More than 900 people are injured. They have been shifted to nearby hospital. And talking about these efforts by the state government. So state government has ordered, in fact, issued the necessary instructions for the private hospitals as well. Just because we know that the government hospitals that are in close proximity to the accident site cannot accommodate all those who are injured. That's why instructions were issued to private hospitals as well. And this is somewhere a coordination between the state and the center, and now
and taking that coordination effort forward. Akash, let me also bring in Maria who's joining us on the phone line. Maria, as we've been talking about restoration effort, after what now happens after rescue is completed, what are those crucial aspects of the rescue efforts that will now be taking place?
Yes, so now it is about restoration to ensure that those mangled bogies can be removed from the railway track, so that all those trains have been cancelled and halted can be allowed to move through these, because this is a busy track and cannot be blocked for a very long time. So what we are telling is that the down line will be made functional in the next 12 hours. But having said that, now, so what all has the Prime Minister done in the last 24 hours? Because the tragedy took place around 7:30 p.m. The central government has gone ahead and announced ex gratia payment for the next of kin. Also for those who have been critically injured and those who have suffered minor injuries. So there are 3 levels of announcements as far as the compensation is concerned. And those who have been injured, a huge number, almost like 1,000 people who are facing multiple injuries, have been sent to hospitals, and a number of them are in the ICU unit. But that is the reason why the sense in the railways is that the overall casualty number could increase because of the nature of injuries that many people have suffered. Also, Akanksha, just to add to this, that there were 2 unreserved bogies which have been involved in this accident. Derailment and accident which happened at 7:30 p.m. yesterday. So which essentially means that there are a number of passengers who are unaccounted for. Right. Essentially they take tickets and then their names would not be there in the card. And that is the reason why, particular concern is of those who would be, the migrant laborers and daily wagers who would be using this entire train for their movement. Now, coming to what we are seeing on our television screens, the Prime Minister has completed his first round of site visit, which is essentially he was at the accident site. And now from here he's going to Cuttack Hospital, where he will be meeting with those who have been injured and their family members to try and get details on overall response of the railways, the NDRF and SDRF. We have often seen that whenever there has been a disaster, cyclones which have hit Odisha and Bengal in the past, the Prime Minister has often interacted very aggressively with the state ministers, the chief secretaries, the DGPs of the state to try and get on-ground information, on-ground news, to make himself very hands-on to try and get details as to what the government could have done and what it can do necessarily. Now the Railway Board has the big task in ensuring that this is an anti-collision device. was supposed to be made available since 2012. It will now ensure that this entire track, and in most of India, that anti-collision device is made available in most of trains.
Right,
What
Maria,
we are
I'm so
told is that
sorry
Kavach
to
was not
interrupt you there. In fact, we are getting visuals of Prime Minister Modi's chopper taking off over there. Prime Minister arrived at 3 o'clock roughly, and he has spent more than an hour, roughly 1.5 hours at the crash site in Balasore. As Maria has also been highlighting, the messaging is very clear. Prime Minister is very much part of the rescue efforts. He's ensuring that there's a better coordinated effort. He's also gone on to engage directly with the workers who are fronting this entire rescue operation. Back to you, Maria. The timing, as you pointed out, of this entire triple train crash has been very, very significant, because we are looking at the month of June, which also happens to be a holiday season. Remember, the trains are fully packed. You also pointed out the fact that many of them were sleeper class bogies, which also carry passengers that are unaccounted for.
Yes, that's right. 2 of them. So one in Coromandel, which was a general, which had one general bogie, and there was another one in the Yeshwantpur Express. So the Yeshwantpur Howrah Express, which was passing through this Bahanagar Bazaar station, which collided, and thereafter its 2 coaches derailed. So it's not a head-on collision, and I'm going to specify it again and again. And it is not supposed to be about the speed of the train either. The train was going at full speed across the station, as it was not supposed to stop at this station. That we are talking about the Coromandel Express. Because the Coromandel Express, derailed, and that is the reason why the other 2 lines, which is the up line and the down line, was impacted near this, Bahanagar Bazaar station in district Balasore of Odisha, and then we saw this scale of tragedy. But having said that, I think it's important to highlight the time in which the medical relief van, the accident relief van, and other supplies reached from Kharagpur and Bhadra, which are the nearest stations to Balasore, which happened in record time of 25 to 30 minutes. Till then, the locals were trying their best, and also the local police, to rescue as many people as they were caught. We are yet to get reports of, if there is this general sense on ground that it could have been faster. Well, the sense certainly at present is that it was swift action, and the entire rescue operation continued through the night. The first accident, in fact, happened at 6:55, and since 6:55, there were efforts made to reach out to the nearest station for medical relief and emergency relief to reach the accident spot. Now we are seeing the Prime Minister's helicopter take off from the site of the accident. He is now on his way to Cuttack Hospital, where the injured are getting medical treatment.
All right.
A number of them have also been sent to other nearest hospitals to ensure that the best medical treatment is available and provided to them.
All right. Many thanks to you, Maria, for bringing in all those latest inputs and for putting all of that into perspective for us. With that, it's time to slip it to a quick break. Prime Minister Modi, as was highlighted by Maria Shakil, our political editor, that he's now on his way to Cuttack to review the situation of the hospital, where the hospital is providing first aid to all those who've been injured. Remember, 900 have been injured in this crash. Could be more, as the numbers are only rising. On the left side of your screens, you can see Prime Minister Modi accompanied by Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan and the Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. On the right side of your screen, you can see Prime Minister taking stock of the situation, also interacting with all those officers who are fronting the rescue operations at the moment. We'll be back with a minute-by-minute update. Stay with us here at CNN News 18.
Injured in this particular accident. Earlier we saw that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has already reached this spot to take stock of the situation and also talked about investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. We are expecting Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to be at the spot at 9:30 a.m. as well, and this is the latest news that we have received. What Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said is that our focus is on rescue and relief operations currently, and restoration will begin after clearance from district administration. A detailed high-level inquiry will be conducted, and the Rail Safety Commissioner will also do an independent inquiry. Now, Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talked about the investigation, rescue, relief and restoration. I have News 18's Dushman Behra, who continues to stay with us live from the spot of accident. दुश्मन, आप ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले हमें उन रेलवे की पटरियों के बारे में कुछ बता रहे थे कि कहाँ उधर पे फॉल्ट आया हो सकता है जिस वजह से ये जो बोगियां हैं वो पटरी पे से नीचे उतर गई। क्या आप हमें उसके बारे में और बताना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं पूरी तरह से और एक बार दिखाना चाहता हूं, जो भी है दर्शक है वो दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। मेरे साथ आशीष दास कैमरा पर्सन है। मैं पूरा विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूं किस तरह से पटरी से अलग हुआ था ट्रेन। आप देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन कहां पर है, ट्रेन की बग्गी कहां पर है। अब पूरा देखकर पता चल जाता है कितना ही दर्दनाक और भयानक था ये इंसिडेंट। देखिए पटरी कहां पर है और पटरी किस तरह से आप जो बोलते हैं ये कहां पर है, पटरी कहां पर है और ट्रेन ज्यादातर हम दिखा रहे हैं ट्रेन कहां पर है। ये देखिए ये कितना ही भयानक था।
I have MS Rao Sir Dande joining me live on the broadcast. Sir, a very good morning to you. Could you tell us your reaction about this tragic train accident that took place in Odisha's Balasore?
कल ओडिशा के पास बालासोर में कोरोमंडल एक्सप्रेस की एक दुखद और दुर्दैवी दर्दनाक हादसा कल हुआ। दुर्घटना स्थल पर बचाव कार्य अभी चालू है। हमारे मंत्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव वहाँ खुद पहुंचे हैं और जो घटना हुई है उसके बारे में कल ही उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की घोषणा की है और हमारे कमिश्नर सेफ्टी रेल जो है उनको भी वहाँ बुलाया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा सब फोकस अभी बचाव और राहत कार्य पर वहाँ पर चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर और स्थानीय प्रशासन और रेल अधिकारी सब बचाव कार्य।
Shop now. What do you make of this matchup? Obviously, Gujarat Titans have had the more superior season. They've looked the more superior side.
So it's going to be a close game. Shuman has been fantastic.
Chief Minister Biren Singh has blamed Kuki terrorists of being behind the recent violence in Manipur. He claims that terrorist groups are using sophisticated arms against civilians. So what's behind the Kuki insurgency?
Rahul Gandhi goes to foreign soil every time and he criticizes India and he criticizes the government from there. What difference does it make where he's criticizing from? He's an opposition politician. His job is to criticize the government. How is that a crime?
So 9 years of Modi Sarkar, but for you, what is the single biggest achievement under Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Very, very deep transformation of India's governance.
Grateful that the country has given us an opportunity to serve under Prime Minister Modi. सेवा के 9 साल के लिए मैं देश के नागरिकों का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ।
अभी तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहे हैं। डेथ टोल है वो भी इंक्रीज होके 288 पे पहुंच चुका है। मोर देन 1000 पीपल जो है वो इंजर्ड हो चुके हैं इस पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट में। तो किस तरीके की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कितनी तेजी लाने की अब और ज़रूरत है?
नहीं, सरकार की ओर से पूरी तरह कोशिश की जा रही है। मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर भी बुलाए गए हैं, एनडीआरएफ के ऑफिसर भी है और स्थानीय प्रशासन, स्थानीय लोग भी वहाँ पर मदद कर रहे हैं। रेल डिपार्टमेंट से भी पूरी मदद वहाँ पर की जा रही है।
राव साहब जी, ऑपोजिशन डिमांड कर रहा है कि रेलवे मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए। आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तो हमारा सब ध्यान ये जो परिवारजन है जिनके वहाँ पर मृत्यु हुई और जिनका वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है उस पर हमारा सारा फोकस है अभी।
लेकिन राव साहब जी, एक्सपेक्टेडली काफ़ी सारे पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस अभी आ चुके हैं और अभी भी आएंगे। सवाल रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री के ऊपर उठता है, तो सरकार उनका जवाब किस तरीके से देगी?
आज के समय में, अभी के समय में हमारा सारा फोकस ना तो पॉलिटिकल लोग क्या बोलते हैं इसके तरफ है, ना कुछ है। हमारा सारा ध्यान जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको पहले मदद करना ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। हम ये देख रहे पहले।
राज साहब जी, यूनियन रेलवे मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहुँच चुके हैं। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी 9:30 बजे तक करीब वहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले होंगे। क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है आगे?
उम्मीद हमारे अश्विनी वैष्णव जी वहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। वो खुद वहाँ पर ऊपर जाकर भी देखा है उन्होंने। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहला काम है हमारा कि दुर्घटनाग्रस्त जो हमारे पैसेंजर है उनको निकालना, उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना और उनके जो परिजन है उनको मदद करना, ये हमारा पहला काम है। और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का तो वो स्टेट ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो भी अभी पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन पूरा फोकस हमारा अभी के समय में जो मृत और जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनको हॉस्पिटलाइज करना, ये हमारी फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है।
We continue to stay on that tragic train accident from Odisha that killed more than 288 people now, which is the updated news, and more than 1,000 people have been injured. We have some crucial details to give to our viewers as Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has left for the accident site Balasore. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has tweeted, and as I quote, "We send our deepest sympathies following the devastating train crash in India's eastern Odisha state. Our thoughts are also with the many injured and with the emergency personnel working to assist them." So it's a crucial news coming straight from Australian Foreign Minister as she has tweeted out about this tragic train accident.
CNN News 18 continues to stay live on the crash site in Balasore. Remember, yesterday there was a triple train crash, but having said that, important to also highlight the fact that it was the Coromandel Express, which in fact collided with and derailed after it collided with a freight train that was parked on the same track, and soon after the Yashwantpur-Havda train collided with the derailed Coromandel Express, leading to over 900 injuries and nearly 300 people dead. In the latest that we are bringing to you are those shots of Prime Minister Modi arriving at the crash site in Balasore to review the situation, the preparedness of the rescue teams. Remember, the rescue efforts have been on at war footing. They've in fact come to an end, and what has now begun is the restoration effort, because remember, there have been several cancellations of other trains as well. They need to be restored, and that is the priority of the hour now. Prime Minister Modi was here at the crash site for 1.5 hours. He's now left in his helicopter for Cuttack, where he will be reviewing the first aid that's also being provided at the hospitals there. Maria Shakila, political editor, is on the phone line with me. Maria, the need of the hour, taking into consideration the scale of this disaster. Remember, the Indian Railways is one of the largest railway networks in the world, and what we witnessed of this mammoth scale tragedy is not something that was witnessed in the last 2 decades in the country. So the efforts also will have to be doubled down to provide adequate relief.
Absolutely, Akanksha. And what we are being told is that the Prime Minister reviewed relief work that are underway. He also interacted with local authorities and personnel, got an update from the railway officials as well, and he emphasized the whole of government strategy, essentially various wings of the government and the NDRF, the army, the state police, the state government. Every unit of the government has to work in tandem. They have to work in complete sync to really address and mitigate tragedy of this nature, which is monumental in nature. And he also spoke to the Chief Secretary, he spoke to the health officials and others who were there on the ground. There has been a particular emphasis that he has laid on providing special care in ensuring that those families of the bereaved get access to the bodies, because, you know, that is always a challenge, so that they can carry out the last rites of their loved ones. And they do not face any inconvenience is the message that has come from the Prime Minister, and that an effort has to be made in ensuring complete assistance is provided to the next of kin. And also the message is that those who are being treated in various hospitals, be it in Kharagpur, be it in Cuttack, they have to be provided with the best of medical facilities and that if the need be, then take them to the hospitals, in other metros, be it Delhi or Calcutta or Bombay or other, even Madras if the need be. So the message here is loud and clear that this is about having a very holistic or whole of government approach in which various wings of the government at the center, in the state, and Army, Navy, NDRF and others work in complete sync to ensure that the relief work which is currently underway is not only carried out at a fast pace, but it is also sensitive and sympathetic in nature.
Right, and it's interesting that you highlight how Prime Minister emphasized on the whole of government approach to mitigate the kind of monumental tragedy that the entire country is witnessing at the moment. It was also heartwarming to hear what CM Mamata Banerjee had to say. She in fact said that now is not the time to politicize, and in fact I'm offering that many of those who are in dire need of treatment right now should be brought to my state as well. So as you were also highlighting, it's important to reiterate that fact that how right now various chief ministers, whether that is of Odisha or Bengal, they all need to work in a more close, coordinated manner.
Absolutely, Akanksha. Look, there are several, the passengers and the movement of this train is across state. So from Madras, which is essentially the state in Tamil Nadu, from that to Howrah, which is in Bengal, passing through Odisha, there are 3 states which are involved here. There is also Jharkhand because the goods train was carrying some things for Jharkhand. So there are several states and their passengers and their citizens who are involved in it. That is the reason why I'm glad that the politicians and the chief ministers are not talking about blame game. They are not talking about what the center did not do right or what the state government could do. They are talking about mitigating it because it's about human tragedy. It's about human loss. And when it is about humans, the people of the country, it should be seen from that prism. And that is what is a welcome sign this time around. Although the scale of this tragedy has left a lot to be answered by the Indian Railways in particular.
All right, Maria, thank you so much for bringing in all those latest inputs as far as Prime Minister's arrival in Balasore is concerned. We'll be keeping a very close watch on Prime Minister's visit and the developments that take place. For now, many thanks to you, Maria Shakir, for bringing in those latest inputs. And with that, it's time to slip into a quick break.